Welcome everybody to the biggest day on the OCE Rocket League calendar. It's the final day of the season here in OCE Open 6. And boys, it's an exciting one.
Yep, good of you to dress up for it, CJ. But we're all excited here to find out who our
I didn't realise we were dressing up.
Heading to the major, who the last team heading to Worlds possibly is. It's the real decider day, which is crazy because it's all 5 months leading up to this.
Yeah, it's again, I said it before, I'm going to say it again. 2 splits, fun and all. Would have loved to have that third, especially since we have had, I think, one of the most competitive top 5s our region has seen for a while. And with 5 teams, well, 4 now, I suppose, in the running for that second spot, it's a shame to call it all already.
Formula, you saying we should strike until they agree to do a third split?
Can we... Can we go back to the dress thing? Well, at what point did we get changed here? I feel like I was just talking
Mate,
to you.
it's Championship Sunday.
I was talking to you like a
This is
second
like the
ago.
most important event of the year, and we're going to sit here
I
in
was
a
talking to you a
t-shirt.
second ago. You had a t-shirt on. Where did you get changed in world record time?
A second ago. Go on, that was like 15 minutes ago. You just wanted to talk too much
Oh,
about
I thought I was like,
random nonsense.
okay, well, here we have the standings. Goodness me.
Oh, we have the points.
We do. We have the points, which production were really pumped about having. They said, we have the standings, we have the points. We've been working on them all weekend long tirelessly, and here they are. I mean, look at this. Wildcard, they are, well, they're set. They're set for Worlds. They're set for the major. They're absolutely flying, Yummy, but it's all about that second spot. We've got 4 teams that are in the hunt.
Fine in the West, they pretty much need to win the event, but everyone else kind of has their own little path to making it through. But the realistic thing is you've got to at least make the grand final if you want to make it to this event, just because every other team is going to be getting into the top 4. So, yeah.
It's not just fine in the West. TSM, I think, because of the way how the brackets played out, are also in a win-in situation. They need to go the entire distance as well. I think the more likely scenario, though, right now is between the Healthy Chiefs and Power, especially because they're on that same side of the bracket. There's a good chance they could be coming up against each other for that final matchup. But realistically, I love winning in scenarios, guys. Like, how can you not enjoy a position where it's like, all right, we've made it this far, have to win in order to go through. Every team has the destiny in their own hands still.
I also just want to quickly apologize. Yesterday, you guys did hear some crying on the broadcast, and that was
True.
CJ. He's done Shopify
here we go.
Rebellion. His predictions were wrong.
Stop throwing me under the bus. What is happening? No, look, just with the standings, yes, as you said, Formal, it's pretty much winning in. But it also all comes down to who you're playing on the day and where you sit in the bracket. So I'd also love to throw it up. Here we go. Production is absolutely on a heater today. We've got 6 teams remaining on Championship Sunday. And I'd say, Mr. Yummy Cheese Man, that if you are one of these teams vying for that second spot, you want to be avoiding Wildcard until the final. You want to be in that upper half of this bracket.
Yeah, traditionally that is the case, and that's why it's good that we have 3 of the teams on the opposite side of the bracket. But I don't think it's the worst situation ever for TSM, because it just puts if they can beat Wildcard grand final, so that's kind of their grand final there in round 2.
Yeah, I'm more worried when I look at teams like the Chiefs and I'm fine in the West, because, I mean, both of them really need, it feels like in a lot of ways, to possibly win this event overall, depending on how things play out. And you have 3 tough opponents in a row. Granted, Chiefs could get through just by making it to the finals, depending on wildcard successes or not. But for a team like I'm fine in the West, it is a true gauntlet for them if they are to make it to America.
Well, I do know that all the teams today are absolutely pumped. I saw Fiber, I think he tweeted out that he loves these situations where it is, everyone just, fighting tooth and nail for the spot. While also we have Wildcard, you can see in that second semi-final down there, who were pretty much chilling, but also looking to dominate another split. Can they do it? Early thoughts, Yummy? Do you see a Wildcard, another Wildcard win today?
I think that's the most likely. I can't predict against them, but as we've been talking about, I think this is the most teams we've ever had in contention in the final event of a split. We've always talked in the past about OCE feel like gathering depth, and sometimes that doesn't translate, but it surely has here. My only question has been around fine in the West, where that first event they probably could have done a bit better.
Yeah, and they're kind of a little bit punished for it now, but at least they're still in it with a chance. I mean, look, anything can happen. We've seen a lot of heartbreak on these final regionals before, and as mentioned, that last hurdle always the most difficult. So I guess piggybacking on what you were saying, Yummy, yeah, Wildcard, I think they're pretty relieved that they're already through, and considering how high stakes and high emotion the other teams are going to be, it's very likely they just win out today, cruise control, get the job done.
Well, speaking of high stakes, we better jump into our first series of the day, which is going to be the tough side of the bracket. It's TSM trying to make the run through Wildcard, but first in their way is Uguay, and it's the Shugs. It's the Shugs. And Uguay and friends, this team, Yummy, we were really, well, I was surprised. I don't know if you were surprised with their performance, but Shugs, I didn't know his name going into yesterday, and now he's certainly put himself in the spotlight.
Yeah, Shugs was the sort of shining star, given that he came out of mostly nowhere for the two of us at least. But it did feel like a team effort and a team that got better and better as time went on. That being said, I don't know if getting better is going to be enough against TSM. You need to be coming out of the gates immediately strong against them. You can't let them have a couple of games.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for Uguay and friends, just because they've made a top 6, which is always kind of a milestone here in OCE. But at the same token, when all these other 5 teams are juggernauts with all the storylines surrounding them, it's kind of easy to overlook that. But Shugs, first time in a top 6. I think Nasty as well got 7th, 8th before. So this might be the furthest they've gone Zen we have seen before. There's an opportunity for them to really play spoiler and upset a lot of TSM fans if they come out swinging, but at that same token, with the pressures on TSM, it could happen.
Formal, how do you say sugar?
Sugar.
Okay, you're just American, but yeah, Shugs. Yeah, Shugs, not Shugs. It's Shugs. We'll get that. You've got an entire cast in order to get that one down, but you know what? It's an exciting one, not just for them, but for TSM. This is kind of for us that sort of temperature check to see if they're looking good today, because they're going to need to be hot if they want to take down Wildcard later on.
Yeah, can their gameplay match that beautiful logo that they've got in the bottom right corner of the screen? Get your predictions in the chat for those of you watching at home. I think there's no surprise where we'll be going with this one on the desk. I think you want to be predicting TSM just purely for, keeping it interesting, keeping the cinema going into that semi-final. Can they beat Wildcard? Can they potentially make the run to Raleigh? But TSM, how important is this, Yummy, for them to really get the job done here in style ahead of a potential Wildcard semi-final?
Yeah, you'd be hoping that they get a 4-0 for their sake, that they are coming out strong, that they look like a well-rounded roster. Yesterday, they kind of, for us, they kind of didn't show anything. No real individual pizzazz, maybe until the very end of the series. So as well, if the likes of Amphis and Super Lucky could start, one of those two could start off really strong, then we might be good.
Yep. Well, Formal, this is the big one. This is the big day, the biggest day of the season, the one that I know you've been waiting for as well, that you're pumped for, and it's all going to start right here. Let's see if TSM can keep their major hopes alive and put in a strong performance right here in our first best of 7 of the day, boys.
Oh my goodness! I just noticed. Shugs. I think they care a lot about the pronunciation about their name. I like this. Now it's right there. No excuses to get it wrong.
What do you mean no excuses? The way he spelt it makes it look like Shugs.
That would be. Oh yeah, that would be. No, there's no there. That's Shugs. Shugs. That's Shugs.
No, you should do double O or something if he wants it to look like a shirt. Since when has SHU been shoot? But anyway. We can see where he's going from. We'll just have to deal with it. Obviously unhappy with the pronunciation going on yesterday, but can't be too unhappy with the results. What a standout performance. And as I said, just a shame that we didn't really get to see him until the last event of the split. Would love to see a lot more.
Yeah, and it's someone who I'm excited to see if they come back again at it next year, or even off-season events, especially, just taking a look at the start of this one, Uguay and friends, they were looking strong until Zen just misses the read.
Yeah, it happens. As we said, game 1, a little bit of nerves, a little bit of stress here on the stream. Zen just couldn't quite get back to that in time. Maybe expected a slower shot, or maybe more of a pass play. But there we go, TSM first on the board. Again, on their march towards Raleigh Major. Need to win the entire event, so they're hoping to make this a quick one, so they don't run out of steam and run out of energy later on.
Yeah, just that. I mean, tempering momentum, tempering sort of emotional energy. That series potentially against Wildcard in the semifinals. You said it before in the pre-show. They're kind of giving themselves the final boss before things get too deep. But at that same token, even if they do overcome Uguay and friends and Wildcard, they need to win out on the day in order to qualify. So they have to win all 3 of their matches. Getting past Wildcard, it's not the final step for them. So obviously a 4-0, low emotional energy, low physical energy, keeping themselves fresh, it's pretty important.
Especially hope not to go to another Game 7. And, well, that might be difficult as Nasty gets a brilliant goal off the back of none other than Shugs. What a collection. Flip reset, pancake into the middle. It doesn't get better than that.
Shugs is more and more impressive with each passing game. Really great goal. Mechanics on display as we learn more and more about this player, and we already know Nasty and Zen can be strong in their own rights. Nasty, another one of those players who I have been very impressed with them, both first and second split, and the few chances we've got to see them on main stream. So I don't know if Zen will be back for another year, but I would be curious to see if Nasty and Shugs wind up staying together.
Well, if you're in Zenulus's shoes and you're constantly able to get into the prize money, play some games, have some fun, and still, get some actual money in the pocket, why would you stop? And he hasn't stopped here. He has a bit of a slow starter yesterday, not today.
No, a very good start for Uguay and friends. Now up 2-1. TSM. This is the exact kind of start you'd be a little bit afraid of if you're on that TSM camp right now. Nasty finds a third.
I was sure that Amphis could get across to that, but he just didn't expect that Nasty was him. He even got a little bump at the end there, but in the end, Amphis needed to get out to that earlier, and that is 3-1 from Ugs right at the very beginning of the series.
And this is that flat TSM that we kind of saw mid-series against Power right now, and on a day where you need to be, on it, I'm really hoping they're not in a position where they've kind of overlooked their opponent and thinking maybe too far ahead, because Uguay and friends have come out swinging, and TSM, they need to play catch-up ASAP.
It's even hard to say realistically that TSM are flat because it's only been the first half of the first game, so they've really not had opportunities to try and make their plays, to put their stamp down, and just impressive from a team that coming in here that we thought they were going to lose to Serrani. They even could have lost 4-0 to Serrani at one point, and now they are on an absolute tear. Been very impressed. We keep talking about Shugs, but Nasty, as you said, has been instrumental in their offense. He's set up a lot of goals, and just now has got 2 of his own.
Yeah, Nasty would be the player who I would look at on the lineup coming into it to be the playmaker. That said, Shugs puts one towards Kaka, who will collect. Only a minute and a half remaining. If TSM is going to get alive in this series, it would have to start very quickly. Amphis, a little bit too far back, though, loses the 50 to Zen. And again, it's Uguay on the charge.
Lovely touch again by Nasty. Just to beat out one, it forces them to hit the ball high. It forces TSM to constantly play on the back foot, given that they need to rush to score 2 goals in this regulation time. And Henry talks. Oh my goodness, that's a goal. That's a hat trick for Nasty. And it's almost out of nowhere, but look at that. A 50 into a 50 and no touch on the third. So managed to get all 3 done.
That was another beautiful 50. Yeah. Oh boy, this was not on the script. I don't think anyone realistically had Uguay coming out game 1 winning in a dominant fashion right now. I mean, Nasty just playing nasty, winning every battle, finding the net. It almost looks easy, but obviously is not. I'm just wondering, okay, TSM, game 1 has not gone your way. I doubt we call an early timeout as Kaka somehow missed that shot.
Yeah, and the interesting thing I have with TSM is they're not very much a controlling team, and usually for these quote-unquote top teams trying to make a comeback against a team rising up, they sort of take back the series by absolutely dominating the 50s, by winning in the air. And right now, if you're looking at a 50 game, you're looking at Nasty and you're looking at Chugs, and they're winning every 50. They're completely controlling the game, and I don't know where TSM turned it around.
Yeah, that is a shocker for TSM to open up what needs to be a immaculate campaign. Game number 1 goes to Nasty and the Oogs. Very dominant looking performance. Obviously, there's still a bit of time left. No timeouts being called. It's only game number 1. They can still bring it back, but if they come out looking a little flat-footed like they did in this one, I'm ringing the alarm bells already.
Yeah, none of the signature, sort of full court plays from Super Lucky, none of Amphis getting in anyone's grills, no try to upset someone. And you kind of mentioned at the very beginning that, maybe TSM underrating the Oogs, and I feel like that kind of translates a little bit in their gameplay. They're not trying to disrupt anything that the Oogs are doing.
Yeah, I think getting disruptive probably would be the call. So, like, moving ahead in this series, I will be watching Amphis, I think, a little bit more critically to see if we can get that forward playing disruptive Amphis. Even going back to yesterday, Yummy, though, that never really happened. Like, it looked like we saw that at first, but then Amphis kind of became the defensive superstar against Powers, like, attacking Onslaught. And that didn't give him the win, even though he played well. I want to see the disruptive Amphis, the bump, demo, playing off the opponent's backboard Amphis. I think that's what TSM needs if they're going to get through today.
Another straight win from Nasty on the 50 after Super Lucky, who is one of the better 1v1 players in the region, had a solo play on it. So it does look to be a continuation. Look at that, just a straight shot from Super Lucky. That has actually worked out for them very well. In the end, the 50 from Amphis, that was a step up. Nasty, and I'm just trying to pass that down to Shugs. Cuts him off a little bit off guard.
Yeah, defense not looking disciplined in that situation. I think, they were hoping for the pinch and then to win to 50, so the idea they could get crossed up like that, obviously not in the playbook. No one was there to defend it. Well done for TSM. They get themselves the early lead, and honestly, I like how they did it too. Controlling the middle of the pitch, just putting on pot shots so the defense breaks. I think that's a lot more what they were hoping, and oh no!
Well. It had to happen. It happened very quickly today. Nasty getting a surprise extra touch. The rotation back leads straight to an own goal. Unlucky.
I think that came off Kaka. Oh, that's a painful one. Although, nearly they give it right back off the kickoff. Nasty there to bail them out, but once again, Uguay and friends on the back foot. Okay, look, TSM fans, brush that one aside. Still a tie game, all right? And you put in the work for that first goal, so momentum can still be there. And we got the own goal out of the way early. There's no need to worry about it now.
This is wide open. Oh my! Amphis just managed to get back and save the day like he was doing all yesterday. Zenulus doesn't want that to end, but Super Lucky will collect it. And I've been a little frustrated watching Super Lucky so far this series. He's really almost just trying to send everything at the net. He's been very direct so far, and maybe a few missed passing opportunities because of it. And that's only really playing into Oog's hand. What a great flick.
Yeah, good flick. Causes the defense to wrap around. I'm seeing Super Lucky get some bumps, but again, Nasty. Right place, right time, middle of the field. Starts to bring it back the other way. Amphis slow play down. Wins the 50 initially against Zen. Super Lucky there to follow it up. This is very good for TSM. But Kaka didn't want to take the chance. Doesn't go for the dunk on Nasty. Finds Shugs. No, shots high and wide.
He was just trying to get the extra power, but what a pass back. Oof. Oh my God. Shugs looking like a veteran here. First over to Super Lucky. Gets the demo. Oh, Super Lucky's hit the crossbar. It was set up perfectly for him.
There's been a couple of those touches from Lucky already that you expect them to miss. There was a double touch about a minute before as well that wound up going a little bit awry. TSM They're not playing to their own standard when it comes to finishing some of these plays right now. That's the only reason why it's still tied, because outside of a couple sort of missed touches, this game has been much more TSM dominant.
Yeah, we've seen a lot more as well from Amphis in terms of the bump game. That's been quite helpful for them. Even still, their one goal was just for that 50 play. They've missed the opportunities that they should have taken. And, well, I will say, if they don't get the win here, then they'll be ruining the fact they didn't get a timeout, and it's a crossbar again, this time from Amphis. What's happening? It might be a breakaway. Amphis manages to get back in time. Everybody scrambling into the defense, and nothing going the way of TSM.
Oh, it's the quicksand effect where just nothing seems to go right, and you just feel yourself sinking deeper and deeper. Surely there's a bottom to this pit, and TSM will start to bounce back off of it, but right now, minute and a half remaining, game still tied. TSM, they've
Good
gotten so
demo.
close. There's the demo. This has to be in. It is. They're finally out in front.
At this point in time, I think this is the way forward. Amphis gets another demo. I think that's his third or fourth in this game. But if you're trying to make every shot in front of the net, you're going to be hitting the crossbar. You got to get it wide open and not let any chance for missing, I guess.
Yeah, just as clear a path as possible. Open up the runway. Still time left in this game, though, to see if Uguay and friends can get a bit of a response. Although, remembering their one goal in this one, it kind of came off TSM, as that's another back pass for TSM right now. Nasty in a good position to follow it up, misses the ball. No one behind him. Means Amphis can slow play it right now. Later, flick caught by the defense.
Nasty. Kind of getting trapped on that too, and that gives another opportunity. Super Lucky looking for the pass this time. Love to see that. Most of this, I think the turnaround has been down to Amphis for me, despite Super Lucky being the one to score the goals. They have been set up by Amphis. Being a nuisance in front, Zenulus had to go scrambling due to the misses. Now Super Lucky has the flip reset. Does he have the support? Amphis there. Amphis takes the shot, but it's too soft.
Too soft, but that's okay because of the soft nature of it. It's not like Uguay and friends can really get that fast counter, which means TSM still controlling the middle of the field. That's a double commit, but it goes TSM's way. Now again, Super Lucky slowing it down. Shugs gets the touch, and Nasty again. Kind of a swing and a miss. It's just not connecting where he needs to in the latter half of this game. TSM will be taking game number 2, or will they?
There's one last chance here for Shugs. Shut down in the air. Nasty manages to keep it up. Though that touch from Kaka on 0 boost might have made it really difficult, especially now that Amphis could follow it up. It's still hanging in the air for quite a while here, and that is a good touch from Shugs, but gets away from him. And TSM, despite their trials and tribulations, take game 2.
Yeah, I don't know. It was a sloppy game from TSM, yes, but at that same token, only 3 shots on target coming from Uguay and friends. They did control that game. Like, they controlled the middle of the pitch. They were putting the shots on. We saw Amphis and Super Lucky, I feel like, get a lot more aggressive in their positioning. The bumps and the demos were back in play. This is the TSM I think we were expecting both yesterday as well as in game 1. This is the TSM that should be the favorite to win this series, and we'll see if they can continue it moving forward.
They took control of the 50s a lot more too after probably the first minute. The first minute was still maybe a follow-on from game 1, and that was a large reason why they were able to get so many more shots, so much more control of the ball here in game number 2. And, well, if they could also just score their shots, they would have probably reciprocated the original 4-1 and had a dominant victory. And so I think they're going to be confident moving into game 3.
Yeah, that was a much more TSM-esque game, and as soon as, Super Lucky puts maybe a couple of those open nets in and a little less of the crossbar, things should be fine for the team in blue. Kickoff a little bit off, but that's okay. Ball still in a good spot. Nasty finds Zen. Amphis is back for the save.
There's the touch. Going forward for TSM. They continue on with the pressure. Double commit coming out of the defense. Oog starting to feel a little bit more pressured, maybe a little bit more nervous as the pass goes straight out to Super Lucky from the defense. It's going to have to be Nasty to take this away, and they finally break out. Not really going to be able to generate their own chance at the other end.
Yeah, I mean, Nasty was such a big-time performer in game number 1, a lot more quiet in game number 2. I'm kind of curious to see if they can get some of those similar opportunities that they had before. Zen, awkward challenge, but is able to recover enough to disrupt the counter-attacking play. Super lucky now with the demo in front. Still throws it back to Kaka. Zen able to recover, and here comes Shugs over the top. Nasty again, midfield. Amphis wins the 50, might have a chance for a shot. Zen shuts it down, but you can just see TSM
demo.
getting closer and closer. Demo! No shot.
Unfortunately, the ball was already a little bit wide. He'd already made the play before the 2 demos came out, so he couldn't rush it towards the net. Otherwise, it would have been the first goal to TSM. Been generating, as we said, those wide opportunities, but you never know. You're going to be able to turn this around. Nasty gets beaten by Amphis. Zenulus up, and he's going to get a little room on that. Doesn't get too much of his flip reset, though, and that's the opportunity here for Kaka. Demo in front of net. Over to Amphis. 2 players up. 2 players, not enough to take down Amphis.
And I love it again. The demo just giving the confidence to go for the shot right there. TSM continuing the same gameplay that put them where they are. 2 defenders can't make that read as they panic to get back in position. Super well done from the TSM side. Out in front now with a 1-point lead.
That panic has been really important for TSM to generate. Get a few double commits out of defense from Ugs. And I think TSM starting to realize the formula. Just keep challenging the midfield, keep challenging them to prevent them from getting out of the defense too. Eventually they will scramble. Even here, look, Nasty jumping past the ball. He's going to have to be diving back. Zenulus, not quite sure when he can get in. It's all a little bit tricky as Nasty does finally settle the traffic decision. Gets it down to the other end. Zenulus puts a straight shot on, but Amphis was waiting on front post for a surprising shot. The opportunity for Zenulus to put one on.
Yeah, but again, the defense just solid right now from TSM. I mean,
Great
a lot
touch.
of Uguay setups have been not as good as that one. Yummy, super lucky, puts it through 2-0.
Kaka recovering, gets back up to it. The second touch, really surprising the defenders. They think that that's going to go out from the backboard. They sort of slow down their positioning because of that. And then all of a sudden, it's a pass out right in front of net. Really nicely set up from Kaka.
Yeah, I think that goal just highlights a little bit of the difference between some of the attacks that we've been seeing from both the teams. TSM, again, they're a lot more decisive on the pass, faster pace, faster plays, and a little more deceptive as well. Whereas it feels like in this game, Uguay, whenever they have that chance, they're just going straight for the net and hoping for a 50 beat and hoping to kind of win that 1v1. And they haven't been yet. Kaka and at times Amphis as well on the back half have been finding a lot of good saves. Now we see the pass back, but again, it's Kaka getting in the way.
Haven't been able to see too much from Shugs either. We've seen how good he can be on the offense. Same with Nasty. Those 2 in the first couple of games, especially the first game, were offensive powerhouses. They're not even getting the opportunity to get to the other end anymore, which is absolutely stifling their play. Zenulus still sort of showing that he can hold on defensively in this kind of style of play, but we talked about this yesterday, Formal. I'm not expecting this team to have scrimmed too much. There's a large reason why they evolved as the series went on. And one of the problems with that is that you often don't have as many tools in the box to get out of defense. You often don't have those passes out of defense that can quickly turn around and attack. So they are getting a little bogged down in their own half.
Yeah, I mean, it could become a weakness for this side, especially with this kind of being their one regional appearance that we get. But at that same token, I have to credit their adaptability. It was a reverse sweep yesterday against Serrani that got them here. So they're definitely not a team that you can ill afford to count out. I think TSM learned that lesson in game 1. But right now, Nasty, again, it's just sort of these individual plays straight towards the net. And TSM has had their finger on the pulse when it comes to defending it.
And they've been able to get that ball over the midfield line on so many occasions. Oogs constantly caught having to run backwards in this game. And it looks at the moment like TSM just happy to hold on to the 2-goal lead with 20 seconds remaining now. They're not really sending too much forward. They're not looking to push this final goal. Still may come just off the back of a solo effort as Kaka comes in to scoop it up.
Now that was a very, well, again, another nice little decisive goal. Nasty, a little bit panicked, got a bit in front of the ball, and yep, TSM there to put it away. It doesn't matter that they're up by 2. They have the confidence that this game is pretty much under lock and key, so well done to the blue side. TSM back in control of this series right now, and don't be surprised if we see a timeout coming from Uguay and friends.
Yeah, bad signs here for the Oogs. The fact that realistically TSM not having to worry too much at the end. TSM take game 3, 2-1 up, and as you said, expecting the the timeout called, except for the fact that there was no timeouts called in that best of 7 reverse sweep yesterday.
True, I forgot about that. I forgot that's an important detail. I mean, hey, when you start winning, things are pretty good. So, yeah, it doesn't look like there's going to be a timeout this time around. We should probably be playing on. Fair enough. I mean, TSM, they're happy to keep the momentum. The second game in a row where they've held Uguay and friends to just 3 shots. So, something got to change on the Uguay side. I'd like to see more versatility in their attacks. I'd like to see something a little less straightforward. But as you mentioned, Yummy, is that even in their wheelhouse right now? I can't say.
Very hard to know. What I do know is that the Oogs have to change something up, especially that last goal, how simple it seemed for TSM to score. They've been stuck on the defense. They've got to figure out a way to get out, and there's multiple avenues there. I like the passing out of the corner option that is widely used. You can get some demos. That is a bit more of a risky factor, but it also does free up your teammates to panic a little bit less. It causes a little less of the double commits to come out. Still impressed right now by the TSM kickoffs, by the way, their adjustments that they've made throughout the weekend. I'd love to see it.
It has been fun to watch, but I kind of want to carry on your point with the demos as well. Another thing that I'm hoping to see a bit more from Uguay and friends is avoiding some of TSM's demos and more aggressive output, because I mean, we've been seeing the effect it's been having on sort of the panicky rotations and touches. A lot of that has come from TSM's aggressive demo and playstyle, so it's not just finding demos on their own, but maybe avoiding some of that pressure as well. Easier said than done against an aggressive team like TSM when they start playing like it, so we'll see. Right now, though, again, is TSM set up midfield and just putting the pressure on.
I'm really frustrated right now with the Oogs, and in particular, Shugs in this play. It's panic for no reason. You know, Shugs was first man, just blasts the ball against the side wall when he's got 2 teammates that can get good touches. There's no opponent nearby, and it's just becoming a little bit of a worry how much Oogs are panicking on the defense when they don't need to. It's usually what happens against these top teams, because they start boxing you in, they start stealing the boost away, and then you start feeling like you need to go for everything when you don't.
Especially when the scoreline stays 0-0. And actually, Uguay and friends, this is one of the better looking attacks they've had set up for a while. Not able to get the first 50 through. Shugs, though, still with possession. Kaka plays keep away. No boost, can't keep it. Shugs lets it stay with Nasty. Now ball up in the air. Super Lucky actually has a tough challenge against Zen underneath. Not quite. Shugs just a little too slow.
Nasty may have opened something up here for Zenulus. Can't get the power. It was a good opportunity because there was no boost on Super Lucky in the nets, and yet it was hit straight at him.
As we see it pass down to Nasty instead of playing the backboard. Fair enough. Nasty's the one with the boost. Now back down to Shugs. No, Anthus was there. Gets underneath. Scary moment for TSM, and Uguay and friends, they look a lot better so far here in game 4, Yummy.
That being said, could be changing up very shortly. Nasty stayed behind that one, liked his, well, nerves of steel there to stay behind that, and it has worked out for him in the 50. Now an opportunity for Kaka. It's going to hit the backboard. Everybody now has to scramble back. Nasty has the flip reset. This is more of what we saw from him in game 1, trying to create something as Shugs goes for the fake, and well read by Super Lucky, does not get fooled.
Yeah, however, pass backs the other way. TSM might have something here. Super Lucky doesn't fake out Zen, but still gets it up for Amphis. Backboard, keeps it up. Kaka actually has to play a little bit defensively. Ball gets behind them. Super Lucky, though, waiting. Back corner, no immediate pressure. You can see it comes a little bit late. Still winds up going in favor initially of Uguay and friends. That leads to a nasty setup. Backboard's exposed. Is there a shot? No, Kaka gets there in time.
Well, we're starting to see Ugs come out of their shell. They're getting the opportunities, and realistically, one goal could make all the difference. Nasty got one demo, almost took out Amphis, forced him to go up. Uguay turning around the corner. Super Lucky in a dangerous position, but Shugs not able to get the demo, and it has turned around. Amphis underneath, but Nasty is there again. He's starting to make a real impact.
Yeah, this is definitely a confidence builder for Uguay and friends, especially if they can find that goal. However, you have to admit, even though we've been seeing a bit more from them on the attacking side, TSM's defense has felt controlled for a majority of this. That's an awkward double commit. Super Lucky will get there. So too will Zen. No boost, can only throw it back down to the middle. Kaka pops it up, but everybody low on resources, nobody in position to strike.
Shugs going for the straight drive down the middle. He's up, just buying his team a little time. There's not much as TSM straight back onto the attack now. Nasty, will he be able to get behind that ball? Gets the 50, back to their focus on 50 game like they did in game one. And it has been, as you said, working better for them. Looking for the flip reset in front of net. They've overcommitted! After working so hard all game, they make a massive mistake and TSM get a freebie.
Oh my goodness, and I can see why they went for it. You get a touch on that ball. All three members of TSM were moving forward as well. You win the 50, you possibly win the game, take the shot for sure, but it just doesn't go their way. Unfortunate for Uguay and friends. Sigh of relief, but wait,
oh, here we go.
It's open, Yummy! It's a tie game!
Back off the kickoff, TSM, that's been their field of expertise, but it doesn't matter. Shugs focuses on the 50 again, makes it look like he's going to get a flip reset, and Nasty there to finish it off. It's not over, folks.
Oh boy, that was a big time moment from a team whose kickoffs, you said before, they've been looking strong. Not immaculate though. And it's another chance. Shoots, no! Touch from behind, it's barely saved. TSM, 20 seconds to go.
So close to winning the game right then and there, and that would have tied up the series. TSM, as we said earlier, if they want to be able to make it to the Raleigh Major, they have to win this in quick succession. They can't drain all their energy on the first game of what would be a long road for them. We go to an overtime. Whoever scores here has turned the momentum of the series.
We'll see what happens. Opening kickoff actually has Nasty in a really good spot. Yeah, Kaka will play keep away, and here comes Super Lucky. Doesn't get the touch they wanted. Amphis underneath, though. Next player up. Wants to get it a bit more centered, actually to take the second touch for it. Kaka was there, but it's still TSM on the back foot. One demo found. Super Lucky avoids the second and throws it right back.
Well, that second demo, if it hit Super Lucky, that may have made it wide open. Instead, it's down the other end. TSM has the 50. Amphis looks at the pass back, gets it to Super Lucky. There's no finish though. Zenulus scrambles back, pre-jump from Kaka, but the ball goes too high.
A very, very premature jump in that situation, and it actually might cost TSM some attacking pressure right now. Nasty straight down the middle. Double commit though, and the net is open. Please put it away, Amphis. It's a 3-1 series lead.
Oogs, oogs, oogs. Oh my goodness. Again with the little wild overcommit. Unnecessary, and TSM, they're never going to let you down on that one. Super Lucky too fast in the air. Amphis ready to finish it off. TSM go to match point.
A 3-1 series lead, and unfortunately for Uguay and friends, TSM a little bit of a different caliber than Surani from what we've seen this season, so it's going to be a tough one. One less game than yesterday that they have to pull off in terms of sweep fashion, but I don't know. I at least there was improvement, Yummy, between games 3 and 4. I think Oogs are close, but not quite there yet.
I liked their focus on the 50 game. That was, I was constantly asking for them to figure out ways out of defense to get control of the game. And they went a different route than I was expecting. And it did work out for them brilliantly until they kind of just gave up on their attacks. They just pushed too hard, and that can happen, Formal, when you have felt like you haven't been able to score for a couple of games. So when you do get some sniffs at it, you end up trying to bite off more than you can chew. And for that to happen twice in the same game, that's an obvious problem there for the Ugs.
Yeah, and when you think back to the last couple of goals as well that Ugs have got, you can understand why that pressure is there. I mean, game number 2, it was the own goal from Kaka. Game number 3, they didn't score. Game number 4, it was a kickoff goal that they were able to find. So they haven't really had the extended play result in a point their way in a while, and I think that attributes to sort of the panic that you were mentioning previously. But no timeouts, straight into game 5, Yummy. This is not a team that likes to rest, so we'll see if they can find it. Nasty almost gets it around Amphis.
Yeah, they don't have the coach, and I thought yesterday maybe they forgot. I would have assumed they'd be reminded of it today. But yeah, I guess they just don't want to call the timeout. They're happy with how things are going. And I don't know if they will be happy at this point in time, as TSM already got a couple of good shots on board. Xenios in a little awkward position, a demo behind him, so very important that he gets a 50 there.
We'll see what Shugs can bring back right now. Tries to keep it slow. Kaka gets in the way. Nasty avoids one. Demo has a lead blocker as well. Shugs gets it, but Nasty, I mean, was trying to play patient, waiting for the goal to open up, and was a little bit too slow, as now Super Lucky. It's not on point.
You saw a couple of opportunities there for bump plays out of Oogs, but TSM have been good at avoiding them. Super Lucky almost found the double, just saved out by Nasty in the end. He'll be just taking it back. Kaka, that is impressive oversight of the pitch. Originally thought that he might try and take on the midfield of Oogs, but oh no! Another own goal. It's OCE after all, and that is a difficult proposition here for the Oogs.
Yeah, Super Lucky put in the work for sure, but it was Nasty. Just a little bit worried, I want to say, that maybe more pressure was coming underneath, or the bounce was going to find its way through. Panicked touch, ball in own net, and again, it's Uguay and friends playing from behind. It's got to be frustrating, because when they play composed, when they're not panicking, they go toe-to-toe, Yummy. Like, they can keep up, but it's just little mistakes that keep costing them.
Yeah, but also, you know, at least the panic is forced now. It's not just from them being on defense. It's from a couple of good touches from Super Lucky getting that ball down. Realistically, would like to see them positioned behind the net, back post looking forward, but in the end, maybe expected that shot from Super Lucky to be able to get on target. That's why they were positioned underneath it. Just got to figure out how to score now, because they are behind and they have struggled scoring in the last few games. TSM's defense has been too strong for them, and it will seem that it stays that way for now.
Yeah, it's been a recurring theme, and with time whittling away for Uguay and friends, perhaps their hunt for the Dragon Warrior will have to come next year. For now, it will be Zen. Midfield pass across. Shugs instead finds Super Lucky. It's a wizard at ones, but can't get this one through.
Amphis now trying to go for the flip reset. Shugs, he's managed to get a pinch, but Super Lucky was covering the net. Maybe just some surprise plays now coming out from Oogs, as they've got the pressure on and they've got the goal. They've tied it back up.
Yeah, good play. And this is the first time in a long time we've actually seen an extended rally turn into a goal for Uguay and friends through the corner. It was a simple pass, Yummy. TSM just a little bit out of position. A good goal to get. We'll see if they can build off that momentum now. Still in the series, just under 2 minutes left in regulation.
Well, that is say la vie. TSM have now got to work their way back in again. They still need to win this game. We need to win this series quickly, and they do it right there. Amphis will finish it off, but once again, set up by Kaka. 150, one pinch, and one goal.
Goal looked very reminiscent of what was just done against TSM by Uguay and friends right there. However, a little bit faster, a couple more defenders in the way. Kaka and a next level sometimes in those situations. Speaking of which, nearly gets the kickoff goal. Here comes Amphis, puts it, well, looking for the top bin, can't find it. Still a 1-goal game.
Super lucky, has the flip reset, maybe just trying to secure the game right here as Amphis takes it wide. Doesn't want to take too many risks again. They've got the lead. Kako going to keep it in the mix, look for the bump afterwards, but it's a good clear out from Nasty. A tough one here for Amphis. All he can do is get it to the corner, but Super Lucky follows it up from in front. Kako puts the pressure on the touch. Zenulus doing whatever he can on his way back, but it's not going to be enough. Amphis keeps control of the ball.
Yeah, and, well, now Amphis leaves it for Kaka, who does again just get it right over the top of Nasty. This should set up a shot. Good save from Nasty. Diving, keeping Uguay and friends in it. 42 seconds, though. They've got one, maybe two more chances, you would have to think. First, they got to get it out of their own half, though, and TSM will give Nasty some space. Shoes! Where did you come from?
Nasty had full control of that ball. He had boost. He was ready to make a play. And Shugs has absolutely ruined it. This is what we maybe expected from this team at the beginning of the weekend. As I said, maybe less scrims coming out from them. Maybe a more have fun team. And that was case in point right there. I thought there was maybe a chance, but Super Lucky is going to deny it.
Yeah, it looked like green pastures ahead. Instead, it comes back the other way. TSM in 5, 4 games in a row. A slow start, but a strong finish. They're going on to take on Wildcard.
They made sure they got it in the end. They took it in game 5, so not too much of an effort needed at the very end, but maybe not the signs that I was looking for, since they need to be able to take down Wildcard later today.
Yeah, I mean, a Wildcard is always going to be a tough ask. However, the thing about these top 5 teams, and I think, CJ, you might agree with this, they have that next gear sometimes that they bust out against the best players in the region. Do you think you saw something from TSM that tells us they still have that next gear that they're ready to bring out?
Well, just firstly, before let's talk about the elephant in the room. Just thought maybe I'll put a jacket on after this and just keep getting more and more dulled up as the day goes on, boys, because it is business day. But yes, look, I was impressed. I was impressed with Uguay and friends. I think they actually kind of rattled TSM at the start of that one, as I was getting changed. But once they kind of found their mark, once Super Lucky stopped hitting the crossbar, it was pretty comfortable for TSM there, Yummy.
I also have one question for you, CJ, because you were definitely listening to us. Somebody in chat said that they thought one of us had a French accent. Who do you think they're referring to? Which one of us has a French accent?
Actually, now, usually when someone says funny accent, it's obviously formal because he doesn't sound Australian, but French accent? Who said that?
Somebody else yesterday also said that I had a British accent, so I think I'm lost right here. I'm in the wrong country.
I think you are the French UK person, but good start from TSM formally. Are you concerned about dropping a game and nearly dropping maybe 2 games against Uguay and friends, or are you confident in them?
I'm actually still pretty confident in TSM just because of the middle of that series. Like, while yes, they weren't running up the score, you have to remember it was 2 games in a row where Uguay and friends only put 3 shots on target. They also never really scored a goal by their own merit. That's not true. Okay, they had the kickoff goal. They had a couple own goals going their way, and then it wasn't until that last game where they got one through the corner. So defensively, TSM I still think looked very strong, and they're going to need that strong defense against Wildcard.
Yeah, they've got a big day ahead of them, Yummy.
Yeah, I think they just needed to maybe step up a little bit more, or maybe have a little bit more experience realistically against the top teams. And again, now that they're out, I just wish they had a couple of more events to show us what they've got. But it was a pleasure watching the likes of Shugs and Nasty as well, who we haven't seen too much on this stream, go to work, and hopefully we see them again next season.
Yeah, great to see a couple of new players on Championship Sunday, but we've still got TSM alive in the competition. We still are trying to work out who will be our second team to the final major of the year. Another massive series coming up next. We've got Chiefs taking on Fine in the West.
Welcome back. One game in the books, but from this point moving forwards, every single game we have on stream of our final regional of the year here in OCE, it comes with those massive major and worlds implications. CJ, I am glad you suited up. I'm glad you're looking nice right now. I saw people in the chat said you're copying my fashion sense, and I have to admit I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I think just what is it, a pale shirt? Is that your
Yeah.
You kind of go for the pattern look. I don't think I've suited up
formal,
though. I've certainly
he
shirted
did his
up.
hair, so
Yeah. Look, the camera makes it look messier than it is. That's you know.
Hang on.
think
How
there's
is that? How can the camera make it look messier than it is?
it just adds 10 pounds to his hair.
Yeah,
How about you send?
Exactly,
How about you
just
send a
adds-
photo then? Take a selfie and send it into the Twitch chat maybe, so you can prove that it doesn't look like that.
I think you just gotta find me. Actually, no, don't find me in person. Let's avoid that right now. Let's get ready
Find your
for
address.
this next game. We have Healthy Chiefs versus I'm Fine in the West. Again, this is playoffs, guys. Serious moment, serious game. Loser of this matchup, they're eliminated. Their season is done.
Well, Fight in the West, they still have a tough journey because they have to win the entire event in order to qualify for Raleigh, and probably even harder for them to qualify for Worlds. But, you know, the Chiefs, they're expected to make it. They made the last major. They disappointed themselves and the entire region, so they're hungry to get another chance as well, because I think everybody can agree they probably should have done a lot better.
Yeah, I mentioned it before that Fiber was absolutely ready to go. He said this is what they live for, these kind of days. But it's one thing to talk about how excited and how pumped you boys are. I want to see it on the pitch.
I also have noticed, though, with like every regional, Fine in the West does seem to take one or two series off one of the top teams and kind of mix things up. It's almost in their nature to kind of pull off that surprise upset. They haven't done so yet this one. They can still do it. Like, even if the Chiefs are feeling like they're loving for the moment, I feel like the Westies live for it too. And I mean, they're just as motivated.
Maybe that's why they forfeited in the Friday round, so that they could keep their win against the top team for an actual playoff match. That being said, you know, I think they're in with a chance. They've taken down the Chiefs as one of those teams. They've taken down the Wildcard in the past, so they've got the ability. We just haven't quite seen them string it together. And if they're going to do it, it's now that they've had 3 events under their wing.
Yeah, it'd be this day as well where we see just an absolute upset, which is, I guess, what you're going for, Yummy. It's kind of OCE. It wouldn't be OCE without one of these days, and it's either an I'm Fine in the West upset that make it all the way through to the grand final, or it's a TSM beating Wildcard in the semi-final to really throw things off. I think we're going to expect the unexpected today, but not here. I'm going the Chiefs.
Yeah, I think there has to be an upset somewhere today. Well, at least an upset for me. Maybe Power versus Chiefs. If that occurs, then we'd see an even matchup. But I think this is where the upset could happen. We've seen it before, and we'll see if it happens today.
All right, so if you're going with I'm Fine in the West, though, Yummy, who is the player on that team who comes through in the big moment? Because if we go off yesterday, Rez seems to be the one who is starting to peak right now when it matters the most.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a fantastic split. He's looked incredible for it. But I think if they kind of take down a team like the Chiefs, it has to be Laxon. He has to have one of those days. If you talk about coin flip players, for me, that's Laxon. He can be the best player in the region, or if he falls a little bit short, it might not be enough.
Let's do it. Let's get this one underway. We're 1 series down, 1 best of 7 down, and we are kicking it off with a big one. 2 teams that are still in the race for Raleigh. 2 teams with their fate in their own hands.
We head into the match, and Chiefs have all the weight of expectations on them. In the West, they have probably a lot less expectations, especially from the crowd, but themselves, there's some experienced players. Scrub in particular has been overseas quite a lot in the past and wants to return.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he can have another date with International Rocket League. I know that's kind of the goal of OCE is to escape the clutches of OCE and really try your hand at the best teams, the best players in the world, particularly these days in Rocket League 2025, Yummy. It is super competitive. One of the reasons why I decided to get out of there a few years ago. I saw this happening. I saw how close the competition was going to be, and I didn't want a part of it.
Yeah, well, it could have been 6 teams fighting for majors and worlds, or 5 teams fighting for the second spot if Wildcard were still as dominant as they are. So it could have been interesting. Could have had some other players not retire, and we would have had an incredibly strong region in terms of maybe a top 8 all fighting for just 2 spots. But at the moment, these guys have worked their way through the field. They've had their second place for the Chiefs in the first event, so that's why they do have the advantage in the point standings. But that all doesn't really matter. It all comes down to how they can perform today. There's not going to be any kind of point bonuses from the past that helps them get over the line, especially if they have to take down Power, who are currently sitting at number 2.
I think Hunter just missed a pretty wide open net for potentially the first goal. Let's hope that's not a pattern if you are a Chiefs fan, or, well, just for the sake of good Rocket League, I'd say. We did see perhaps Hunter not quite finding his mark, but this man has been last event and this weekend. Raziers is on and he strikes first.
We've been waiting for this for Raziers, the EU import, for a while, and he came to fruition in this second split. The Raleigh major split, and well, he's hit that shot. Hunter's struggled a little bit with his shooting across the last couple of events, and Fiber almost got that past Laxon, but for now, Chiefs the early advantage.
Yeah, strong start. We want to be really getting off the mark to a flyer. TSM really did it in that previous series, and it could have easily been 2-2 because it was tied up late in game 4 in that one, so they'll be happy to be moving on, but starting in this one is going to be super important for both teams. That's a big mistake from Laxon. Fiber with a 50. Laxon's now just trying to work the ball across. He has been dunked, and Scrub's caught in net. Oh, the shooting's on, but Scrub's save is even better. How has he done that?
He was getting chased. I think he even got bumped by Hunter and still manages to get that save. That could be a very crucial moment in this first game, especially if they could get that pass across. No, just too much power.
Too much power on that occasion, but this is better. I'm on fine in the west. Raziers pops across. There's 2 teammates underneath, and Hunter's just ground pinched out. It's going to come back even quicker though, and Scrub's ready for the redirect. Fiber, maybe get a hand on it just to stop at the speed that ball was going at. Looks controlled in the corner. Been demoed. They're trying to pick up the pace here, fine in the west. Trying to really force a bit of magic here. 90 seconds, still time. They don't have to overcommit now, but they have set up. Oh, I would love to see a pass there from Rez. He goes to solo instead, and he gets dunked away, but he did have an option near post, Yummy.
He probably want a softer touch too. He ended up getting it just on the half volley. Sent it too far away from him to even follow up for the solo play either. 100% right. In the early part of this game, we'd like to see some team plays. It's surprising they didn't expect that could beat the defenders. When you've got Laxon on the ball, he's always able to generate an opening. They just didn't trust in him that time.
Still time. Fine in the west. There's been a lot of forward half dominance from them since conceding that first goal. There's a nice fake. Could this be the chance? Fiber's throwing himself. Chiefs very low on boost. Raziers half a tank in net. Scrub, can he fire? Can he find the bump? Raziers has done really well there, and Fiber with boost launches it downfield. They can breathe.
Being the difference maker here for not just TSM, but now the Chiefs has been their ability to avoid bumps and demos coming out from Fine in the west, but haven't been able to generate that open net just yet from the demo, and they've got 20 seconds. A pass across. Rez was looking for something a bit more central. Will get the follow-up, but he goes straight for the shot, and that even leads to a demo on Scrub, who had to slow down. Maybe one last chance again. Hunter avoids the bump, manages to keep it out. 3 seconds remaining, and it looks like Chiefs are going to take game 1.
Yeah, no boost for Scrub, and Hunter secures game 1 every time. Last man from the Chiefs came in clutch, avoided the bump, and held a clean sheet. That's a strong start from the Chiefs, but Fine in the west, they were coming.
Fine in the west, maybe had a couple of moments there. I really like their their attempts to go for that kind of slow play with the demo backing it up, but they weren't quite ever able to get that successful. As you kind of pointed out, CJ, maybe a little bit more passing play in front of the net could be another option for them to open it up.
Yeah, particularly now that they've kind of been exposed to the demo plays, the Chiefs, that's when you can throw that pass. They're probably expecting that guy sweeping across net, grabbing boost, to be looking for a demo. But if he just stays around for a passing option and kind of adopt what Wildcard do, probably better than anyone else. Obviously, they are the best team in the region, but I love the way they mix it up from going for demos to just, going for redirects downfield, trying to cherry pick. And we didn't see too much of that from Fine in the West, but there was the option for it.
Head into game number 2. Raleigh on the line. Chiefs were a front runner. Find themselves in a difficult position after losing to Power yesterday. Sorry, Wildcard yesterday. Finding themselves in the lower bracket. Have to make the long run. Maybe able to do it here as got another chance of attack. Hunter ends up faking out in the end. Raziers has to backflip. They got to get back to defense now.
Yeah, you got to be close to that one, Raziers, but I do like the play from Hunter. Still feels like Chiefs played a lot more defense than they'd like to be playing. Not known as a team that just sits in net and holds on a 1-0 lead. I don't think they would love to be in those situations either, but a clean sheet is a clean sheet. Raziers throws it across. Rez is right there. Great speed. Hunter in net, though. Counter-attack. Have to get back in time, and they won't be able to. End-to-end, Fiber scores.
A quick turnaround from the Chiefs. Rez just hits that straight towards the net, hoping for the bump. And even if there is a bump opportunity in play, you gotta hit it somewhere off to the side. Otherwise, that's going to happen. 1-0 lead again for the Chiefs.
Yeah, they just had to keep that one out of trouble. Couldn't find it on that occasion. Couldn't do so. And still, just over a game of Rocket League played, and yet to see a goal on the board from Fine in the West. So, I mean, at what point, Yummy, does that get in your head? Do you start thinking about it? They're just not able to break that deadlock.
I just think at some point you got to change it up. As you said, you can't just always go for the bump play and being one-dimensional. I talk about it all the time. You just can't be one-dimensional in Rocket League. It's a game of predicting what your opponent are about to do, and they've made that too easy so far. And the Healthy Chiefs have pretty much avoided every demo so far.
Well, as you're mentioning that, they did throw the infield pass, but they've still got to make the most of those opportunities. The shot was near post and was offline in that occasion. There's a throw downfield, but Five was able to scoop it up. Tell you what, the third man from Chiefs has been really doing a lot of work here, but Five didn't really catch the ball the way he wanted to. Hasn't been able to transition it out. Now he has, though, with the infield pass, and Scrub has to make the save. He has found Rez. Can work it down the other end. He's got no boost. They're just a little bit disconnected at the moment, Fine in the West, and that's being the difference.
Just case in point in that play. I mean, Rez never communicated, or they never really played off the fact there was no boost. The follow-up play was not possible, and that's what led to all this pressure. Rez panicking in front of the net. Finals nerves getting into him, not to the Chiefs, because that's a close pass play, and Fiber right in the best position to score it.
Yeah, there's the difference. The synergy, the connection is on for the Chiefs. When they do get these half chances, they're making the most of them. It's Fine in the West still, as we mentioned, yet to find the back of the net for his Fiber. A lot more space as well you're seeing here, just for the Chiefs to get to work. The demo comes through, which will end the attack. Could have been a great option, but Raziers working it off ball. Scrub, it's nice from him. There's low boost from Fiber and net if they can make him awkward enough. Rez with a shot on. It just feels like there's one person attacking and the other two don't really want to be a part of the action here, Yummy.
Yeah, I mean, it's because they're going for the wide rotation every single time. They're so focused on that bump play, using all their boost, and if you've got one person going for the bump and one person on the ball, what can the third man do? They can't really risk going in, because it's going to be a long time before the first player rotates back who's going for the demo.
It's probably why their best chances have come late in games when they are just throwing that three-man offense when they've got nothing to lose. But right now, it's not quite working. 90 seconds. Here's Raziers. Looking to keep the ball in. The Chiefs. Takes a low 50, loses it back. That time Fiber just a little bit close to the action. Rez going to work it up. Oh, and finds a pinch, but so much space. The Chiefs are just dominating that defensive half and getting it out way too easy.
I feel like there's always going to come a moment in any series that Laxon's in where he starts, I'm going to be a little negative-sided on this, taking it by himself, you know, just starting to go solo over and over again. And that hasn't started yet. There may come a time soon. I'd like to see him at least be attempting some solo plays while still looking like the team player he has been at the moment. But it's been a little bit sort of banal at the moment. Hasn't been able to put the pressure on. That's what Laxon is there for, to create a solo play, to create an opening. Still hasn't attempted that.
And Braziers is pretty much dominating so far. Look at these 50s. This is going to be open if he finds it. No great rotation back from Rez. You can see Fiber chilling. These guys are really looking to hold on to this 2-0 lead and only sending one forward. You can just see how deep this third man's sitting as well, Yummy. There's just a safety net right now for the Chiefs. It doesn't look like finding the West. They're going to find any way through.
Doesn't look like it. 10 seconds left on the clock. A goal needed to be scored essentially right there. Chiefs going to shut that one down. Razier's getting the extra touch to make sure that they don't have the opportunity. Well, I guess technically 1 second is enough.
Certainly. I mean, it's, well, I say certainly. Probably not for this one, but maybe some momentum into the next game. We'll see if they go to delayed kickoff, though, just to keep this ball up. They've got to find a way. They've got the double, and Laxon try to roll straight through it in the end. Ball down. Chiefs take the first two, and probably, I don't even want to say that's a positive for finding the West to score there, Yummy, because, oh, well, I was going to say maybe they don't call the timeout. Maybe they think, oh, here we go, but they have called the timeout, which I do like seeing, because they really were struggling to find the net.
Yeah, at least they do get one goal on the board. I was starting to worry because they hadn't scored at all across the two games, but hard to really sort of take that goal into full account either, because it was in the last second of the game where people start changing the way they play. They need to figure out this kind of regulation play. They need to start being more varied and unpredictable. It can't just be the same play over and over again, especially when the Chiefs look like they're expecting it. They've scrimmed against them way too many times to be surprised.
Yeah, they look like they pretty much have a pretty good stranglehold on finding the West at the moment. They know what they're up to. They're watching the demos, watching the plays, and as we said, if they can mix it up, I think there's options there to just find that extra pass, or perhaps, as you said, it's just give the keys to the kingdom to Laxon and just let that man cook. We know what he can do with the solos, but right now they're not threatening enough, and they're just not getting through that final defender.
So we head to game 3. We know the demos aren't working. We know that we've got Laxon in the tool shed. We know that we've got Scrub, who can be really a fantastic first man in terms of setting up the play. And Shaw's has been great all split. We just need to see one of them, maybe two of them, to step up. But for me, I said it at the beginning of the series, I said it in the last game, we got to see something from Laxon. It's so weird seeing him just going for demos and not like trying to even create a play.
We'll see if this timeout can shift some things up here for finding the West. They'll need to get going right now. This is pretty much season on the line, this game. Not elimination point just yet, Yomi, but they want to be bringing this series back right now against the Chiefs. I know we see some reverse sweeps in OCE, but they're still pretty unlikely. So let's see what they can do off the timeout. Kicking it off here. It is a kickoff win for the Chiefs with a reset. Razier's looking to put the heat on, and already this kind of feels like the game's gone up a notch.
Quick start to this one as Scrub just goes to the outspeed on Fiber. And Razier's the double dunk. So hard to beat. He's got so much presence on the ball. His 50s have been a very important part for Chiefs to get down the field. An opportunity though. Shot on. Double save from Razier's after he got bumped to the backboard.
He got bumped and he just floated there with the double save. This man is having the series of his life right now. How? We're going to have to need it. I have to see that from his perspective because that was ridiculous that he's recovered to save that. Somehow, Fine in the West haven't scored.
Unreal from Raziers. What a player to step up here in the Raleigh major split. Really, really desperately wants to go back. Speaking of it, he's back on the ball. Maybe trying to set something up right in front of net. He's got 3 touches this time. The man can't be stopped.
Yeah, he's cooking. He's doing absolutely everything for the Chiefs. Defensively, offensively, and this time he's completely caught them napping 2 players in the front post. Raziers has worked it around both of them. First goal to the Chiefs. Fine in the West. What a disastrous start.
Not what they wanted after a timeout. But you gotta give some credit down to the other end. Raziers getting an immaculate save, then a goal, and now a second one for Fiber. It gets even worse for Fine in the West.
You can see Hunter. He was just chasing Rez on the backboard, but gee, he's got to just commit at some point. Again, I'm getting shades of Shopify Rebellion. That shadow defense front post, Yummy. The worst thing you can do is not challenge when you've got teammates behind you because pretty much all you're doing is putting yourself in the same spot as those that are back post or waiting in net. And right there, Hunter was able to get to work, finds the pass, 2-goal lead to the Chiefs, and they are well and truly on their way to a semi-final the way this is going. Oh, here we go again.
We saw this from Laxon yesterday. He just needed a bit more boost in order to catch up to that ball, but he was getting dunked into his own net yesterday. That time, maybe against some teams that are not quite as solid as healthy Chiefs. You cannot be giving up freebies here.
I mean, have another one. Have another one. Floodgates right now. This is really worrying. Well, more than worrying right now for Fine in the West. They come off the timeout, Yummy, and I've never seen them look further apart from each other. They're basically just fully trusting whoever's on the ball to beat multiple opponents, and that is not happening against the Chiefs. They're defensive. Their challenge game has just been A1.
Well, this is where... Oh, my goodness, Fiber. This is where you start thinking about whether we introduce forfeit rules into RLCS. 4 goals in 1.5 minutes, and not really any opportunities for Fine in the West either. Been a lot of plays, CJ, where you kind of pointed out in terms of their back post and front post positioning, but a lot of plays where the first man is forcing the second and third to have to stop and slow down. It's even making them really susceptible to the demos. It's slowing down all of their attacks, and you've just got to figure out a little bit of that communication, or at least to have that first man go a little bit more. Yeah,
just nothing's flowing right now for Fine in the West, and whoever's on the ball has a different idea to those behind. Right now, it's Chiefs pretty much in flow state. Raziers, he has completely led from the front. If he doesn't save that first goal, perhaps this game right now, Yummy, is a completely different story. But since that save, since scoring first, it's been one-way traffic off the timeout. Fiber's using his time, and Chiefs, they're just looking quick around the field and looking more polished.
Raziers with the 2-goal swing, but it really feels like it's inspired this team and maybe put some frustrations into Fine in the West. Still unable to score after this timeout. They were struggling to score before the timeout too. Just the 1 goal in the last second of the last game across this entire series. I think, CJ, the one thing that I'm always impressed by for teams in OCE is if they can defend without giving up too much offense. We've had some defensive teams in the past that kind of just wait and hope that their opponents overcommit. But Chiefs seem to be defending incredibly well and still getting their own opportunities at the other end.
Yeah, this is the best I've seen Chiefs play, and I don't know how much credit I should give to them, or perhaps it's the Fine in the West not playing well, but I think their decisions have been fantastic. Even their Raziers getting demoed, but they're just hitting the ball to awkward places for Fine in the West, and they're really not giving them any chances on net. Even right here at Scrub with 0 boost, and they're buying time for their teammates. It's fantastic to watch.
Here's a goal. Rez will get on the board. But I don't know if that's going to be enough time for the next 3 goals as well. Laxon faking out the double. Raziers didn't have any boosts. Maybe a little sign here, even if they can't win this game, that they're back with at least the chance to score.
That was the first mistake from Chiefs, as I was mentioning their synergy. It was just Fiber cutting across Raziers for no reason, really. Raziers was low, which is why Hunter wanted to help out, but all he did was cut and lose possession instantly. So, bit of a misplay there from Hunter. His first one, really, of the series so far. The first big mistake from the Chiefs altogether, and fortunately enough, they're still 3 goals up.
Very fortunate with 27 seconds left. I think they're going to be on match point and feeling confident that they can close out the series in just 4 games. Something that even our other side of the bracket, we expected kind of would be the 4-0 game today, couldn't manage. And Scrub, one last chance on the play. Over to Rez on the right-hand wing, but takes the ball away from him. Will they be able to finish it? No. Goes to the ground. Chiefs on match point.
Yeah, this is, as you mentioned, unexpected. I thought these teams coming into today were certainly looking closer together than this. I'd say with the pressure on Chiefs as well. I know both teams are obviously fighting for that major spot. Chiefs a little bit closer in the points. I would have expected perhaps Chiefs to be a little bit nervous just with this first series of the day, knowing just how important it is with the season on the line, major spots on the line. But right now, this is the best they've played. So perhaps, as Fiber was mentioning earlier on socials, you can step up under the pressure, and this is what they play for. This is the day that you want to be in, and you want to be in contention.
I'm not surprised by that. I've sort of talked about it a little bit, especially in the first split, that there is so much pressure on the likes of Raziers, who's moved to Australia, and I'm thinking that he would be the one to maybe crumble under. But he always stepped up in those moments. Fiber has recently overseas had some great performances, and it looks like that's only going to continue. It's only a staple for them and an exciting sign for those who want to see them do well overseas.
Beautiful work from our production team to just showcase that Raziers save. He basically just turned himself into a wall off the bump. That was ridiculous. Really made that octane as big as possible in net. And that was the difference in that game, as we mentioned. That was a 2-goal swing. And here we go. Will it be a sweep for the Chiefs? Which is really, could not ask for a better start the way they've played in each and every one of these games. Can find in the West mount a comeback. We've seen this before. We've seen teams look absolutely dominant, yummy, and then out of nowhere, the momentum swings and we head to Game 7.
Some good defense coming out from Fine in the West early on. After what was a really good attack from Raziers. What a pass from Fiber. Looks like he originally wanted to go for a shot or a flip reset, but ended up finding a great angle. Opportunity is going to be going the way of the Chiefs, but could be quickly turned around here from Fine in the West. Laxon getting outpaced and a half by Hunter. 50 not going Scrub's way either. Laxon will collect. This is the man who can take the ball around the corner, who can beat out everyone. Almost got the bump on Fiber.
You could see him looking for the wall dash. He had no boost, but was so quick to nearly find the bump there. Raziers just going at absolutely everything. Hunter this time ready. Still does feel like Chiefs been one step ahead. Almost feels like Chiefs as well are more ready for the passes coming through from Fine in the West than whoever's the teammate is waiting for it in the orange team. The throw downfield, Laxon has to go. He's got to look for the psycho. Obviously respected by everyone, knowing it is Laxon. Beautiful catch from Fiber. He's beaten 2 on the ball. If he can find a 50, could be a goal. It's open, but Raziers, unfortunately, too close for the Chiefs.
Yeah, well, just pinched a bit too hard. Raziers was waiting for that pinch, but just goes flying a little bit past him. Otherwise, it could have been the first goal for the Chiefs. Great 50 for the Chiefs to follow that up. Raziers even getting an extra touch. Didn't think he'd be able to catch up with that ball, but that makes it difficult now for Fine in the West. They've got to get it to the other end, and they've got the opportunity to do just that as they collect boost from both sides. Hunter caught backwards. He'll collect it, gets bumped for his troubles. You see this is always somebody quickly filling the gap when somebody gets bumped away from Healthy Chiefs.
That's probably the first challenge that I've seen right there. Raziers hasn't won, and Probably something that has been lacking in OCE. There's an open net, though. There's the first goal. Hunter just finds space, and you can see Scrub, their third man. He just flipped up to the ball. Hunter way too quick, and that's wide open.
Laxon may have been able to get back if he was expecting that one, but he had his two teammates trying to intercept that play. But as I said, anytime somebody from the Chiefs seem to get beaten, there's instantly somebody on their side to fill that gap. That time it was Hunter after Fiber got beaten in a 50. And it's worked out beautifully for them. Halfway through Game 4, Chiefs almost on the verge of surprising us with a very clean 4-0.
Yeah, this was completely unexpected. We probably thought the first series, as you mentioned, would have been the sweep 4-0 that the Ugs were able to take a game there. See Hunter to the side. He had low boost, but Fiber, look at the speed, and they have completely overcommitted. It's not the time to throw the kitchen sink. I mean, still 2 minutes left.
It was way too much time for this. I don't know what's happened to Scrub in that play as well, because he went diving past the ball and missed it by about 10 miles. Impossible given the pitch is probably only about 200 meters long, but he missed it by that far still. And that's what left the net completely open. Desperation from Fine in the West, and I can't see them honestly bringing back this game.
It's just another level showcase right here by the Chiefs, and I know they've had some pretty good performances, some grand final appearance here, but I just feel like I haven't seen them be a level above these kind of teams either. But right now, this has been the most dominant against another major contending team that we've seen the Chiefs.
You certainly had maybe moments of that. Or, you look back to a couple of events ago where, a lot of us, CJ, predicted Chiefs to beat Wildcard in the final because of how good they were looking. I think that was event 1 of this split. But they're looking at that sort of same level of form now. Great signs against Fine in the West. I think Power is a step above Fine in the West as well, so we'll be looking towards that series, it seems, whether they can live up to a more synergistic team in Power. Is that on? It is going to be wide, but 40 seconds left. There's still not really any time for Fine in the West.
This is the best series I've seen Braziers play since he's been down here in OCE. It might not look it on the scoreboard post-game, but I don't think I've seen him really make a mistake. He might have lost at 150 throughout this entire series. He has been flawless so far setting up his team.
CJ, he should be winning every 50. Sorry.
He should be, but I don't know if you agree with that, Yummy, but he has just been absolutely fantastic. He's
had some great Saturdays, which obviously you didn't want to watch, but yeah, this is probably his best performance on a Sunday so far. First series, but usually as an individual, you keep that same level performance across a single day. And that's great signs for the Chiefs. They take it 4-0, a convincing, dominating win. Fine in the West. That's the end of their season.
And they throw a few GG's, good lucks in the chat. Great sportsmanship shown from both sides there. But as you mentioned, that'll be Fine in the West's last match here in the 2025 season. Formal, that was an maybe an expected result, but in the way that Chiefs won was certainly not expected for mine.
I mean, it is a little bit unexpected because Fine in the West, I think, have been such a competitive team until this series. It's a little bit of a shame, and I don't think reflective of how strong they've been throughout, this last split, and seeing them go out like this is a little bit sad. But at the same token, for the healthy Chiefs, yeah, maybe it's a surprise, but it's the exact performance that you want to see from them, right? Like, this is what we were expecting maybe at the start of the split. Braziers now showing that import status, how these OCE players should be playing the game. Fiber having his pop-off moments. This is, I think, the Chiefs starting to finally realize that their potential, and at the most opportune moment as well.
I think most importantly, it was not like anything too flashy. It was good, consistent play style. It was strong 50s, and most importantly, something that we don't see too much of OCE, really solid defense. So good signs to them. They will be up against Power later on, and Power have been very good at boost stealing and kind of maintaining control in the offense. So that's going to be maybe the one last question that needs to be answered before they can make the major.
It could be, depending on how the results of the next match go. Look, TSM and the Healthy Chiefs, they each got the win to keep their hopes alive, and they each have to do it one more time. A lot more drama here in our final regional, so stay with us. Wildcard versus TSM when we come back.
It's the final event of the season, the Raleigh Major on the line, and we head to the semi-finals where everything's still at stake. It's rare to have this opportunity in OCE. It's often completely decided by this point, but now TSM have their destiny in their own hands. They have to take down Wildcard, the kings of OCE. Is that going to be possible?
It's a tough ask, Yummy. It always is a tough ask, but like, again, I'm just looking at the scenarios as a whole. It's kind of rare that our second seed actually gets determined by a team winning at the end, like having to win the series to secure it. We're going to get that no matter what, CJ. And I think if TSM can beat Wildcard, we then have 3 teams all needing to win this regional to make it to the major.
Yeah, why not? I mean, the important thing for them, for TSM, is to not get too ahead of themselves if they are able to win this series. But, you know, this is a massive mountain to climb first against Wildcard. Probably the time to play them, mate. I think once you get to the grand final, you're not beating Wildcard. But we saw Scrimsworld take down Wildcard in the semi-final, so this might be where they're most susceptible.
We saw a little bit of shakiness out from TSM at the beginning of the last series, but hopefully they've worked the knocks out of that one. And Wildcard, they can also be shaky at the start of a series, so I think if TSM do want to win here, as we get our predictions and chat, give us who you're predicting as well. If TSM want to win, I think they have to do it in the first couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, it is ideally how you would want to see it go, but would be remiss not to remind people what happened back in Regional 4 when these two teams played, and TSM got that fast start, 3 games, in fact. And then Wildcard had that reverse sweep, so it's tough. It's tough to be pulling for TSM in this one, CJ.
Well, I mean, they still won 3 games in a row, one more, and they've swept them, so it would be a completely different story, but yeah, that mentally could take a toll on TSM, just knowing that you have been reverse swept by the team before. Having said that, Formal, you seem like you're pretty happy to go with TSM.
Look, so part of this is for the love of the region, right? Wildcard should be the favorite. They've deserved to be the favorite, but I want the drama of a TSM versus either Power or the Chiefs in the finals for the major. I'm trying to will it so, CJ. I'm trying to will it through. We'll see if that happens, though.
Well, let's do it. First semi-final getting underway right now. Can TSM keep their hopes and dreams alive? Can Wildcard spoil the party? They want to get the 3-peat. They want the perfect split. Let's see if they can get the job done. A massive best of 7 right now.
Yeah, again, when you look at the legacy of this team, it's not just realistically for a perfect split, but it's for 3 out of 4 perfect splits since this team has come together. It's for winning what would be 11 out of 12 regionals since they have come together. That's what Wildcard is playing for, and they're already off to a good start.
Yeah, they're moving. I'm liking the look of this Wildcard lineup. Look how aggressive the challenge game is, and that's a huge double commit. Kaka's coming through. Super Lucky's just cut him off with 0 boost for no reason. Banana Head read him. I don't know how Banana Head knew he was going to do that. But a poor touch from Super Lucky and an easy first goal for Wildcard.
Yeah, and an awkward start all around for TSM, realistically, watching back at that replay. This isn't like Uguay and friends. You can't afford mistakes like that against Wildcard. Something that they have been pretty much known for is just jumping on defensive mishaps. It feels like the entire year that's been their bread and butter through players like Banana Head and through Fever. So TSM, they look very disciplined on the defensive side before. Maybe they're still adjusting to the faster pace that Wildcard's going to be throwing at them. Another quick shot, that's nearly in.
Love the touch from Torsos just to keep it in. Right now it looks like Wildcard were the team that played the warm-up, because we've seen some whiffs already, some double commits coming through from TSM, really trying to force challenges that out of nowhere. That was almost in. That would have been a beautiful way to tie things up out of nowhere, but unfortunately it's gone post and out.
Oh, it looked like everyone was expecting that one to go in too. Cars just kind of stopping to watch and see what would happen. Near miss for Super Lucky. Still Amphis beats 2. Can't get the next touch. Leaves it for Kaka, who can't find it either.
Yeah, he's missed the open, but it was tough to get that one down with the time and space that he did have. Unfortunately, that's 2 goals missed, and Well, Kaka might have not gone on the end of that one as well. Super Lucky's been dusted. Lucky enough gets the bump. Was the shot coming through? Nobody there for now. Torsos with 0 boost uses that Dominus hitbox to launch it to the moon, and Banana Head was ready.
Yeah, but wasn't able to do too much after that as Kaka down the middle, air dribble bump. Torsos, awkward touch, no boost, kind of launched themselves at it. Now it's a good 50 for Lucky. Defense stayed behind it. It was Torsos finding 2 nice touches. Another opportunity. Kaka bumped away, and the defensive bumps right now coming from Wildcard, incredibly disruptive.
Still space. This should be a goal off this play. Torsos has done really well. There's a low boost for Wildcard. They're in trouble. Torsos has bumped it, but this is not great. It's just Fever in net. He's got 0 boost. That had to be a goal, and instead it will be 2-0 Wildcard.
How does Fever do this? 0 boost, squishy, perfect pass down to Banana Head, who, yeah, okay, a little help from the demo. But we were talking about this in the first series before, CJ, with Yummy, how like the difference between like the good and the great defenses is finding those strong defensive touches, finding ways to connect with your teammate after you follow it through, and Wildcard does that immaculately to take the 2-point lead.
This is why it's such a mental game, because you can go one of 2 ways right now as TSM. They are creating fantastic chances. They're just not scoring them. So do you think, oh goodness, it's just not our day? Or do you keep the faith that the goals will come from these opportunities? There's another ground pinch. This one's gone wide. Banana Head's been bumped, but they're leaving gaps down the other end, TSM, and they're just not finishing their hard work.
Look, I think you know the answer to that one as an ex-player. You keep your head down and you keep the belief going. And if I've learned anything about like the OCE fandom this split, TSM seems to have the most diehards at it, but Torsos still got it. Beautiful double 3-0 lead.
Zero nonsense. Amphis was worried about the bump coming through. Banana Head was lurking, but Tors was way too quick in the Dominus. Finds the double, dunks Amphis, obviously his former teammate, and says thank you for the 3rd goal.
3 goals to start this one off, and if anyone was worried that Wildcard might be taking things easy because it's all under lock and key for them, I mean, this game is a statement that no, they are still OCE's raid boss. CJ Demo connects to Banana Head. They won't find the 4th yet, but TSM again on the back foot.
Yeah, look at the pressure from Wildcard. Even their Torsos was 0 boost. He jumped, and for all TSM knew, he had 100 boost and he was going to get that ball. He forces the bad touch, and they have had an answer to absolutely everything right now. Kaka off the ceiling, TSM trying to force things to happen, but the space, the opportunities are all for Wildcard. Super Lucky Awkward finds the touch. No shot right now. Torsos backs off. They've kept a clean sheet for the moment here, Wildcard. Still, there's been so many great chances for TSM to score, to find the net. Wildcard keeps scrambling this defense effectively.
Yeah, it's been great to watch, I think, for Wildcard fans right now with how composed in the scramble they've been. I said Amphis might have something here. Nope, Fever already back. Yeah, it's been Wildcard doing just enough. But the reason why I say composed, despite looking a bit chaotic, was because they're finding the clears back to the other side. They're quickly flipping the map again and again. So TSM also has not looked stable at any point in this series. It's a chaotic match, but that's something that's always been in Wildcard's wheelhouse.
They've been doing really well to control the boost, TSM, but it's not been worrying Wildcard. They're still pushing forward. They're still putting themselves in fantastic spots just to counter this offense of TSM, and is heading towards a clean sheet. Game 1. This is a strong start for Wildcard. They scored 10 seconds in and they kept on motoring. They take the first in style.
Yeah, and for TSM hopeful, not the start they were looking to see. They can take solace in the fact that, okay, well, they dropped the first game to Uguay as well, but Wildcard looking like another beast in this one. If there's, again, TSM had their chances though, CJ. I'm looking at some of the stats. I thought there was less shots than 9 that they put on target, probably less threatening ones for sure, but they still had their chances.
Yeah, they had fantastic chances at that. It was just some enormous saves. There was multiple times where all 3 members of Wildcard had 0 boost, but they kept finding a way out, and TSM with the frustration ended up overcommitting and giving up a goal down the other end. You look at two goal swings pretty much here, Formal, and it could have been a completely different game if TSM found the net.
Yeah, and that's something TSM is going to have to be mindful of going into game 2. If they're going to have the confidence to come back in this one, I'm sure they will, but I'm nervous. I'm nervous not just for TSM right now, but I'm worried as well for whoever has to go up against Wildcard looking like this one. Maybe I'm a little bit worried internationally as well for the teams that have to go up against Wildcard, because another thing we haven't spoken about much, this is the last chance we get to see them before they're playing in the major, CJ, before they're playing at Worlds. And Wildcard wants to be showing, everyone that they are playing at that peak form.
Yeah, they absolutely want to be proving a point, making a statement here. Particularly with the likes of Raziers and some imports coming into OCE, the most competitive season yet. But look at the way they've opened up both games. It's another goal inside 10 seconds. It's another fantastic start for Wildcard.
Yeah, Banana Head, that double, just so threatening, drawing all the defenders more towards that corner, setting up Fever for a free touch on net, can put it anywhere he wants. Fever is just that dude. And we got the 1-0 lead. Great stuff out of the gate again for Wildcard. They're still getting demos. They're still putting, balls close to net. Wildcard, who has warmed this team up? Who are they scrimming? I didn't get a chance to look. They have come out looking 100.
Yeah, they look on. They look like they've got their diet, their sleep, everything absolutely right, and they are motoring right now as Fever finds that touch, nearly gets 2 on it, but every play, look how close Torsos. He had 0 boost, and he's right there following up, finds a perfect infield pass. It was too good for Banana Head in the end. But Wildcard really flexing their muscle at the moment.
I wonder if this sort of, strong play comes from maybe slightly lesser stakes for Wildcard, because they're not the team fighting for that major. They can cut loose a little bit. Don't want to cut loose that much. Scary moment in front of net. No hard, no foul. But they have that little less to play for. Karkov finally gets TSM on the board.
Well, they should have scored beforehand. I have no idea how that shot didn't find anywhere near the net. It skimmed across, but that time it is Kaka opening it up. TSM get their first goal on the board. It could be enough. They've had 3 shots already. They've kept the pressure on. I think they just needed that first goal to break that little mental block they have.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they can find more. Lockie, though, bit of a breakaway. Torsos is there, but so too is Amphis. Wants to center the ball, but yeah, Kaka no boost. Can only center it one more time. It's sort of Lockie and Amphis we're looking to see connect. Lockie fakes the second touch, leaves it for Kaka, who goes for the double. Beautiful second touch. It's a 2-1 TSM lead.
Yeah, Kaka says, hop in, boys. I've got this one. The reset double is fantastic. He just throws himself at that ball. Banana Head can't get there. And the precision is finally arriving for TSM in front of net.
Yeah, they've stolen the slow start narrative maybe a little bit from Wildcard. Game 1's for TSM, awkward. Games 2, well, they start to hit their mark. Still early days, though, in this game. Plenty of time for an explosive attack like Wildcard to find an equalizer. TSM would love 1 or 2 more.
Absolutely would. Really themselves going here. There's the flick. There's a shot. Crossbar down. Fever has to go. Torsos helps out. His boost has still remains to be a bit of a trouble here. That ball won't be in, but Super Lucky can get the follow-up. And there it is. It took 1 goal for TSM to work out how to find the back of the net.
Yeah, poor Fever right there. No boost. No boost pads either. Super Lucky bearing down on you. Had to make a commit to one side or the other. The post was a bit of an unfortunate bounce, and yeah, Lucky all over that. Boost management starting to punish this Wildcard side like you've been calling out, CJ, and that's super promising for TSM.
Yeah, this is what you want for TSM. The shots were always there. They were there in game 1. They had 9-6. Finally, back of the net is being found, and Wildcard, they're really struggling to get 100 boost and keep 100 boost in the tank. That's a nice pop-up. Amphis throws it across. Karko won't be able to get the touch on it. And see the pass back. Amphis keeping it close. Finds 2. Keeping it in awkward spots here for Wildcard. They're playing a lot more defense formal than they'd like.
Yeah, they really are, and that was a little bit of the case in game 1 as well. Some of the bumps, though, starting to come through. Torsos can't stay behind the ball. Vent some frustration, maybe. 0 boost pass to Fever. Yeah, Kakas gets in the way. Finally, with that pinch, actually, we should see Wildcard on the attack.
They're still trying to play this ballistic offense, Wildcard, but more and more times TSM have been ready for it. And even Super Lucky, he was aware of the instant challenge. Instead, he goes to the reset, tries to take it slow. Kakas popped it up. Gives it to Banana Head, but still stays around, forces an awkward touch, and they're really pinning this Wildcard team in at the moment, and they're not overcommitting. That's the big difference so far.
Yeah, no, it's very controlled, and it could be so easy to overcommit as well with that extra goal cushion. Now, it's actually Wildcard overcommitting CJ. Here comes Locky, doesn't get the bump. Fever, miraculous save.
Yeah, just how important could that be? Here's the shot. This has to be a goal for Fever, but that time he misses Banana with the follow. Goes low, and Torsos can clean up. Well, that is the definition of a 2-goal swing. Fever comes up huge in the defense, and the 3-man counter-attack pays dividends.
Yeah, much needed goal for Wildcard right there. And, you know, we just saw a hint of when they smell blood in the water, how they will go, attack the backboard, attack the net. Eventually someone will break through. 1 minute left. If there's any team you would back to find a goal in this situation, it would be Wildcard, yet the ball's rolling on an empty blue side of the field.
Gotta be careful. Gotta be really careful here. Fever, ceiling.
Oh,
Fever
no.
with a chance. Fever one more. This one won't find the net. Can Wildcard keep the pressure on? 40 seconds. Big miss from Amphis, and he has been demoed. Torsos has gone over his head. Ball won't find the target, and Fever's whiffed. Fever's completely whiffed, and that probably is enough to tie up the series.
What happened here from Fever? Just something that's usually so routine for everybody at this level. Awkward moment. Kind of kills the momentum maybe Wildcard was building for themselves. They've had crazy kickoff strats in the past. Not really going to go their way right here. Yeah, CJ, it's looking like we got ourselves a good series here. TSM's going to equalize.
Could have ourselves an absolute doozy the way this one's going. Here's Amphis with a reset, finds 2. Lovely touch shot on. I won't find the net, but down the right end to relieve all kinds of pressure. I think TSM have done enough to tie this one up. It was writing on the wall in the first game as they outshot Wildcard. They just couldn't find the net. There were 2-goal swings everywhere, but this time they strike truly and win by 2 goals. That's a strong comeback and a strong response.
Exactly what I think, you know, fans of Rocket League right now would be wanting to see, fans of the OCE region, not just because TSM won, but, you know, a back and forth series. Again, considering the stakes right now for this TSM team, if they were to play every game like game number 1, it would be a pretty unclimactic fizzle for their season. So they still have that fight. They're starting to connect. Kaka, not the player I would have pegged to get a hat trick there, CJ, but that reset double reminds us why he's on a top team.
Yeah, it just had to be one of them to just go, hang on, let's find the back of the net here and let's get things rolling in this series. And fortunately enough for TSM, it happened in game 2. There was the instant response. They didn't let it get in their heads, as you mentioned, as all good teams should. They kept moving, they kept positive, knowing that they were creating chances. Eventually, they were going to fall. They were going to drop in the back of the net, and it was Kaka, as you mentioned, to get the job done. Beautiful hat trick. Well, a couple of goals on the board for him. Actually, yeah, he does find that. Yeah, 3 out of the 4 goals there. Was super lucky getting the 4th. And, well, we have ourselves a series, I reckon, the way this is going.
Yeah, we do. And I mean, a lot of it is reminiscent a little bit to how TSM took the last series as well, where like game 1, you saw the potential, but just things weren't clicking. A lot of, you know, missed open opportunities. But then games 2, 3, 4, and 5, they just started to click more and more. And I think because the series against Uguay and friends went a lot of the ways that it did, it helps give to that confidence that, like, okay, we play our way, the chances will come, we know how to convert on them. It doesn't matter who our opponents are. Great mentality to have, but for us watching along, CJ, we do have to remember who their opponents are. Wildcard, they've been beaten and bloodied a bit a few times this split, but they always find ways to come through and win the series in the end. So just because it's one game for TSM does not mean the series is done and dusted by any stretch.
And the reason for that is Coach Jimmer, one of the best teams in the world at adapting. Certainly the best in OCE, and there's a double commit from TSM. Fever. It's a beautiful shot on net. It's a whiff, and Amphis was ready. I didn't think he was missing that. It still could be a goal. Amphis is coming up enormous in net with no boost. Somehow, he knew what we didn't.
Oh my goodness, Amphis just playing the role of dedicated goalkeeper right there. No boost, not allowed to leave the net, but still finds a couple key touches. Now though, with the demos, it's Amphis again, stopping what could have been a breakaway. We're seeing a lot of defensive Amphis. I want to see some attacking Amphis as well. TSM now on the prowl. Amphis with a chance, double touch off the wall. Keeps it in the corner, but can't find the next play.
Torsos won't be able to get on the end of this one. They're trying to force things here, and Amphis is coming off the ceiling. This is peak Amphis. Here we go. TSM are cooking.
Everybody showing up now when it matters. Off the roof, and Amphis redirect. Haven't seen too many of those in a while, but it's great when it comes out. TSM with the lead now in Game 3.
Yeah, that felt like I was watching the Ground Zero Team Power version of Amphis. Sitting downfield, confidence in his teammates, ready for the shot, and he made the most of it. That's his first goal of the series. He's ready to go. Said that's a nice fake here. Wildcard. All of a sudden, the pressure has swung around onto them.
And it has another shot. This time Fever, though, is back for the save. Amphis now wants to find Kaka. They connect through the corner. Fever underneath, stays behind the ball. Then lets it get away from themselves. Lockie and Banana Head, 1v1. Not quite. Amphis was there too. Might have to make the save, but it's Lockie who keeps getting it in the way. TSM's defense holding strong.
Wildcard want to play that close, tight-knit game, but what TSM are doing really well is spreading the field when they have the option, and that's why it led to that Amphis goal. They just slung it across. They had no one covering the infield pass or the crossfield pass there, and I like seeing that width from TSM. You got to get this away from this tight, close, zero boost, insta challenge gameplay that Wildcard are doing. And Fever's in a little bit of trouble. He has to throw it on the backboard. Banana Head with the boost spawn. Amphis keeping it as close as possible just to buy time for his team. Torsos is looking to get effective downfield. Oh, no. He's actually faked everyone out. He's done everything there, Torsos. He stole the boost and then just rolled around the backboard.
Oh my goodness, and yeah, just causing a little bit of confusion. Kaka thinks it looked like it was going for a pass to Torsos, starts to rotate that way. Shot winds up behind him. Well done. An absolute menace from the oldest RLCS player. My goodness, Torsos does it again.
It's just the confusion that he was creating there in the Dominus. Led to that one. Fever covers the infield. Nice demo from Banana Head. Will completely open it up for Torsos. He does have Banana Head across. He's going to find one more. He does find one more. Banana Head finds bottom corner, but the save from Amphis might be in down the other end. Is Fever getting back to it? Just Amphis tries the pre-jump. Still 1-1.
How does Fever always seem to get back at that last possible moment? Every single time you think you have a breakaway, Fever just gets there. Again, one of the smartest players in the region at kind of knowing limits of a play. Granted, that one maybe was a little bit lucky, but still, 9 times out of 10, Fever is just going to be the thorn in your side. Fantastic player, and that pinch was terrifying.
Super lucky before with a casual triple flip reset out of defense. As you like, that's a nice reset pass in the middle by Fever. It's Fever and Banana Head combo linking up once again. Torsos with the challenge, super lucky underneath. Kaka is downfield. He doesn't have a one-on-one. If he goes quick, it's a beautiful pass. Banana Head quick enough. Is Amphis going to get there? It's off the ceiling. It's rolling down. That time, TSM can't strike. Still no go-ahead goal. As I say that, I thought Torsos might have been able to put that one away. Wildcard looking to press in the final minute.
Yeah, that they are. Banana Head pass down. Fever post. Oh, it looked good. Another chance with the pressure from Banana Head, but it's Super Lucky who finds the save instead. 35 seconds. TSM gives themselves a bit of breathing room. Maybe they go on the hunt.
Banana Head still with a boost. Where does Amphis go? Goes near post. He's actually nearly got around everyone with just the direct play that somehow completely fooled the Wildcard defense. 20 seconds. They hang on. Still 1-1. Do we get overtime? Is there any late magic? It is down the right end for Wildcard. Fever looking to catch. Has been dunked. Super lucky right there. Corner double. Won't come off. Kaka in the midfield pressing. I think Wildcard might just want overtime right now the way TSM are playing. Just to reset things. They will have one last chance with the dunk, with the play. as Fever whiffs. Perhaps on purpose, but we have overtime.
Yeah, I mean, I think it may have been on purpose, but I don't think he saw the orange name bar underneath them there. Kickoff looks good for Amphis, but Fever does fall back. Again, gets in the way. Amphis wants to play the corner. Banana Head slows it down, and now it could be a wildcard attack, but Super Lucky gets in the way. Torsos has to try and bail him out, gets demoed for their efforts. Free touch for Banana Head does find Fever. A fast and a little bit disruptive overtime, a little chaotic, I should say, as Lucky gets a clear.
They've overcommitted. Fever has to go. Does well. Kaka tries to roll through it. Perhaps had the infield for Amphis. You could see he was waiting for it. This will roll up. Should be pretty safe indeed. It has gone back to Fever. He has a chance. What can he cook up here? He goes to the ceiling, finds a perfect dunk. Banana Head with a shot. Should be a goal, and it's a perfect strike. It's Wildcard taking the lead once again.
Oh my goodness, Fever. That set up 50 off the roof and perfectly down for Banana Head. As strong as Amphis has been playing, I feel like we're also seeing Fever almost returning to some vintage form as well. The Stars showing up today in this important semifinal match, CJ. Great win for Wildcard.
Yeah, and I like this from TSM. Just call a timeout now. Don't want this series to get away from them into a potential 3-1 deficit, having to win 3 games in a row. But things aren't too concerning at the moment for TSM. That game actually had more shots once again. And we saw what that meant after game 1. They then went on to win the second. So I think they should be able to tie up this series formal. They're not looking too shabby at all.
No, I mean, if I'm TSM, I would be very, obviously you didn't get the win, so you're not ecstatic about with how you're playing, but you have to have the confidence that you're on the right course. Again, they're creating the opportunities. They're getting so close at times. They have Wildcard feeling like they're playing off the back foot for a lot of it. Again, it's just a credit to how strong I think Fever has been playing defensively and sort of knowing the limits of when to rotate back and getting back there at that last possible moment. I think against any other team right now, TSM would have won that game very handily, but it's not any other team. It's Wildcard still. Stay the course, TSM. I hope that's the message being sent to them. I worry if they get a little too crazy trying to mix things up right now, Wildcard could take advantage of it.
Yeah, and I think the key metric there is them having more shots on the board than Wildcard. That's a tough thing to do, but if you are having more shots, if you're creating more chances, it's a great sign against the best team that we have seen in OCE history. But, well, they're just not quite able to get that finishing touch. It did go to overtime. They had some fantastic chances in regulation, but there's no huge mistakes. It's just a few little moments, I'd say, where Wildcard are showing their experience and getting the job done.
Yeah, it still feels like this is one of those series that probably doesn't get settled till we go to Champions Field. I'm starting to get that energy from this one, CJ, and I mean, we all know how strong these teams can get when they get to Champions Field. We'll see how it plays out. Last time they've been in the semifinals, that's where it got started. We're still a long way away, though. A lot of turbulence on that flight. We'll see how we go in game number 4.
Yeah, it's all on this game as well. If Wildcard take this 3-1 up, just about be done. Here's Kaka off the ceiling. Actually throws it on net, but Banana Head does well to save it. Super Log, a beautiful pass. There's the opening, and it's a fantastic start off the timeout for TSM.
Straight off the cuff. Good kickoff for TSM and poor Banana Head. Yeah, a little bit of a desperate lunge on 0 boost. Had to go for it. You can't allow free touches in that position, and TSM was ready. They were committing. 3 players forward, 1 goal lead.
Great start. They need to keep it up right now. Tie this series up and really make Wildcard worried about the potential outcome for this one. Here is Banana Head. He's going up. He's looking for the double. He finds the double, but Amphis finds the save. Torsos misses the shot. Fever throws himself. That pinch, I don't think it's going to help Wildcard's chances. Perhaps TSM can get it out now, but they're still low on boost. Banana Head throwing it on. The bump misses. Super Lucky has 100, and Amphis should be able to get this downfield. Torsos, be careful. The Super Lucky's right there. Looking to snatch the shot. No. Kaka almost.
I mean, Banana Head was really well placed, and now it's a really well passed down to Torsos. Tie game.
The finish was even better by Torsos. He had to manipulate his car to get the skim, and he's just doinked it over the top. That is beautiful from our veteran.
Oh my goodness. Every time you feel like TSM seems to be getting the edges in this one. Wildcard playing so strong. Two teams really going blow for blow, which is exactly what we wanted. Still a lot of time left in this one. Wildcard, though, you get that sense. If they take this game, 3 in a row for TSM might be out of their reach. It feels must win for the orange side. We'd love to get that lead back.
They absolutely would. Could mean everything for them here. Banana Head. Fake this one. Kaka throws it up. Fever gets 2, but he's run out of boost for the second. This is going to be awkward defense now. Torsos 0 boost. Fever's still looking to grab some on the way back. He's actually going to turn underneath, but the pass was fantastic for Amphis. Perhaps a little bit too wide. But the offense still has been more of a TSM style of game. She's promising to tie this series up.
Yeah, but you can say the last game was a TSM style of game as well, and still Wildcard found ways to win it now. Wildcard, though, they're not really going to be able to turn this one into an attack straight away. Banana Head stays with it on 0 boost. It did cause Torsos to press forward, and we'll see if Wildcard can recover. Again, it's Fever off the backboard, left kind of alone to stop the counter attack. Too far back, though, was TSM as well. Both teams giving a lot of space right now, CJ.
Yeah, both teams just knowing how important this next goal will be for the potential outcome, the future of this series. Here's Banana Head, rolls across, doesn't get the touch. The demo's huge. Banana has to get back. The 50 comes through. Fever doesn't get it, but Amphis too close. You could see TSM smell blood in the water, but perhaps they were a little bit overeager. There's the bump. Fever actually gets bumped into the ball, which means the shot doesn't come on target.
I like the idea, though, from TSM, and again, it's reminiscent of the past couple games. They're putting into play. The plays are correct. It's just Fever. Sometimes with assistance, getting in the way time and time again. I mean, it really has been a great showing from the Wildcard member. And now 2 minutes remaining. Still a goal between them. Lucky it's open except for Fever underneath. And he gets it through.
Huge mistake from Torsos. Leads TSM. The goal you can see there, he had boost, he had time, but the bounce was not red, and Fever tries to rip it off the crossbar. Not to be. Super Lucky finds a lead. Huge goal.
You can beat Fever. You just have to have like every single odd stacked in your favor in a play like that, apparently. But hey, TSM forced the issue. They earned that goal. 100 seconds left in this one. Now back on Wildcard to see if they can respond. It's Fever. Not enough power off that redirect.
Yeah, thought he could have had the pass. He's faked the shot. It's another massive double commit. Banana Head has to get back. He knew the trouble straight away when he saw Torsos commit as well. Here is Torsos off the crossbar. Low boost. He kind of wants to fake it for Fever. Does so. The bump gives Fever a bit more space than he perhaps once had. Super Locky's done really well. Look at the time he's killed. 20 seconds to go. Well, minute 20 to go, should I say. Amphis throws it forward. Banana Head has been caught backwards. He's actually missed. He has to turn around and land on it. He's done well, but they need it down the other end here, Wildcard.
Yeah, and I mean, you burn all the boosts in situations like that. It makes it hard to set something up, and yet Fever almost gets something along the roof. Here we go now. Banana Head into the corner. Kaka lets it ride to try and cross up the field. Banana Head and Torsos each still attacking him like vultures. You know, they just want the ball. They want that meat. And here comes Torsos, not able to collect.
Huge whiff there as well, but the shot doesn't land. Wildcard are getting chances. You can see how nervous TSM are. They've overcommitted here off the bar. That's a massive touch from Kaka. He had both touches red. Might have just kept TSM alive. This series is huge. This next goal is huge. Torsos has to worry about the counterattack. 20 seconds. They're going to get a couple more chances on net here, Formal.
That they are. 15 seconds to go. Banana Head can't win the 50. Fever, corner. Nah, can't get it centered either. Good job from TSM to play keep away. 5 seconds chance for one more shot if they can get to the ball. But TSM, they're doing a great job, finds the ground, and we are tied 2-all.
That's an enormous win. Tie the series up. They lose that. They're facing triple match point instead. They are dead even with the best team in OCE. Fantastic response. A huge goal coming through, and a couple of rare mistakes there from Wildcard, which TSM will be looking to really capitalize on. They did that game, and Wildcard, they're feeling the pressure because they've called the timeout straight back.
Yeah. Oh, I love this. I love series like this, CJ. Blow for blow, timeout for timeout. Both these teams recognizing how important momentum is in the middle of this series in terms of pushing it towards the end. I mean, I could see the pendulum continuing to swing back and forth, but at that same token, I feel like this is also 3 games in a row that TSM has played more to their strengths, has played more their style. And yes, they may have had less shots this game than the past couple, but they're still the ones I feel like dictating a lot of the pace.
Yeah, and I think they're making Wildcard overcommit and almost try too hard for their plays, which does lead to counterattacks. It leads to chances down the other end. We're seeing how close Wildcard are sitting in offense, and that's one of the reasons why Torsos doesn't make that touch in the midfield. That's one of the reasons why there is an opening down the other end there for them, because they're trying to really pin TSM in because they know the pressure down the other end. They don't want to be on defense against TSM. And there are some openings for them to capitalize on. So, yeah, fantastic response off that timeout.
And we'll see, though, what Wildcard cooks with the timeout of their own. You said it before, arguably one of the best coaches in this region. In fact, I kind of put them up there at times as the best. It's why they've won that award so many times, Jimma. This is where, you know, Wildcard can tend to thrive. Back and forth matches. They always seem to get the edge after these moments. We'll see if they can do it again. For TSM's sake, though, they need to disrupt that. Again, they're the team that needs to win not just this series, but the next one as well. Even if they get through Wildcard, the job for them is not done. So we'll see if they stay on the course as we get ready for Game 5.
Huge game. Who will move on to match point? Who will head to Neo Tokyo in the best possible condition here? And Wildcard answer back off the timeout, or will it be TSM's day? Wouldn't it just completely open up the major race here for them if TSM can get the job done against the OCE's number 1 team, moving to that grand final?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see where they can find it at the moment, though. It is TSM out the gate with the initial pressure through the corner. Now Super Lucky kind of gets a bit more center with it when trying to read that bounce. Has to slow play. Good little pinch from Fever. Torsos tend to get the follow-up they were looking for. A little bit awkward there. Banana Head has to try to stay behind it now. Actually, no expected challenge from TSM. A little bit surprised by that. Very awkward start to this game.
Like this touch, Fever won't be able to get there. Has to stay down. Torsos knows it. It's a whifty. Kaka with 0 boost. Needs the safety of the wall, or perhaps the help of Amphis. He has been demoed, and Torsos with the solo gets bumped right off it by Super Lucky. Both teams really fighting tooth and nail in the midfield here, Formal. They want it in their own, well, in the other team's defensive third. Right now, neither able to capitalize on consistent pressure.
Yeah, no, they really have been finding those little mistakes, as we are going to see the clear from one corner back to the other. Super Lucky with the boost. Can't get it around Banana Head, not on this instance. Kaka gets past one defender, but not the second as well. Wildcard slowly inching closer, but nothing too crazy. That's a good touch from Amphis.
Banana Head's done well, but he has been dunked. Super Lucky steals the corner boost. The time for TSM to set up some attack here. Gets him in trouble, and he takes the worst possible 50. It's Kaka again. It was him in game 2 to open it up, and he's found the best possible pinch of Banana Head's bonnet.
What a dunk, what a shot, Kaka. We saw this back in game 2 as well. Something that's making TSM so threatening today is the fact that all 3 players are finding their moments, and that was a big one right there. Now again off the kickoff, Super Lucky actually is in a very strong spot to keep some pressure on. Puts the ball up high for Banana Head to try and take it down low. Had to burn all their boosts in the process. It's still Wildcard on the back foot. It's still Amphis looking to be disruptive. TSM, they're looking so much more complete.
They are. They're looking ready to go right here. Torsos finds 2, goes to the crossfade, comes through, shot on. Super Lucky with the save. Caught his name too much so far, but defensively always looking to stand tall as this man. There's the low 50 again. Can't quite get it to work. Torsos, he's been quiet the last couple of games. Beautiful pass though this time. Amphis ready. And the hero down the other end, Kaka, looks to work it down with Super Lucky.
Fever will find Banana Head, but no one has boost underneath, so TSM should take it back. They go for the pass to throw it back the other way. Torsos now, again, trying to slow it down, but it's just been looking very difficult for Wildcard to follow these plays off with any resources, so they just send it all three on virtually no boost, all coming down the field. The attack doesn't really work, though.
Yeah, it's just awkward now, isn't it, for Wildcard? Even their Fever was rotating back. He wanted the mid-boost and turn. It didn't pop up. If he was a millisecond later, he would have got it. Instead, he has to go all the way back, and now TSM are in offense once again. Low boost there. You can see Torsos just with 10 in the tank. It's enough to pop it up to Fever, but it's not pretty, and they need a goal here. TSM 90 seconds away from match point.
At that same token, though, you know Wildcard's the type of team where if TSM makes one mistake, they will get punished. And now Wildcard finally on the attacking side. Still plenty of time to really push and test this defense. They don't need to go all out just yet. However, well, Fever with that touch actually does keep it on the orange side of the field. Wildcard can play their pace right now for this final minute 10.
This is such a mental game. Series is sweating on one mistake, one wrong touch, or one open net for Fever. He just walks straight through the opening that TSM provide, and he finds that equalizer.
I mean, it was Torsos' challenge right there that threw TSM off. Another kind of unexpected challenge from the wily vet. Got underneath it, and Fever ready to put that away. It doesn't matter how long you can keep Wildcard pinned down, CJ. If you give them one chance, they'll score. Same with Super Lucky.
Yeah, same with Super Lucky indeed, and it's beautiful spacing there. Kaka just runs Banana Head to the mid boost. Super Lucky gets a one-on-one with Torsos, and he cannot find the 50 he was looking for. On the other side of things, Super Lucky steps up. Huge goal, minute left.
We'll see how this kickoff goes as Fever looks to chase down into the corner. It's a bit of a swing and a miss. Super Lucky now back up the other way. A third goal could ice it. Banana Head, though, off the backboard. Air dribble bump. Can't get it around Ampus.
Ampus has done well. He's lost his corner boost. Torsos turns. Saves his flip. Finds the dunk. See Fever looking to get involved. Kaka with the 50. It's on net. The bump could be huge. Torsos found it, but Ampus found the ball. 30 seconds. TSM, well, they've made up for that little mistake before, but they have to keep it out of net. You know Wildcard are going to push.
Yeah, here comes Super Lucky. Reset it in! That's going to put this game away. TSM are marching towards a 3-2 series lead.
Well, I said I hadn't called his name much, but superstars don't stay quiet for long. There's two of the biggest goals you'll see against the best team in OCE, and TSM are making a statement. They've got to move on to match point formal.
That they are, and it's a place where they've been here before, but maybe something about today is just feeling that little bit different. Backs against the wall, everything on the line against OCE's best. TSM, they win 2 in a row to give themselves 2 chances to put this away. Oh boy.
That's huge. That is huge. They deny the timeout buff as well. You mentioned the importance of Jimmer, what he can do, how adaptable Wildcard can be. They can change their play style up on the fly, but TSM, they responded. Wildcard found an extra gear, and, well, Super Lucky, he went up another level. There's a reason why we've referred to him as the best player in OCE at certain periods throughout the last couple of years. And he's elevating to that point again. They were 2 huge individual solo play goals off the air dribble. And he is in full flight now. TSM. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy, right? When you think about TSM and sort of the season that they've had and how, quite honestly, an argument can be made. It has been a little bit disappointing compared to the standards and sort of the expectation these players would have set upon themselves. None of it matters if they can come through today. The past 5 regionals and not being able to actually find one, it does not matter if they can win the 6th and most important. And Super Lucky returning to that Super Lucky of from zero, of the one who can take games over and will that team through. This is when you want that player to return. He's done so to get to this point. I'd be remiss not to mention the fact that they'll still have to win the grand final as well and somehow find a way to reset if they can find just one more game against Wildcard. But That involves finding one more game against Wildcard, one of the scariest teams to face when their back is against the wall as well.
I mean, if they can beat Wildcard, then why can't they beat any team in this region? They'll be super confident going into that grand final, but this next 5 minutes, they need one more. This is the biggest game of their season. Can they do it against a team that no one really has gotten close to, as you mentioned, in 12 events? Here's the flick, here's the shot. Great save from Banana Head. Kaka has been the man to break the deadlock. You'll be looking for him again for TSM to create a huge opportunity here.
Kaka to the corner. Torsos will get there, but can't find Banana Head underneath. Amphis cuts it off. Actually gets around Fever as well. Swing and a miss from the defense, but TSM was rotating back.
And numbers on the backboard there. Wildcard would have loved to see Kaka throw the infield pass, slow it down. There was so much space in the midfield. They've got to keep their heads. They know that they're going to get opportunities like right here. Banana Head, his last man. There's Kaka with the pass to Wamphis. There's the shot on, but it's too weak. It won't come off, and Super Lucky's forced to hit. They're still pressuring TSM. They're still pushing forward. Wildcard are floundering. Super Lucky finds the shot. It's top corner. He scored the last 3.
Lucky again when the team needs him the most. Good setup from Amphis through traffic, but off the tee from the formal teammate. Super Lucky gets the 1-0 lead. TSM, a lot of unanswered goals right now. They are getting ever closer to a grand final appearance.
It's absolutely huge. Here's Kaka, he wants one more. The first touch wasn't great, but even Torsos, he's only rolled along the ground. That's going to be easy for Super Lucky to scoop up, and this man is in full flight right now, Formal. This is the best I've seen him play in a long time. Amphis had an open net, but he just missed. Torsos low boost, finding a clear, but Wildcard looking disconnected.
Yeah, they've looked all out of sorts since the start of this game. Even on that defensive side, Torsos too far forward again. Lets the ball get behind them, and I mean, TSM, they're in no hurry to put pressure on it. That result is a demo in the middle of the field. Just because you have a 1-goal lead, I don't want to see TSM give up on that urgency.
Yeah, they're still looking to push forward, which is the positive so far, but as we mentioned so often this series, Wildcard are always looking threatening. They can score at any moment. You don't want to be overcommitting. Have to keep your head. This is a 2-on-1 opportunity. If the demo comes through, Kaka might be able to still get through with the solo. Torsos is pre-jump. They're all pre-jumping. It's just an awkward read for Banana Head, but he's done well.
He's done well, yet still with the Amphis underneath. That 50 from Banana Head really, I think, is what saves the counterattack. So good job from Banana. Halfway through this game already. Game 6 flying by. It's Wildcard who's needing to find that equalizer. Torsos just going straight for the net. Can't quite get it around Kaka.
This game is looking a lot like the previous. TSM with the early lead. Can Wildcard tie it up? Amphis has been dusted by Torsos. He's low boost, though. If the demo comes through, it's a low 50. Banana Head, he's done well to dodge the demo. Heard him coming, but he's still low boost, and will be Kaka to throw it over the top. That's a big mistake again. Torsos has missed 2. It's a beauty in behind from Amphis. 2-0 TSM.
Oh, that cross-up was disgusting. Torsos already starting to pull towards the attacking left corner, and Amphis finds a way around. Good last-second touch right there. Fantastic goal, and now just over 2 minutes remaining. Kickoff as well going on to the blue side of the pitch. TSM, they're rolling in momentum.
They're getting desperate, Wildcard. They've gone for the double kickoff, and it does not come off. Here is Torsos. He's throwing himself across, but there's actually a really nice pass. Super Lucky somehow makes the save. That was huge. And down the other end now, almost TSM finding the counter-attack. Wildcard, though, right now, Formal are getting very desperate with their plays.
That they are, and the desperation is doing them no favors. Look, situations like this, historically, it has been Banana Head to kind of come through for that big play, to kind of bring them and will them back, but Banana Head has not been playing his normal self. Nearly own goals it, sets up Super Lucky. It's a 3-0 lead.
They might have done it, TSM. This is the biggest series of the season for them, and they are playing like it. They are in top form. Super Lucky has had an absolute goal fest. 2 in the last game, 2 in this game. TSM just over a minute away from knocking out Wildcard, ruining their perfect split, and keeping their hopes of the major alive.
I mean, they're putting themselves in a prime position to pull it off. for the Chiefs, for power. They were probably hoping one more series and we are through, but now they also have the daunting task of, if they win, this is the TSM waiting for them. Desperation shot from Banana Head, saved by Kaka again. TSM doing the unthinkable and winning when it matters most. Banana can't get it past Torsos.
Oh, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This is OCE at its finest, and we are going to see a little mistake from TSM just to give Wildcard a sniff. They're all caught up in net. Kaka just has the ball land on top of him, and he doesn't know what to do with it. 40 seconds. Wildcard still in it.
Kickoff strats. What has Wildcard got for us? And they just give Lockie a free touch and well, that ain't it, CJ. That ain't it.
What on earth was this? It was Banana Head going for the dunk goal, and they've just Well, that's game over. That kickoff strat has just cost them the split, the tournament. Well, not the split, obviously. The perfect split, should I say. But TSM, off that formal, will move on. This is OCE. We don't want a semi-final qualification for a major spot. We want a grand final qualifier for a major spot, and we're going to get it here today.
Oh my goodness, and you could not ask for anything more than that. All I ask moving forward, CJ, is Wildcard leaves that kickoff strat here in OCE. Don't take that one to NA. Don't take that to Worlds. Banana Head gets another goal. 8 seconds left. It's not going to change much. TSM, biggest win of the season for them by a large mile.
Yeah, there'll be a few teams, well, at least 2 teams on the other side of the bracket. Power and Chiefs shaking in their boots after this one. They're going to have to go all the way to the grand final to make the major. TSM, they have taken down the best team in the region. They have done it in style. It's been led by Super Lockie. GG's in the chat. They're through to the grand final. Wildcard, unfortunately for them, it won't be a 3-for-3, but they'll still be at the major in Worlds.
Yeah, they will have a chance to refocus, regroup. I mean, they're in. They're going to be frustrated, I would imagine. But yummy. I know you were watching that. We were all watching that thinking Wildcard, another perfect split. Instead, peak drama.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting that, I was saying that I'm expecting an upset at some point today. I thought it was going to be the last series. I didn't know why. I didn't think it would all be this series. I think the biggest upset as well is that Formal got a prediction correct.
Yeah, he's looking pretty smug, isn't he? He's looking pretty smug over there.
But yeah, no, I was really impressed, and I was happy that, you know, even just looking from last series to here with TSM, we started to see the individual plays coming out as well, some individual brilliance, and I don't know if I'd want to be versing up against TSM in the grand final with the major on the line now after seeing that.
So what has me excited, right? This is the best we've seen TSM play. CJ said it last series. That's the best we've seen the Healthy Chiefs play. Yesterday, we were saying that's the best we've seen Power play. The 3 teams fighting for their spot are all peaking right now in the last major. Like, you couldn't really ask for anything better than this.
Yeah, I love that we're not going to be sending a second team to the major, Yummy, that just gets swept in a grand final by Wildcard, and we're going, oh, well, you know, they're there, but it's more about a Wildcard. No, whoever goes now is either the team that beat Wildcard in the final event or the team that beat the team that beat Wildcard in the final event. So really good signs here for the potential number 2 team in OCE.
Certainly going to be frustrating for the Chiefs and Power watching that and now knowing that their job's extra hard. They now need 2 wins to make it to the major, but it's exciting for us. Now both the semi-final, it has major implications. The loser obviously knocked out, and then the grand final will be the ultimate decider. And how rare has it been in OCE for the grand final of the last event to actually be the decider? Well, it's happening now, and I can't wait for it. So let's go to a break and be right back with that with the semi-final.
The biggest day of the year here in OCE has just got even spicier. TSM take down our number one team, Wildcard, to move on to the grand final, keep their major hopes and dreams alive, And, well, Yummy Cheese Man, we have two teams now in our other semi-final that are also dreaming about Raleigh, but their run's got a little bit tougher as well.
They've got to make the full run. They've got to win the grand final now. Got to take down TSM and also win this series. We thought that we were expecting that Wildcard would win the other one and this would be a decider, but I'm glad we could leave it to the last minute.
It just makes everything about today, I feel, that much more special. You know what? Good. I'm glad that, the path has become that much more difficult, because otherwise if Power comes in, only needs to win one game when everyone else has to win a lot, that wouldn't have been as fair. So yeah, Power has a bit of a gauntlet as well, but I go back to the point before. All three of these teams right now, Yummy, they're all playing at their peak.
Yeah, they're playing at their absolute peak. We've talked a lot about TSM, but let's jump into this series. We have the big one that we thought was going to be the major qualification match. It's Power taking on Chiefs. They need to win this and win the grand final as well. Talent predictions here. I was expecting a sweep for Wildcard in the previous, but Formal went against the grain. He's looking pretty smug, and I'm interested to see, Formal, where you're going here with this one, since you have the hot hand at the moment. Or the hot brain.
I mean, you should know where I'm going with it. I called my shot, I think, back at the start of yesterday. I think Chiefs are still going to be that second team going through. I'm liking the Chiefs in this series as well. I think Razier's this entire split has been playing the best we've seen from him. And, I see Yummy still disagrees, though. I saw a little flash of power under Yummy. There it is.
Hey, well, I also said yesterday that Power are going to be the second team. I think people have forgotten Power because they haven't played today, so I think we'd just be surprised. It was a good defensive effort from the Chiefs, but I've actually been so impressed with the sort of offensive teamwork from Power more than pretty much anyone else this split, so I think it's going to be an interesting battle to say the least.
Yeah, I said the Chiefs would be that major, would take the second major spot at the start of Saturday. I was a little bit nervous after watching Team Power yesterday, but after seeing the Chiefs and how they perform, particularly with the Razier's playing the best I've seen on a championship Sunday, I'm confident once again in my prediction of the healthy Chiefs, but I'm expecting our first champions field here, Formal.
You know who scares me, though? It's Yummy's boy. Yummy's boy scares me in this series. Lunar, I'm giving him his due right now. Like, he has been playing so strongly this year. And even, more so with each passing event. He could be the one that actually pushes Power through to that major.
It's been a really great peak moment. We've talked about all these teams peaking at the moment. It's not just Luna, who's had a great split, a great season, but also Gus and Caleb have finally come to the fore for Power. But I'll tell you what, everything we've seen so far, everything from yesterday, everything from the last 6 months, does not matter. It all comes down to today and your performance and whether you can even get a shot at the grand final.
The fact that it's a shot to get through, again, TSM's victory, monumental, and it would be playing maybe at the back of these players' minds, except, well, Caleb already finds the first goal.
This is a surprise and a half. Razier's gets beaten by the delayed kickoff, and Caleb right there. The kickoff strategies have come out of the woodwork this event. We didn't see them last event, and now it seems every single team has one.
Yeah, everybody just trying different crazy things to mix successes, and normally I'm not a fan of kickoff goals, but that's kind of changed these past couple of regionals just because it's more been teams, intentionally finding goals as opposed to a mistake. That was a good little play right there from the Power side. Still early days in this one, but a good start from a team as, Caleb, a bit of a swing and a miss. That's okay. Double commit from the Chiefs means they're unable to settle themselves either.
Lots of variations in delays on the kickoff and sort of one person, like the first person fake and the second person go. Speaking of, the second person in this case was a Gus. Caleb gets a 50. Gus comes around, and actually Luna had set it up in the first place as well. This is what I was talking about that Power offense. It just looks so synergistic.
Yeah, I mean, they connect so well, and when you're winning the 50s game, like, yes, Raziers has been playing phenomenally, but you have to remember, when you kind of think of the best ones players in OCE, two of them are on this power team, Gus and Caleb, and even though the 50s game was super strong from Raziers before, it's going to be different here. The bump sets up Caleb for this goal, powered 3 in the first minute.
I did not expect that. Luna had 0 boost, Gus had 0 boost, and he still gets down. Not only to hit Fiber, but he somehow managed to avoid Hunter, who was in the way on the way down. I was not expecting that.
Oh no. Fiber back this time. Stops the 4th goal in the first minute of play, but if you are Power right now, you could not ask for a better start than this. Fiber's pass a little bit over the top of Raziers, still gets past one. Chiefs, ooh, that was a cheeky shot from Raziers, not able to find it yet.
I just want to remind everyone how good the Chiefs were defending in the previous round against Fine in the West. It felt like they were impossible to score on, and yet we've got 3 goals already. It was close to being a 4th, but Raziers just manages to get back and get the touch on in time. Look at the bumps right in front. Is there going to be an opening? No, the bump was avoided. Follow on, but still the aggression still on here. Luna is just going to go for the 50.
Going to go for the 50, and did enough actually to keep the attack moving forwards. Credit where it's due. Power now puts a shot more towards the net. Second touch back. Caleb unable to get around it. Hunter's challenge kind of goes awry. This sets up Lunar again, but the more important thing right now is the Chiefs, they haven't been able to get off their own backboard.
It's been tough for them to get out of defense, to get even a good challenge, to get control of the boost. You can see that Power really like to actually rotate in the on the ball, where, you know, traditional knowledge would say you don't do that, you don't get underneath the ball, you don't go towards the ball in your rotation out, but it helps them steal the boost in front of the defender as they're coming into the play. It's made it quite challenging so far for the Chiefs. This is maybe their first time that they've got potential attack on, and yet they haven't been able to make anything of it. Now Gus looking for a past one, gets the demo. It's 4 goals for Power.
Oh, they're running away with this one already. Game number 1, the Gus bus down the hill, running over the pedestrians in front of him. 4 points. A great start for the Power side, and I think you hit the nail on the head when you highlighted the Chiefs' defense was so strong before, and Power is just completely embarrassed them. That was embarrassing too, though.
Yeah. Not sure why we saw the last player heading forward on this one with an open net. But a very interesting kickoff, to say the least.
A little bit of an awkward one, too, because it still kind of keeps the Chiefs in this. Still a 3-goal game. A lot of work needs to be done. This kickoff actually pretty good for the Chiefs initially. Lunar does disrupt Fiber. Raziers gets it around Gus, though, and now it's really only Caleb to beat with Fiber in net. Doesn't find the bump, but we still find the pass. That shot's in. Yummy. Chiefs are coming back.
This is looking more and more likely, and guess who it is? It's Raziers once again. I can't believe he recovers, gets that little pop out. Nobody on the defense was expecting it either. Well, 2 minutes, 2 goals. That's so doable.
So rare you see players hit the brakes in that position right there to pop it back out. This is a great little play from Raziers. Yeah, I mean, it's striking distance, but 2 goals still feels like a lot, especially with how explosive Power's offense has already proven to be. We'll see if they can find it, though. It is going to be Fiber down the middle. Lunar will disrupt it. Caleb's underneath.
It's going to be a bump.
Now boost to work with, and actually it's coming back the other way. Fiber with a chance. It's a 1-goal game.
Hang on. We've seen a 4-goal comeback once before in OCE RLCS, and that was in season 5. Now we're here. We might be seeing the most important 4-goal comeback we have ever seen. It's a big clear down. Fiber was waiting up, an overcommit from Power when they don't need to score more goals. Let's see, 1.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, we'll see how this one plays out. Lunar almost gets dunked on right there, but still keeps the control moving forward. Caleb into Fiber, gets one bump. Gus with a bit of space to work with underneath, tries to go out through the corner. Demoed for their efforts, but it's still difficult for the Chiefs to get any ground through this corner.
This is a good spot, weirdly enough, for Power to keep it in the corner. Hard for Chiefs to get out of defense when it's there, even though it's not a likely spot to score from. Luna going for another shot, gets the dunk, goes high on it though. Now Gus left alone, back way too far forward, doesn't get the right touch. I'm not sure again on Power's positioning why they're so desperate to try and force another goal. They've got 40 seconds they need to hold on for, and they still want to find some semblance.
Fiber was cheating ahead. I mean, I'm loving the confidence of Fiber to send it. Why not? That's gonna go! We're almost in. It was about a third of the way through. Power is able to save it once again, but the Chiefs so close to that comeback. Only 20 seconds to go.
It's looking quite dicey. I feel like Power have got in their own heads. This is the perfect opportunity for Chiefs, but they only have 15 seconds to actually get the goal, to maybe push themselves into that overtime and crush the spirits of Power. Here's Hunter with a chance against the corner. Has he got the double? No, he's backed it out of the double save out from the defense, pinching it out of their own way. Here's Hunter with another one off the crossbar again. It's always Hunter hitting the crossbar. That was their chance.
So close to taking that to overtime. The Chiefs, though, yes, they come up short, but to say, I don't know if they lose the momentum off that, even though they lose the game. The Power getting in their own heads, giving up 3 goals. Crazy game 1. I hope the series stays at this level, but that crossbar is going to haunt the Chiefs if they can't put this one back.
Certainly a wild game, and as you said, I think Chiefs are going to be so confident heading into the next one. More notably, felt like they got in Power's head. All 3 goals realistically coming from Power aggressing while that they had that lead. And man, we almost had a bit of history there.
Yeah, very close. The crossbar, you know, just always getting in the way of historic moments, and Power thankful for it on this occasion. But a very curious game 2 right now. Power, I imagine they're going to want to, you know, try and temper things down a little bit more. But I don't know if that's in their nature, Yummy. I feel like they might try to retake that lead again, get over aggressive off the cuff. We'll see.
Classic admins forgetting to change the map again. Jaden, you have one job to change the map, so you're going to have to have a bit of a breather, I think, for especially Power, and maybe even for the Chiefs after hitting the crossbar. They'll enjoy a bit of a breather as well.
I think both teams try to calm down from that one. It's interesting too when we looked at these 2 teams before, because I know you mentioned you spoke with both Fiber and with Lunar coming into this one, and each of them, you know, Fiber talking about he loves back against the wall, put the pressure on him. Lunar, a player who claims he doesn't feel pressure and it's just along for the ride. Like 2 very opposite mentalities coming into the series where everything matters the most. I feel they're each incredibly healthy mindsets to have, though.
Yeah, in their own ways. Some of them can backfire too. You know, if you're in Luna's position where you're sort of ideas, oh, well, nobody's expecting us to make to the major, so there's no pressure on. That can backfire sometimes when you all of a sudden you find yourself in the position, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, we could do it, and you get in your own head that way. So it's always interesting. Very mental focused game, especially in RLCS. We head here as well. I am also interested is that if Power do win this, we are guaranteed a new team for the second major. And, well, they started off where they started last game.
Yeah, they're finding this goal right here. Caleb just puts it on Fiber, and it looked like Fiber got cleaned up actually by Hunter there. Not sure that could have been friendly fire, but yeah.
Power were able to really capitalize once they got that early lead. I was worried that they might be just a little bit too over-committee once again, but it seems they have managed to settle down. That extra time gifted by Jaden might have helped them in that respect as well. Yeah, so it looks good. Luna backing off there, so Gus has gone for a pass to no one.
We'll see, as this Raziers does find Fiber. Good pass, but without the boost, can't do too much more with it. Now Raziers wants to take it up high. Lunar there to play keep away. Ball falls low. Hunter swing and a miss. Caleb now able to stay behind. It gets bumped by a teammate off the play. Fiber all over this one. Has Hunter in the middle, tries to go themselves, and Razier's knows Gus will get the touch. Has to play around Caleb instead.
A good read from Caleb, though, getting up to that ball, reading that Razier's had to hit it upwards. Just stopped the attack from being able to develop from that midfield area. Double commit coming out from Power, though. Did mention this yesterday. They look so well composed as a team in offense. In defense, that's where they can crumble. That was the difference in game one. They weren't really, Chiefs weren't able to get into that offensive half to cause the double commits out from Power. Being able to do it much better in this second game. They just haven't been able to quite break the defense in its entirety.
No, they haven't yet, and we'll see, though. I mean, still times in this one, but yeah, this game, it's looking like the first half of game number one. That's a shot and a half for Sears.
Much better play here. Hunter, instead of trying to shoot, knowing that he'll hit the crossbar every time, he gives it to the man with the golden touch. Razier's just under the crossbar, and it was so close that Gus was like, oh, if it's in, it's in.
Yeah. I mean, it was a strike right there. Razier's still showing off that top-tier form. Now Hunter actually might get a chance after the challenge from Fiber. Doesn't want to go up for it, though. Ball's a little too high. Razier's now. Good play initially. Gus still slowing it down. Reset. Has an attacker underneath. It's Lunar.
Awkward.
Backboard. Second touch. Caleb, it's in.
Such a good second touch from Caleb. I was thinking that even if he gets it, it's going to hit in the two defenders that are up. Look at that. Fiber got to the roof, covered the top bins, and Razier's was staying on the ground, and somehow he still manages to get it behind Razier's.
Beautiful double from, Caleb, who has been looking very strong, might I add, this series so far. He has just been putting shots on again and again. So we come back to the other side of the field. Let's see if the Chiefs can respond.
Maybe that opportunity, that what you have to do is keep them pinned in for a while. That's when the mistakes do come out from Power. And look at that, Fiber's all the way at the very back and even missed the boost, so he has no chance to follow up on the play. He finally does. It's a late follow-up, and maybe even the best timing possible as he's created the biggest opening past every member of Power.
Oh, beautiful play around the corner right here. Fiber just dribbles it off the wall around Caleb. Hunter there to clean up. You can't hit the crossbar from that position. So we're good if you're a Chiefs fan. 2-all.
Proud of you, Hunter. He was scoring a couple of good ones earlier on today once he gets warmed up, and that's kind of... He needs to hit the crossbar a few times before he can hit the net, usually. So good signs that he's already hit the net from 2 meters away. And trust me, I've seen someone in an RLCS final miss that shot. Shady, shout out to you, RLCS Season 4. You were the reason that CJ probably made it to land that year.
Oh, that's a heartbreak and a half, but you know what? Think of it this way, Shady. If you didn't, CJ, he maybe doesn't wind up where he is today. So that crossbar, set OCE on his current trajectory.
Well, at least it has been turned around for Hunter. Maybe another one there. Luna off the backboard, gets down to it. Now has the chance of his own. Tries to just put it forward off the backboard. Razier's keeps it nice and clean. Now Caleb, he's done a lot with zero boost throughout this game. He's never afraid to go in on it. And there's the shot again, and again it's Razier's with the save. Luna, he's going to go for the bump, but Fiber just stays patient.
Yeah, Fiber stays patient and starts to bring it back up the other side. Big bump on Gus. Here comes Razier's now through the corner. Oh, broken rule 1. Didn't even entertain it, did Gus right now. Too much on the line here as we come back the other way.
At this point in time, Power normally be sitting in the offensive half. Haven't been able to really put the vice down on Chiefs now, which shows the growth of Chiefs and their ability to get out. It was almost past the last defender as well with a passing opportunity. Luna's gone high up to Caleb, takes it off the roof. Does he get the double? He did, but he gets blocked by Razier's again.
And Razier's, by the way, who has Fiber in the midfield. Fiber with boost. Could create something here. Didn't quite get the controlling touch they wanted. Ball stays alive. Gus Maybe should have let that one drop. Fiber will let it fall, and we go to an overtime with Power needing a goal to go 2 games up in this series.
It was a little bit of a scary drop down from Fiber, considering his 2 opponents were on full boost right underneath him. Some traffic there between Gus and Caleb, but they managed to sort it out eventually. However, it has put them in an awkward position. Caleb avoids the bump from Hunter, who was sitting inside their net. There's no nerves whatsoever in this overtime like we'd expect when the major is on the line. Hunter is still willing to take a few risks, though. Luna has taken a massive risk of his own by centering that one.
Yeah, and yet Gus, though, catches, collects, recovers off the backboard, and finds the space. That was really well done from the lone defender. Now, though, Chiefs, they're still putting up lob shots and trying to follow it up and just not really getting their opportunities. The boost favors Power, but they're still on their own back half.
It's good to see Chiefs up the pace. I think Power have been struggling a little bit of that with that in the midfield, causing them to sort of rush a lot of their shots. There's another one in from Chiefs, but it's slow and right in the center of the net. Another chance. Hunter just beaten to the ball by Gus, but it just looks so close every time. Now Raziers by himself. No, got the support from Fiber in the end.
Yeah, good play from Fiber, but still Power just trying to find that gap. Gus going to look to drop it down to Caleb. Raziers has it right, no boost. Might not matter. Lunar just misses. Gets the touch in the corner, though, to save the counterattack.
He had 100 boost, and that was the only thing that saved him after he missed the ball. Creeper old man from Luna. Now Caleb with a flip reset. He's been a god in front of the net. His flip resets have been on point in this overtime. Now Fiber, he's got it down to Raziers, and Raziers can't catch up.
Oh, the pass was just a little bit too slow. Lunar with a big-time save. Now, once again, Power's turn. Gus to the backboard. Caleb too far forward. Razier sees an opening. Will take it to the corner. Won't get the second touch, though. Lunar's already there to shut it off. Fiber back to the net. Razier's middle of the field. He's the one who has to collect through the corner. Gus is there, can't find it. Lunar is to the backboard. It's high.
This is starting to get way too tense. I think the hand's got to be shaking. 2 minutes overtime, and there's been so many plays that could have led to a goal. So many opportunities that have just been held out from the likes of Raziers, especially for Chiefs, and Luna on his way back for Power. Big clear out, but now Raziers so much time on the ball. Opts to go straight for the shot. Luna pre-jumped him, and yet it's all for naught.
Or is it another shot towards the net? Hunter alone on defense, and, well, it looks like they did just enough to get the Chiefs back on the attacking side. Eyes on Fiber. Eyes on Hunter. What is Lunar doing?
He missed the boost. He had no boost. He couldn't do anything. He was just trying to stay behind for the 50. And he actually gave the boost up in the corner. This is trouble for Power. Gus has to do a lot here as the last member with anything. Luna jumping up. Caleb gets the touch. They stay alive.
Yeah, but I mean, you can see the Chiefs, they're getting their chances. On the edge defense for Power, paying dividends. Now Caleb finally gets some breathing room, misses the ground pinch. Hunter plays keep away. It's Lunar on defense, bumped. Here comes Fiber. It's in. Chiefs take game 2.
It was only a matter of time. Power made some multiple mistakes in this defense. You can't afford that. Luna tried to get a clear and got bumped out by Hunter. That opens up the net. Chiefs have tied up the series.
Oh my goodness, that game, both teams playing like that was on Champions Field right there. I mean, it was a very tense overtime for sure. You could see the panic in moments. It just, again, the increased pace though put the pressure on the Power defense, and you saw the cracks when they were there. And it's interesting for two teams that, you know, who were kind of defined by their offense before. It was the Chiefs who were able to eventually get those small edges. It's going to be back and forth, though, Yummy. I'm saying it right now. It's going to be a pendulum this series.
Chiefs did so well to keep Power on the back foot for a lot of that overtime. But you even just think about that one play of Luna missing boost. And we talk about him as being such a consistent player. He shouldn't miss that big boost any day of the week. And it was trouble from then on for them. Chiefs have figured out their offensive rotation. They've figured out how to break the Power defense, or specifically that Power do get a little nervous in their defense, so you got to pin them in. And that means that they could run away with the series from here. I saw someone in chat calling a 4-1 after Chiefs lost game 1. I'm actually saying that's a possibility.
We'll see. I don't know. I feel this is going to be one of those pendulum series back and forth. Remember, both teams still sitting on their timeouts, and in a game which could turn into a chess match, I could see those being very vital moving forwards. Also, if we're talking, adaptability and learning as we go forward, shout out to Jaden, who learned how to change maps. So we are already straight into game 3.
So proud of Jaden. Just took him, 7 years of RLCS to figure it out, but he got there in the grand final in game 3. And Caleb, man, he's looked so good in the offensive side. Just didn't quite have the pace that time. Fiber maybe looking to work his magic at the other end, but still just testing the waters, it seems, so far.
Yeah, nothing too crazy yet. I mean, both teams playing quite far back. Caleb, though, keeping it high. Almost set up Gus, who didn't have the boost. It's Lunar underneath. Net wasn't open. Hunter was there. Why you didn't see the shot, but still, I feel like Power could have maybe done more. This is dangerous. No pre-jump for Raziers.
The Raziers demo on Gus almost worked out, but they just took a little too much time to get that shot on, so he was able to respawn and get back. Gus with a bit of revenge there on Raziers. That slows down the attack here for the Chiefs. Fiber just trying to keep it pinned in, and oh my goodness, I think Raziers opened the bottle at the moment, because now the demos are flying thick and fast. Luna gets 50'd out by Raziers, but Caleb collects more 50s coming from the side of Chiefs. Fiber up early. He's going to get bumped out of the way. What can Gus do? He gets the angle!
What a play right here again. Lunar just beating Fiber by pace alone. Gus, right spot, full trust in the team. Beautiful redirect down, and Power gets the first point on the board in a pivotal game 3.
So important, and I will say Power keeps scoring the first goal. It didn't matter in the last one, though, and in the first one, it almost didn't matter. Gus, what a crazy touch from Gus! Every day of the week, he's going to hit that to the right-hand side. He somehow gets around it and literally puts it down for Luna.
Oh my goodness, Gus. I mean, it's speechless after that. No way the Chiefs were ready for that kind of play. Lunar as well with the tight cut. Surprise, he's there. Great start for Power, and what a response after losing that tense overtime to come out with 2 goals in the first 2 minutes. Possibly looking at a third here as well. Fiber's just beaten Power. They've got 3 goals already.
And how many times today have we seen a player like Gus or Caleb in other series get a beautiful setup, get a crazy, unpredictable play, and a teammate's not there? The difference here from Power, again, in their communication in the offensive half, they've always got somebody ready to finish off that goal. Luna in the last play, Caleb did it all himself this time, but he had 2 players ready if he couldn't do it alone. That's a 3-goal lead now for Power.
Yeah, it is a massive advantage, and I mean, you can see, watch where Gus is, already there, ready, hunting, waiting. Caleb stays super far forward. This time saw kind of the 50 pinch going, so starts to rotate back, but maybe not back fast enough. I guess that's the other side of the aggressive coin there, Yummy.
Yep. A little bit of a surprise there. They have been pushed up just a little bit too much 2 times, but credit to Raziers. He backed his teammate to get a good clear out to him, stayed in the midfield, and that allowed that counter-attack goal. Obviously, you're going to be doing that a little bit more when you are 3 goals down, but now back to regulation play, I'd assume, with only 2 goals the difference.
2 goals, and good bump. Maybe save the shot coming from Raziers. Hunter will look to pick it up. Fiber stayed deep, goes for the double. There was a window, but Fiber wasn't in the right spot to close it.
Because he went for it, he did end up faking them out. Whether he could have actually scored that or not is an interesting question, but it has left the defense in dire sorts. Raziers this time to the crossbar. Hunter has learnt his lesson, gets it underneath.
I mean, great setup from Fiber right there. Raziers, that's always going to be a tough angle, but so too was Hunter's. Great shot through 3. Back within 1, and this is the second time in a row, Yummy, where Power gets that massive early lead, but the Chiefs find a way to rally right back in it.
Yeah, Power need to figure out what they do once they get that lead. Do they give it up? Well, it's a 3-goal deficit. and it's been brought right back off the kickoff here. Fiber manages to get it over the crossbar, a little dainty touch, and what looked like a dominant power game is now in the balance.
Fiber has been a little bit quiet this split, but if he's coming alive too, just like Super Lucky was in that TSM series, this is when you want your stars to shine. Great goal, tie game. What can Power do to respond? Because, you know, the dam's kind of been breaking back in the other direction. Who can step up from this Power side? And I recall that being the question we were asking last finals when Power was up against Wildcard.
You can see the battle, how it's gone, with lots of pre-jumps, lots of nerves, and Raziers gets it. But your man, Fiber, he's got a crazy little 50 underneath. Don't know how that didn't pinch harder.
That was a fantastic little goal. 4-3 right now. Still a minute and a half left in this one. And again, if the pendulum is going to keep swinging, don't be surprised if Power can find something back the other way. But right now it's Hunter straight to Caleb. Caleb with the reset to the net, denied by Raziers underneath. Gus shot on. Is someone there? It's Fiber.
Good recovery from Fiber. Maybe a chance at the other end as Hunter just puts a shot on. It's been a little wild game from Power. Once they get this 3-goal lead, it feels like they no longer start challenging that midfield. They're no longer sort of searching for some attacking pressure. And as we've talked about, as soon as Power are on the defense for any amount of time, they tend to crumble. That's why the defense has been so weak for them. Oh my goodness, if that was on target, it was a goal. There is misses, but he's faked out Caleb completely, and they've got a chance to get a 2-goal lead now after being 3 goals down.
3 goals down, and I mean, this is a comeback that can define a series, but Power not done yet. Lunar doesn't get the redirect. There was a chance. Fiber back up the other way. Razier's ready for it. Gets denied by Caleb. 25 seconds to go. Lunar wants Gus, who puts some pressure on Hunter. Does get back in front of Razier's as well. Past one, not past the second.
I think Gus should have passed that one back instead of trying to make it his own. This one almost pinching into their net. 10 seconds left for Power, or it might be the biggest throw we've seen in a long, long time in OCE. Here's Gus, gets it past one. Can he get it past the second? It's close to the net, but Raziers with a huge clear should be able to get that ball down. And the throw seems all but complete.
Yeah, it is looking mighty fine right now, although Power is still keeping this one up. All right, let's see what they got. Oh, good little fake. Ball kept alive. Hold on. Off the backboard, Hunter throws it to the safe end of the field. Chiefs finally put the game away.
Well, a little dire there. A little bit of a close one. Chiefs end up taking it, but man, how are 3 goals in the lead have thrown that in one of the wildest ways, including a kickoff goal against them. I'm not sure what's going on over there in the Power camp.
Well, I mean, I think it's just that it's the other side of their play style. They want to be the aggressive team. They want to go forward. They want to take those risks. And when you get rewarded in game 1 as well as quickly as they were, I can see them going to the well. I actually like this timeout right now. And I imagine we're going to see a more reserved Power moving forward if they get that early lead again, because it's like they don't know how to hit the brakes.
Maybe it's that. Maybe it's the Luna mentality we talked about coming in. They're not expecting too much, but now that they've been winning, they get into the lead. They're like, okay, guys, just foot off the brake, conservative. But that's not how they play their very best. And Chiefs, I spoke about it last game. Got to speak about it this game too. The fact that they're able to pin Power in is something that most teams haven't been able to do in the last 2 events, and you can see how well it's working for them.
I mean, and I can understand too, like the shaky hands theory, I want to call it, with the stakes finally getting to them. I mean, Gus has been in this position a few times now, so close to having that breakthrough moment, to, getting the monkey off his back. Caleb has that regional win to his name, as does Lunar, so they've kind of done it before, but there's a big difference between a regional win and a major opportunity. So they are still looking for that, validation, and that's something that Fiber has already achieved for himself. Hunter has achieved for himself as well. It's a situation where even though Power might have come in looking hotter, they still are the less experienced team, and I think it's showing at times.
And just a few seconds left of this timeout. And what have Power talked about? Were they just talking about regulation play? Do they need to get a 4-goal lead? Because that's what it took in game 1. They had to get a 4-goal lead to really feel secure. Or do they start talking about, okay, we get a lead, we got to keep up the same game plan, or we're just going to give it away once again?
I think, you know what? A 4-goal lead is a safe thing to shoot for. I think that's a good strat. I like it. We'll see if they can get it, especially if they can get it in 2 minutes again, like they did in game number 1. Right now, though, they're pressing for it. They're getting close, but the Chiefs' defense is managing to hold.
I'm also interested to see if Chiefs could literally just get the first goal in a single game. They've conceded the first one each time for a team that we thought was a defensive powerhouse. Power caught just a little too crept once again.
Yeah, that was, I thought after the timeout maybe they would play a little bit more reserved. They don't, and it comes back to hurt them. Of course, it's Raziers who finds that goal. A little bit disappointing after the timeout buff. Power, one of the first times in this series, really, we see them behind early.
It is the counterpoint to what I was talking about with always having somebody ready to finish off a goal in case your teammate does outplay them. In that case, the outplay didn't occur. Luna too close to the ball. Goes over the top of his head. So we'll see. If they do keep going for that one, it's probably smarter to do that now that they are behind. As Luna gets a pop up, but Fiber played it patiently and ready to shut down any possible option from the ground. Gets a big dunk as well. It's over to Hunter. It's a 1v1. He's got the flip. No, but it's going to be followed up by Raziers. 2-goal lead now for the Chiefs.
A page out of Power's book, the commitment to the team, full send from behind with Raziers. And yes, even Fiber was there and Caleb got the demo on them, but all 3 members of the Chiefs wanted to be there for that play. So a 2-0 lead. Early advantages for the Chiefs. Power now have to take a page out of the Chiefs book and find a comeback. A good start right here. Save just off the post.
What a glow up from Hunter through this series. Struggling early on. Now he's hitting all his shots, and that was an incredible save, pinching it off the roof. Thought for all money that was going to be a Power goal and a big comeback here, but he's really shut them out. Still 2 goals behind now as a double commit does occur, but it's okay because Fiber was committing backwards towards his own net.
Yeah, and you saw Raziers with the reset. A little double commit from Power. Luna, though, will land in front of the net with boost. Gets ready in case the 50 from Caleb goes awry. It does not. Here comes Raziers now. Shorts the net. Jeweler gets to use that boost. Take it through the corner. Bump on Hunter, and Power forces a bit of space.
They've got the space, but do they have really too much room on the ball to make a play? You see Caleb can't do too much with it without a little bit of a runway to get up to it. Being pinched all the way back to the other half. Caleb now, he's got some room. Or is he, because Fiber comes so far off the wall, he's going full wall-to-wall play right there to shut it down. Raziers puts a shot on. Little risky there as both Caleb and Luna were really close to him. And now Raziers, there's the shot, there's the finish. 3-goal lead. It's a complete turnaround for the Chiefs.
Yeah, just again, Power, you see them throwing just 2 players at that first challenge in the middle of the field. Chiefs all over it. Again, after the timeout, I wanted to see something a little different from the Power side, but it's just more of the same right now. Chiefs have found a way around it. Credit to them for that. It's not easy. It got Power to this position, but if Power can't start finding goals in this game, Yummy, I think your earlier prediction of the 4-1 is very likely.
And the timeout buff completely nullified too if that happens. As I don't really see that 3 goals happening. It's not, if Power in a 3-goal lead, I'd even almost be betting against them. But Chiefs and their consistency in the defense, especially with Raziers and his 50s, Hunter now working so well defensively, Fiber always good in the defense. It's going to be so hard to even score just a couple goals.
Oh, there's going to be the first right there. Pressure from the bump forces the pre-jump. Lunar rides it on through. 100 seconds and 2 goals. It's still doable.
A demo and a bump at the same time from Caleb. You can see they're starting to get desperate, and they're using that to their own advantage. Minute 40, back to a 2-goal difference, so certainly on the cards. A very interesting kickoff from the Chiefs with all 3 members going but also faking at the same time, and it almost worked out for them.
Yeah, I mean, they got to the ball, and they got back to make the save as well. Remind me of, like, old gridiron trick plays where, like, the team, you don't know who's coming out of the huddle with the ball at the play. Either way, a minute 20 still to go. Gridiron references aside,
Proud of you for calling it
is still the
gridiron,
Chiefs
by
on the
way.
back end.
I'm proud of you for calling it gridiron, not football. He's starting to become Australian, folks. Luna out of the defense. They need this second goal. They need it fast. Caleb's been good. He couldn't get the flip reset that time and quickly turned around. Fiber completely outpaces them all. Is it open? Yes! Fiber recovers and gets the 3-goal lead again.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Gus normally had been there to win those challenges. Power, I think, expecting it. Lunar not really having the time to collect that back corner boost. You can see Gus got it after the goal. It wasn't there for them. Well timed, well shot, and a 3-goal lead under a minute. It's looking like match point for the healthy Chiefs.
Which, you know, Chiefs are going to be on cloud 9 right now. I wonder how Power are feeling, given the way they have had leads twice now and completely thrown them away. Well, 3 times, but they managed to somehow not throw away a 4th goal in the first one. And you know, now I can't imagine any scenario other than Chiefs 4-1 here. They just struggle in game 1s, I guess.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. It's twice in a row, but I think the more important trend, though, for the Chiefs looking ahead in this series and possibly in the next as well, you called it out before, Yummy, how the Chiefs are like one of the only teams right now able to successfully rotate back while keeping the same level of high-tempo offensive pressure. Going up against TSM, that was something that even Wildcard was struggling with as well. So I'll be curious if that trend continues or if there's something about TSM's gameplay. If the healthy Chiefs get through, that's a big if, though. Power, we've seen crazier things. They can still win 3 in a row.
Certainly can. Looks like we're going to get a preset change from Caleb. He's not quite happy, even though he's looked fantastic on the ball in the offense. Hasn't been able to kind of create the goals that he was earlier.
Yeah, I mean, he came out swinging in this series, and unfortunately, we haven't seen that in the past couple games. So anything it takes right now to get, you know, right back on the right swing of things. I mean, for Power, this is their season now. They have 3 games they need to win in a row, or they will be coming up short. And for a team, can I just say, I know Lunar was saying nobody has expected this team to make the major and they don't have the pressure. I don't know where he got that idea. I feel like Power had a lot of hype and a lot of people believing in them, especially when they won the regional last time. That car swap is a sign they're feeling the pressure to step up.
Maybe it's my fault for predicting them. That's all of a sudden the pressure on them then, because they didn't think about it before that, apparently. However, we talked about this. The Chiefs were looking at their peak today. They had a few little issues to iron out in game 1, particularly in terms of crossbars. It seems that they are once again in their final form at the right moment, heading towards the grand final. What a pinch out of defense, and yet Gus gets to collect it, but doesn't really have much on this. As shot on, Fiber gets across.
Gets this one across, but can't go too much more after that. Lunar now puts it high and quite deep for Hunter to get the clear back up the other way. Gus, pop up, Fiber collects. Again, a lot of space being given to both these teams right now, just because of how fast that ball has been moving. Neither team wants to overextend.
It's going to be a straight shot on. Hunter played for it, knowing that was always a possibility. Luna tries to collect it, Raziers dunks him, but doesn't quite get an angle on there. They've got to be a little bit worried here about the defense, but if they get too worried, then we see what happens. They double commit, they over commit, and it leads to issues. So they've got to ride a fine line here, Power, while Chiefs keep taking control of the ball.
Almost looked like the Chiefs nearly overcommit right there. The second Power had a slower defensive touch. All 3 Chiefs members were there. Power turns it around. Caleb gets the first goal.
Lovely second touch there from Gus. Luna once again applying the pressure. Gus just puts it in front of net. And we've talked about this about Power. They're always willing to push up and and back up their teammate to get the pass.
Yep, and I mean, we've seen Power get a lot of early leads in this series. Normally, you can kind of control a game after that. It hasn't been the case this time around. Healthy Chiefs has always found ways to bring it back. Does Power, now that they have this lead, finally settle a bit? Do they finally keep themselves a bit more reserved? Or do they continue to overextend? Right now, I'm seeing multiple players moving forwards.
I want to see them overextend. I don't want to see them going to a defensive play style, because honestly, they kind of suck at it. They're going to have to keep playing what works for them, keep scoring goals, look for a fourth goal, look to keep the pressure on Healthy Chiefs and keep them in their own half if they want to be able to close out the game. Still 3 minutes remaining. Healthy Chiefs have shown that they're always able to score a goal.
Right now, actually, it's interesting. Healthy Chiefs definitely playing, off their own backboard a fair bit. They're okay to wait for that mistake from Power to start flipping it back to the other side, despite being down a goal. I like the composure. We'll see if it works out for them, though, because Power will take advantage of that. Here comes the bumps. Here comes Lunar. Loses out on the 50, but Gus should get there first. Stays on the play as long as they can. Razier's plays keep away. Good midfield grab from Caleb. Demo underneath, but Caleb can't throw it straight towards the net.
It's a better decision making there from Power too. You saw they kind of just decided to go back because they realized a little bit more that the percentage chance of Gus getting an outplay a little bit lower than normal. So they're starting to think a little bit more. They're not always go, go, go. Oh, there's a double pinch almost out from Hunter. Gus, will he win the race? He does over a boost-starved Raziers. This is where it gets dangerous for the defense. Important for Fiber to get a dunk like that. He also catches up to it with a wall dash, but Gus is first to the ball. Is it going to go across? Caleb goes for the straight shot. It almost just goes in. Hunter was caught off guard, and he's fortunate it comes off the post.
That said, there's just too much pressure. Lunar will seal the goal. And now, yes, it's only a 2-goal lead, but it's 2 goals with under 2 minutes. Power well in control of game number 5.
And have they figured out how to hold on to a 2-goal lead? I think maybe the danger, Formal, is when they get to a 3-goal lead, so maybe park the bus right now. That one, they left their net wide open. Again, the kickoff strategies I love, but sometimes they don't make sense.
No, they're definitely keeping it interesting. That is for sure. And I'm loving the kickoff strats, whether they work or they don't, keeping us, on our toes. Lunar, though, wants the Chiefs on their toes. That reach up from Raziers actually pays dividends. Got to the ball in time. Now it's Gus's turn. Gets over Hunter. Second touch, too high, and no one's right behind.
I don't think I've seen Raziers miss a pre-jump. His pre-jumps aren't a risky play like you'd normally expect, but he's only using them realistically to get a good 50 on someone, to get somebody like Caleb, who's been going for a lot of aerial flip reset plays, to not have time on the ball. And it's an important part of their defense. Unfortunately, they can't be on defense right now. They need to get into the attacking half. 50 seconds remaining for Chiefs to take out the series in 5. It just seems less and less likely as time ticks down.
Yeah, Power looking more comfortable on their side than we've seen in a while, or do they? Gus's touch almost sets up Raziers. Fiber does get behind it. However, a little bit too slow. Lunar beats out Hunter. Ball goes back to the blue side. 30 seconds to go. Gus stops the breakaway, and I think the time is just enough for Power to claim this win.
Especially with the 50 like that from Gus. They've got so much control here. They've got this right wing under lock as Lunar even keeps going forward since his teammate got demoed and would spawn behind him. And that should be it. Power, after not being able to hold on to 3-goal leads, almost giving up a 4-goal lead, well, it turns out they can hold on to a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, 2, the magic number. Normally the most dangerous score in all of football is 2-0, and it's dangerous for the Healthy Chiefs this time around. Power keep themselves in this series. 1 down, 2 to go.
Some impressive play coming out from Gus. He's been an important part of their attack in a different way than Caleb. Caleb's looking for the solo plays. Gus has been good at getting it past the last defender. And there we go. Timeout from the Chiefs. It makes sense. They have lost 2 games, not in a row. But if they were not to take it now, they'd have to wait for game 7.
Yeah, and honestly, going into a game 7, that's just compiling the nerves almost. I imagine that would be the reason to see it here. Chiefs, I think the biggest shocker for me, looking at the stats of that one, Yummy, only 2 shots on target at the end of that game. Power just absolutely controlled it. And I mean, if the Chiefs can't get on the attack and can't get Power on the back foot, it really diminishes all of the Chiefs' advantages.
Yeah, you saw it a lot. You know, we talked about Razier's pre-jumps. They were pre-jumps out of defense. They were pre-jumps to stop Power, but they weren't pre-jumps that would create interesting opportunities for them. They were stuck in defense for a lot of that time. It almost seems to be the recipe for both teams on how to win. You just got to really control that midfield. You got to get the 50s down pat. And you've got Raziers, who's good at that, but you've also got Gus and Caleb, who are 2 of the best ones players in OCE, who also have that in their repertoire.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's so many fascinating matchups about this series. It's been a great one, especially if Power could find the win here and take us to Champions Field. It almost feels deserving of it, considering the stakes, and yet it's going to be a tough ask. Timeout buff favoring the Chiefs. Map advantage favoring the Chiefs as they still have that extra cushion. We'll see how Power can bring it back. Just about 10 seconds left before we get underway.
Rag also brought up in chat a very, very vital point about Fiber. Just not back against the wall enough. Maybe wait till Fiber game 7, and that's when he will show up once again. Maybe that was the reason when they were 4 goals down, 3 goals down, they were able to make such a big comeback. But here we go, game number 6, timeout buff for the Chiefs. Kickoff, going their way. Razier should score that, and he does.
What is wrong with Power's kickoffs? It's just a 50 that goes on the wrong side of the cheat, and the Chiefs are all over that. 5 seconds in, and already the healthy Chiefs have the lead.
I didn't quite see it too, but I think Gus missed the boost on his backflip, which was another reason why he's late. No. Another kickoff going against them. Imagine losing your chance of going to the major because your kickoff was atrocious.
I would hate that. I hate that on principle. I normally rally against kickoff goals, and that would just be such a horrible way to end it. And yet, Power's defense, what happened to the composed Power of Game 5, Yummy?
Brother, I told you, anytime in defense, they become literal platinums. They've taken OC defense to a new level in this series, Power. And every time they're there, I'm worried that their net is going to be broken in half. They've fortunately managed to dodge that second goal, but now they have to try and make another one. Luna takes it past his own teammate.
Oh boy, Power feeling the pressure, I'd have to imagine. Fortunately for them, they're only 1 goal down. All they need is 1 beat, 1 breakaway, and maybe they can bring it back. Gus nearly had a chance there. Shot still's on target from Caleb. Diving save, though, from Raziers.
Fiber was faked out by somebody on Power, and then Fiber faked out his own teammate. It almost caused a cacophony of errors. Now Caleb, all he has to do is get a good 50, but it's against Raziers. Always seems impossible to do, and somehow it's gone straight over to Fiber in the attacking half. Looks like Chiefs are in a solid position.
Well, they're looking good. Let's see what Raziers can do to bring it back. A second goal could be the dagger, but instead it's Caleb the other way. What a flick. Raziers, though, back to make the save.
Fiber going for the straight shot. Gus, can he get back to this one? He flicks it up. It's still in front. He can't get the second. Raziers backed up the play. He saw Gus in trouble and gets the goal off Fiber's initial redirect.
Oh, that redirect from Fiber doing the damage. Gus in panic. Not much more he could do from that spot there, Yummy. It wasn't really an easy save to make, but still, it's another awkward kickoff.
I don't know about these kickoffs. Hunter this time, he's just trying to get a good kickoff, and it's just always that third person, this time Luna, turning forward, making it even harder to actually cover the net. And I'll be honest, 2 kickoffs has lost them the series, lost them their chance at the major, and given Chiefs the ultimate prize of a match against TSM for Raleigh.
Still 3 minutes left.
No.
And I would be remiss not to give Power
No.
some hope, especially.
You still believe, Formal? You still believing right there after that?
My belief is waning, but I want to give crumbs. I want to give the baguette crumbs to the Power faithful, that maybe they can find something to get them back in this. I mean, their attacks have been so good to watch, but so too has been the Chiefs' defense, and it's another clear all the way back to the orange side.
It feels really desperate from Power too. In that case, Caleb wasn't even thinking about the ball going behind him out of the defense, and I mean, they sort of have to be in that scenario where they've only got a couple of minutes to score 3 goals. We'll see Gus getting dunked by Fiber, and this is all Chiefs have to do. They just have to block.
Yeah, they just have to keep playing that defensive game. And people in chat right now, I can see you're confused. No, it is TSM who has made it, not Wildcard, which means the winner of that final will get the second spot. This is Power season. 3 goals down, 100 seconds left. They need to score and score fast.
And they don't. Oh, they do! I thought that wasn't going to be on target, but it just comes off the post. Luna hits it to the roof. Hunter ends up hitting it straight out to Caleb. And it just gets in.
Oh, finding the gap. And look, 3 goals in under 2 minutes is scary, but we've seen it done already today. Do we get another strange kickoff that Hunter almost dunks on Power?
Yeah, I thought that could have been dunked into the net from Gus being lazy on the follow-up 50. And minute 20 remaining now. Luna has to do a lot with this ball. He actually goes for the pinch. Doesn't get the boost on his way through, so opted for the immediate play. Now Gus dribbling it over Fiber, gets the bump at the same time. Raziers, he's headed up. Oh my goodness, it was almost the best own goal of all time, but Hunter saved it.
Oh my goodness! Panic from the Chiefs when, why? You're 2 goals up. There's a minute remaining. Stay the course, and TSM, Grand Finals is yours. Power, though, they still have a pulse. Again, though, they need to score on this attack.
That could have been the most OCE goal of all time. I would have been so proud of Raziers. Still am. And 40 seconds now, looking more and more dire for Team Power. They've got to do something now. Raziers gets the touch away. It's right in front of net. And Raziers makes the save.
That could be the grand final securing save with 30 seconds left. It's a desperate play from Gus. Cannot get it around Raziers again. 20 seconds to go. Caleb, maybe. No boost on the Chiefs. Here is Gus. It's a weak touch, but it's still in front of the net. Tap it in. No! No! It can't go through!
Oh my god. They've spent the entire series having 3 people ready to score that, and then when they've got 10 seconds remaining, no one's ready to finish it off. Chiefs take the win. They're going to the grand final. They get their shot against TSM for Raleigh.
That was 20 seconds of the ball in front of net, moving under 10 kilometers an hour, and no one could put it in. The Chiefs, the defense held. They got through. It's going to be them. Wow. What a strange way for Power to lose. CJ, I gotta hear your thoughts on that one, man.
What on earth was that series? That was an absolute catastrophe from start to finish, really, from Team Power. And I'm going to go back to Game 3. That 3-0 lead that they threw up, and there's just kickoff goals. And even in the last game, Yummy, they're conceding kickoff goals as well. It's just, it's not good enough. I'm expecting better from them. I don't know how much leeway we can give them with those sort of things. They're their own worst enemy, really.
They have no leeway. They're out. They're gone. They're gone for a year now. So
yeah,
we don't give them any leeway. They've got to be better than that.
Yeah, that's not the performance you want to see in their most important series formal of the season for them. Now they're out, but credit to the Chiefs as well.
Yeah, credit to the Chiefs again. Defense got them through when they needed, pressuring the Power defense when they needed. My heart just kind of goes out, though, a bit to Gus and Caleb and Luna, all 3 of them. They had such a great season, but like, to kind of drop it like that, again, it feels unreflective of what got them, what put them in that position to be so competitive for them to it was just a weird way to end. I'm still trying to recover from that final 20
Considering
seconds.
they had such a consistent split, it's funny to bring out the clown cars at the very end. But I would also say it was really interesting because they were having their own issues, but TSF Chiefs were just playing a solid game. And that's how they've got to this point. It's what's been working for them and improving time and time again. It's what's impressed CJ in the past too, that they're able to play a consistent play style in OCE. And I guess in the end, consistency wins.
Yeah, and I think that kind of holds up under pressure, as we saw. The pressure of qualification for a major spot. We saw the offense. We usually think that offense wins, but defense clearly in this one completely outweighed offense. Unfortunately, I know someone said in chat, what about LCQ? You can kind of say the last chance qualifier for other regions. The way that we went in Birmingham probably means that we won't have a last chance qual spot. So unfortunately, we now have Power out. We also have Fine in the West out of contention for that final spot. But we have a massive grand final coming up after this break. We're going to go straight there because it is on for young and old. Who will take the final spot for Raleigh? Will it be TSM or will it be the Healthy Chiefs? Find out after this break.
This is it. An entire season of play coming down to one more series. CJ, Yummy, start of the year, we looked at the rosters, and I think everybody kind of had Wildcard 1 and one of these two teams at number 2. Kind of fitting it comes down to the very last game.
And not only that, got confirmation, the winner of this not just going to Raleigh, they will also go to Worlds. So two lambs on the line.
Wow. Okay, this has got a little bit more spicy. You know, you're thinking, oh, maybe if you don't qualify, maybe the team that does just comes last and you still make Worlds. But okay, this is on now.
I have to ask, Yummy, you are the historian here. Is this the most important regional match played in OCE Rocket League history? Like, has there ever been more on the line than this? Two
I don't think that's happened. If you know, obviously I'm old and have a spotty memory, but I don't think we've ever had a match where both teams can make 2 lands at the same time.
Mention it's a finals as well, CJ. Going to you for the player perspective, you've been in positions like this before, playing with everything on the line. What is going through these players' minds right now as they get geared up for what it could be their last game of the season?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever played for 2 lands at once, which is insane. Maybe when you look at
he crumbled
perhaps
enough
like
when he was just playing for 1 land.
Yeah, so. Just 1, let alone 2. But maybe. You know, maybe with some other lands, some non-RLCS qualification, like a game is 8 or something on the line at the same time. But it's nothing like this, where you know that it's going to be a major into Worlds. But this is why we're here. This is why these two teams are in this position. You know, you've got to be good enough to get to this spot. And we started today with 4 possible teams that could be in this position right now. And we've got our best 2. I think it's our deserved 2, as you mentioned, Formal as well. It's probably the most predicted 2 teams from the start of the year.
That was from the start of the year. It feels so long ago to get to this point, and as we get ever closer, I mean, just letting the gravity of this situation fall in again. A regional win, a major appearance, a world appearance. We said so many times these finals are about moments, so throwing it back again, you Yummy. Who has the moments in them? Who are we looking at to be that player now?
Oh, that's so hard to predict with all the players, but you cannot go past Raziers with his performance today. And I think I'm always on the other side going to back Ampus to be that player to get TSM across the line.
Yeah. I think the way the Raziers has been playing, I think I've mentioned it a heap of times today, just Championship Sunday form is fantastic. I'm going to go Super Lucky, though. I think he was the difference in getting the job done over Wildcard, and he's looking like he could be that best player in the region once again if he can put in a similar performance here.
I'm looking at Fiber, though, as well. I mean, we just saw what Fiber was able to do that last series, and it plays back to what Yummy was saying before. Like, there's so many players that have that pop-off potential. Let's not even overlook Kaka, who was hitting some insane shots before as well in the Wildcard series. Let's go to predictions, then. Let's just jump straight into it. I want to hear who we got.
We'll see how they come as chat. You also get your predictions in here. But, you know, I feel like there's a sort of journey. We talked about how good TSM were looking earlier. They took down Wildcard, so that basically makes them the favorites. On the other side, I feel like you have to talk about the fact that Chiefs have made it there before, and they've proven how they can play under pressure, and it doesn't get more nerve-wracking than this match.
Yeah, I think that the Chiefs, both teams are so experienced in this position and on land. That's why they're probably both in this spot. But I think Chiefs, I just think they've put in the work. They've brought over Raziers for this moment. They set themselves up. They wanted to be a major team. They wanted to be a world championship team. And they've put in the work for it. I think the time is now. I think they've just hit their straps at the right time.
I'm kind of in agreement with you there as well. I mean, the Chiefs, it'd be criminal if this roster can't take at least one regional on the year. This is their last chance to do it, but it feels like it could go either way. I was looking at the Twitch chat. I'm seeing, both TSM and CHF being dropped, and it feels as tight as a race as you can possibly get, and moments away now from kicking this one off. Again, I cannot get over the fact that we have had like the perfect final regional to set up this moment. TSM versus Chiefs, rivals from day one, about to go at it.
This better be a game 7. If it's anything else, I'm going to be mad.
I think it has to be. I think both teams, it'll be, that final hurdle of winning the last game will be the toughest to win, and it's going to come down. It's going to go the distance. Let's remind everyone as well that we are still the only region where EU hasn't dominated or hasn't taken over since Raziers is yet to win an event. So there's still that going for you, Yummy, with TSM. If they do win, we'll still be an OCE dominant region.
Until next year when we have 20 EU imports and it's impossible.
Bring 'em in.
Like every team will have an EU player on it.
Well, I mean, every time we get the internationals in the Twitch chat, right, they're always saying, oh, I should come to EU. Well, they're all coming next, or the OCE. They're all coming next year. They're all invading. So last chance for OCE to get themselves through. Jokes, of course. Let's get ready to get into it. Our final regional grand final, major, worlds, everything on the line. This is it. 5 minutes on the clock, and of course, we're running the TriCast.
Wow. I mean, we said this is the biggest day of the season in OCE. Yummy, this might be the biggest series in OCE history. 2 major spots, well, 2 land spots on the line, the major and the World Championship.
If your heart's not pumping, I don't know if you're alive, because this is what Rocket League's all about. This is what OCE is all about. I'm expecting a few thrills and lots of spills as we head to Raleigh Major.
I just realized, too, with the other regions, sending 4 teams or what have you, they can't get situations like this. It's so much tougher for them. More benefits to OCE as first, early touches of this play, both teams kind of feeling each other out. Nothing too threatening yet.
Yeah, this is where you're looking at who's feeling it, who's looking smooth in the air, who's not got the heavy car bug that often happens when it is a pressure situation like this. And early on, it has been Chiefs with the pressure. You can see Raziers, my player to watch. Champ Sunday, he's looking pretty in form, but this first goal is so important.
The other person I kind of really want to look at is Hunter, because he's always started off most of his series a little cold, especially with his shooting. And, well, he's had the warm-up already, so he's got no excuses now.
Yeah, I mean, really, every player should be warm. Raziers! Good setup at Hunter. Can't find the ball. First opportunity for the Chiefs goes awry.
Can't believe Hunter didn't get the shot there. I think you just have to play ball. If he saves it, he saves it. Instead, he's been faked by the last man. He didn't touch it, Yummy, on the goal line. You've just got to get something on it.
Got to get anything you possibly can, and that's it! Kaka! Well, he can sometimes step up with moments like this, and he's put TSM on the map.
Oh, it's around the corner. Kaka, I don't know where these double touches have been coming from today, but the man has been a machine. Opening goal for TSM. They get the early momentum, but need I remind you all, Chiefs pretty much started every game against power from behind.
Kaka was the hero early on against Wildcard when they needed someone to score, when they were putting so many shots on the board, but nothing in the back of the net. Here's Raziers with a chance. That shot wasn't as precise as perhaps we've seen so far today, but Chiefs still with a lot of pressure, and they're not letting down even that early goal conceded.
Often Kaka does go underneath the radar, CJ, but you know, he sometimes has these series too, or even just games where he scores 3-4 goals and he just becomes Mr. Consistent and he wins you a series just like that.
Ooh, dangerous touch from Fiber. Gets Amphis to commit, but still TSM looking very composed on that defensive side. And while like the Chiefs are putting shots on, I haven't seen TSM being put in a panic position like the Chiefs were so good at getting out of power. And I think that's just a testament to, again, how much more, I guess, experienced and composed TSM really should be as a roster in this type of matchup.
TSM doing a fantastic job at bumping last man. As you can see right there, again, it was super lucky that time. Trying to open up space for Amphis, but they might have opened up space down the other end. Had to pinch it out of the net. TSM a little bit in trouble now. That's a cracking shot. And Kaka, both ends, just doing it, making it work for TSM.
What a change up from the semi-final. Defense on form for both teams at the moment. This is where usually most teams panic when they're nervous. That defensive half. Hunter has the pass across and shut down again.
Yeah, defense doing its job as Fiber gets a little awkward, actually. Has to abandon the play. Could lead to an opening for TSM. Defensive pass as well stays behind the Chiefs. Super lucky. A little bit awkward, and maybe some of those nerves coming into play. Kaka right now has been the only player who's looking ready for the moment. Shot on and in.
Great shot by Hunter. He's finally turned around that first shot. He normally hits the crossbar, CJ.
What a three-man pass play as well. It was Raziers. They're down to fives. He slings the infield pass, and Hunter, even though it was straight at the keeper, it was too powerful. Bar down. We got a tie game.
Tie game, a minute and a half to go. Some kickoff strats from the Chiefs, but nothing to get too crazy with it. Next goal probably takes this first game. And with the swing and a miss from Fiber, it's super lucky with the chance. Razier's up to challenge, plays keep away, and Kaka stayed underneath it. So now he'll have a go for it. It should be Fiber on the backboard. Ball in a dangerous spot, but Fiber has the save.
Fiber being solid in the defense again. Looking to get a pass up those. Hunter, Fiber in support. Amphis gets it past him, and will he get it past Raziers too? It's a good 50, but it goes the way of Hunter.
Hunter with space. Super Lucky says, no thanks, I'll be having that one. Kaka has to track back, worry about the demo, but Amphis has actually landed on Hunter instead. There's the pop over the top. Fiber, huge pre-jump. Chiefs keeping the heat on. Counting down to 40 seconds now. Will we get a goal in regulation? This first game is absolutely vital.
Yeah, it is a very key game, so why not go to overtime? Well, because Fiber nearly got the goal right there. Pressure still on. Another diving save. Kaka keeps it out. Raziers, your turn for a strike. All three defenders are there. Triple commit. Fiber maybe. It's a fake for Hunter.
Oh.
Down, not in. Lockie with the save.
Next goal could win it, and with TSM panicking, this should be it for Chiefs. They can't get it past again. The boost is low, and look at Super Lucky go.
Super Lucky, no, he doesn't get the touch. Have they overcommitted? It's Raziers, it's end-to-end, but Amphis, Chiefs have stolen it!
Oh my goodness, goes all the way, and you see the pressure coming from below. Fiber does a little disruption, but realistically, it's Raziers who goes the distance. Fantastic late goal for the Chiefs.
And that's what happens. TSM thought they had their chance. They saw the game in their sights, and they got crushed for their hubris. Chiefs take game one.
Wow. I mean, sometimes in these games, you've just got to creak your own door open and nearly just give them a little window. Say, come on down, boys. Super Loggy thought he had a chance down one end. And that's all it took for TSM to get exposed on the counter-attack form. Well, that's a massive first game for the Chiefs.
I think I scared my housemate with that noise that was made off that goal at the end, but how could you not? Crazy game number one, and if this is where this series is going to go, if this is what this is going to look like, yes, Champions Field could be the destination. I am concerned, though, Yummy. 3 shots from TSM. Yeah, they got that early goal, but we're going to need to see more attack.
Yeah, 11 shots to 3. TSM, as we sort of talked about, they have been solid on the defense, but Chiefs have been the defense team, the control team, the 50s team, and you see they're also willing to pre-jump. Both Raziers and Fiber have been sort of shutting down TSM before they can even get a play beginning.
Well, here we go. Game 2. Can TSM bounce back? We saw it against Wildcard. They were able to adapt. They called the early timeout and they found the lead in the series. They've got to improve as the series goes on, no doubt, but I'm sure Chiefs are ready to click it up a gear right now.
They're going to see as early touches leads to an early goal. TSM off the kickoff gets the better of the healthy Chiefs.
Kaka still the only player for TSM to have scored a goal. He was in the right place at the right time after stealing boost. The kickoff goal to TSM once again gets them an early lead.
Strong start. It's always this man early. You just must love the first couple of games of a best of 7, but he's found himself very awkward here. Kaka, he's going backwards. He's double and he's all over the place. Bailed out by Amphis. Could have been disaster. Still could be for the Chiefs, but Amphis has made 2 big touches in a row.
Oh, in front of the net, it's just chaotic, though. Another opportunity and another big touch, this time super lucky. TSM's defense, I mean, they get challenged and they keep making these saves on the line. And while that's great and all, they're always so slow right now at getting the ball back to the opposite side of the field. It's very fortunate they got that first goal, Yummy,
it's
and
in.
maybe a second.
Super lucky, hanging on the wall. The defenders think, okay, he can't get a shot on here. He doesn't have boost. And yet he does not care about your thoughts. He will just score on you.
First big mistake there from Raziers. He had to cover the close touch if he wanted to control it, but Fiber's not ready back post. He still had to play that teasing distance. He got it wrong there, Raziers, and cost themselves another goal. This is trouble now.
Oh, double touch denied by Amphis. Defenders bumping into each other on the backboard. Doesn't matter. Lockie still finds the gap, still is able to break free. Again, TSM, they handle the pressure from the healthy Chiefs well.
The team plays have been great from both teams. Chiefs in particular have been getting some fantastic passes off, but it doesn't matter when the shot itself is getting intercepted. This time Amphis was there. Tries to keep it in. There's a bump on the defense. You can see a 2-goal lead. TSM not happy with it. They're still pushing for more.
Fiber all the way to the backboard. Kaka does enough to stop any sort of setups, but even then, with how much time that was, you would expect healthy Chiefs maybe to be in a better spot than they were. Things a little awkward. It looked like a double commit to the side boost. TSM, they've got midfield.
Kaka now looking to control. Ceiling, reset, over 1. There's the redirect almost from Super Lucky. Could have been 3. As you boys mentioned, they're looking for more goals. They don't want to rest on their laurels here with a 2-goal lead. 3 minutes to go. They know that's a lot of time for the Chiefs to come back. Super Lucky, what can he cook up? Off the ceiling, gonna bail on this one. Fiber able to catch and control proceedings.
Another catch as well. Fiber getting good 50s. 2 players up. Hunter took out Raziers, who was probably in a better position on that play, but they know that they have to push for 2 goals. Still not quite reached the halfway mark though, so there's no need for panic.
Yeah, no need for panic, and I mean the Chiefs have arguably been the most composed team so far, at least likely to panic. Would be surprised to see it now, but at that same token, again, need I remind people of the stakes? I can understand if nerves start to play into effect. They just haven't really been able to get on the attacking side as much as they would like.
Could be a goal. It is. Amphis saw the pass coming before any defender could get into position.
We saw a hint earlier of Chiefs pushing too hard for the first goal, and there it is again. They overcommit through the midfield, pushing forward. They get exposed down the other end. 3-0, and this could be a strong 2-0 start for them.
Yeah, 3-0. And it's looking more and more like TSM's got this one. I mean, this is good though, right? This equalizes the series. This gets us, one step closer to where the series needs to end up.
Are you forgetting Team Power? They were able to throw a now 4-goal lead against the Chiefs. You gotta believe that.
It was a minute 59 on the clock. It might have been 3 or so minutes with the Team Power situation, but what a response. We mentioned before they lost the early games against Wildcard. They called a timeout early and really just stepped up in that semi-final. They're looking to do this again. Maybe just this early on in the series isn't for them, but it feels like a similar story here, Formal, with Kaka leading the way with those goals.
Yeah, I mean, TSM just, when they start to click, they are so dangerous as Amphis now goes to set up Kaka once more. The follow-up, Kaka just an absolute ball hawk with the pressure on.
what a change up from game one, which was so close and so defense heavy, which was 11 shots to 3 for Healthy Chiefs. This time, it's 9 shots to 3 for TSM and still a minute and a half to go.
Yeah, the series score might be 1-1 after this, but it won't really feel like it. This is certainly TSM style of series. It almost feels like when they were losing a Wildcard and they had more shots on the board. They have been the team to put the pressure on. This has been clearly the most dominant game out of the two. And this is worrying now for the Chiefs.
Yeah, with how back and forth and how ebb and flow everything has gone. I mean, the Chiefs, it seems like they can't have the perfect series. They're always going to have one game where they look a little bit awkward. So I don't want to put too much weight on this one, especially with Fiber hitting shots like this.
Well, good to see him get back in the saddle. Fiber gets around. That looks like originally he's sort of faking out just the pinch in, but then turns back to land on the wall, carries it over the last. And well, if there's one person that can certainly carry the series, as you said, it could be Fiber, and that's the confidence he may need.
Yeah, he certainly is a confidence player. This guy might be the best player in the region the way he's playing today. Super lucky, makes it 6, and we're staring down to Brazil, boys.
Oh my goodness. That was a 1v3. That was a 1v3. Lockie just straight down the middle. Nice little flick to finish. And yeah, the momentum the Chiefs might find. A Brazil in this finals. Not on the bingo card and then some. Chiefs trying to deny it with Braziers right now, but it's shut down by Amphis.
You don't see a lot of Brazils in what is guaranteed to be a 7-game series, so it'll be interesting to see how Chiefs could potentially turn this around in game 2. Amphis almost got that redirect, and I think if he got it, he would have got the 7th goal.
Yeah, he was mighty close to that one. 30 seconds left. Let's see if they can land the Brazil. Maybe this is a series in the... We mentioned it being the biggest series we've ever had. 2 land spots on the line, Major and Worlds. I think we need to get everything in here. We need a Brazil. There is the Brazil. We need a Brazil. We need a game for game. We need the longest overtime. I want to get every single record here in this Game 7 belter.
Yeah, exactly. We haven't hit the own goals yet. They're sure to come. Crazy kickoffs kind of got that. I'm with you, CJ, for sure. I mean, already we have a situation where TSM, they lose a game in the final seconds of game number 1, bounce back with a Brazil to their opponents. They might even get another here. Look out. Here comes Super Lucky. Some space, no boot, but just fakes everyone out.
It looked like he was going to get the flip reset. It looks by all money. And yet he just fakes out the 2 defenders. Kaka says thank you because that's his hat-trick as well.
Sometimes doing nothing is the best possible play. It was right there. Made the Chiefs' defense look completely foolish. 9 seconds left. TSM. Well, I thought that, 4-0 was looking pretty bad for Chiefs, let alone an 8-1 loss the way this is going. Wow. What a response.
And yet, I don't know about you two, but walking away from that one, I don't think it's unreasonable to believe that the Chiefs can bounce back, and that game would be kind of an anomaly with how they've been able to bounce back in the past. Don't get me wrong, though. Kaka led the charge. Super Lucky and Amphis picked up, and all three of them playing phenomenally. But we all know the Chiefs still have that dog in them, and they ain't calling a timeout.
You can always sort of chalk up one game. We see it all the time. You know, you lose, you drop a few goals, you keep dropping more and more goals as one team gains the sort of confidence to just play however they like, and you feel like you need to push further to make the comeback. But we'll see. I think this will certainly be a deciding game.
Yeah, no timeout, which I think you can just say it's so early on in the series that it's probably okay to not call the timeout there, but you can also argue that was so dominant that you might need to have a talk about things. But gee, if TSM do lose this series, if Chiefs come back formal as you're predicting, I don't know the last time a team that's lost a series while scoring 8 goals in a game, winning a game 8-1, but that's OCE.
Look, hey, when you're down by that much, I mean, you could kind of take the last minute of that game and start treating that as the timeout almost, right? Because you ain't coming back in it. So maybe the Chiefs got a sneaky one in. Either way, game 3 now underfoot, and we'll see how they recover, or if Amphis can keep the momentum going to the goal line. No follow-up was there.
It's always really interesting after a large scoring affair to see who can settle in as well to what is the quote-unquote correct play style, because let's face it, they were freestyling at the end there. They need to reset before they do that again. And 4.5 minutes remaining. It's a long time. That's a good save from Hunter to keep it out.
Yeah, I like the play from Super Lucky as well. He faked the shot, went low into the right corner, but Hunter was reading it. There's a clear downfield. Super Lucky catches off the ceiling, read by Fiber. Now Amphis in the middle. Fiber's done well to get a couple of 50s on the play. Hunter throws it across, but this is where we're trying to see, is the connection still there for the Chiefs? This is the pressure at its highest. They're coming off a tough loss, and Super Lucky wants more.
Yeah, I liked what Lucky was going for right there. Fiber able to make that save, but we still haven't seen that connection just yet. Big shot from Kaka on the dunk. Hunter this time coming through. Chiefs, they just haven't had opportunities to get the pass. It's not like TSM, although that one's awkward. It was awkward for both sides. Amphis corrals it towards the net. Raziers keeps it slow.
Some good pressure here from TSM. They've already got 5 shots right in the first minute of the game. That might be a little of a settler, though, as Raziers finds the pass across to Hunter. Still, I don't know how much they're going to be able to generate on this attack. Amphis intercepts the first play. 3 minutes on the clock, too, as first 2 minutes has been almost all TSM.
Uh-oh, this could be big trouble. Amphis has got a turn on it. You can see Super Lucky now for the shot. He keeps it close. It's a triple commit from the Chiefs. They've been lucky enough to pinch it out, but I don't like seeing that on the defensive end.
Yeah, it's well too early to panic in those positions, but the low boost, the position of all the players, I guess they all felt the need to go, but I asked you where the communication is. Amphis lets that one ride. So scary moments on the TSM side as well, but no boost to challenge Kaka up top except from Fiber, who can only keep it slower down.
Amphis trying to flip reset past the last player. Not going to work out this time. The fake, baby. Good. The shot straight towards the defender. Fiber makes the save, followed up by Hunter. Will they be able to hold on after this relentless attack as Amphis passed back, and Super Lucky wasn't quite sure if it was his to go, so that slowed it down.
Yeah, can they hold on, or can TSM keep their nerve? They've had a lot of chances. They don't want to overcommit now. There's a beautiful touch. The demo would be a goal. Fiber's been huge in defense. Got to come up again. Hunter, top corner, pre-jump save. They're still in trouble. It's a round 1. They've got no boost. Can TSM find the goal? They're in shambles, Chiefs, but they're keeping it out of their net.
That's pure reflexes from the young lad Hunter. He's had a few of those where he's used the crossbar to save it out. Even still, the attack is on for TSM.
Yeah, it's on, but it does feel like they're slowly succeeding more and more ground. Amphis keeping it up high. 2 defenders on the backward. Neither has the read. Hunter shuts down Super Lucky. Fiber gets the 50 on Kaka. Ball finally orange side of the field, but they can't do anything with it. Amphis again, a double for the lead. It's off the post.
Oh, TSM have had so many chances on net. It's 10 shots to 1 here, ladies and gents, but it's still 0-0. The beauty of Rocket League. This is the Chiefs defense that we were speaking about, but I don't think think they're happy with how this one's looking. Another huge touch from Raziers. Amphis with the shot. He makes a double save. Make it 12 shots on the board, Yummy.
Raziers is an absolute god. He's going up for the save. He's managing to recover for the second save. He's keeping this defense alive. And he's the bottom scorer of his team because Hunter has farmed 7 saves. That's how much they've been on the defense.
Yeah, but like, again, they say defense wins championships, but how long can it realistically hold? More pressure from Amphis, more attempts from Raziers to get past the midfield line, but it's just been Amphis again and again, shot after shot. Surely something will eventually break. 30 seconds to go in regulation. No way this game is an overtime angle.
They're going for the bumps in net. Hunter avoids it and gets out, CJ.
Off the corner again. Fiber's missed. Naked missed touches, but it's just not going in. Amphis maybe this time. Here's Fiber. They get one chance, so they get one goal. This would be the most Rocket League game ever if Chiefs can win this 1-0. 10 seconds left.
10 seconds, a chance to end it in regulation. You would expect it to come from TSM's side, but the pinch puts it to the backboard of TSM. Super lucky to Amphis, looking for the high end of the backboard. Fiber collects. Raziers on the sidewall, actually gets to 50. Hold on, does this stay alive? No, we go to OT.
A 0-all overtime with 13 shots to 1. TSM have controlled the game, but it just doesn't matter if Chiefs can hold them out.
They deserve this game, but the Rocket League gods don't care about that. There's the shot. It's weak, though. Is there a counterattack? Super Lucky turns. He pops it up. Fiber's getting pumped. He's got 0 boost. They've all of a sudden been pinned again, Chiefs. Straight away off the kickoff. But here's the best chance. Shot on. Super Lucky has to make the save. An unusual position here for TSM.
Stole all the boost, and still the Chiefs were able to find a way to get to the opposite side, only for 1 or 2 shots. TSM, though, looks like they've gotten control once again. Amphis, cheeky fake, doesn't work out. Kaka needs a good 50, doesn't quite get it. Chiefs defense looking to settle themselves once more.
Going to be turned around. Kaka, oh, it's gone over the top of him, an awkward touch. Manages to recover it and do even better than that. Gets the 50 forward. TSM finally potentially going to break open this defense. Kaka can't beat Fiber. Every time it's near the Chiefs' net, that's when they step up to that next level. Their reads on the shots have been so good.
Yeah, their read's been fantastic, but they're one mistake away from conceding. This is what it's been like the entire time. That demo will relieve pressure. Fiber goes back corner. The safety net of 100 boost, but he's been dunked. Raziers up straight away. Nice first touch. Amphis pre-jumps. Ooh. He's been beaten. Is there a bump on Super Lucky? He's last, but Raziers can't get it over the top.
Timed his challenge well there.
Oh, it is crazy. Last game, I'm still thinking back. Last game, 8-1 in favor of TSM. This one 0-0. 100 seconds into overtime. Hunter nearly puts it through. Again, the Chiefs only have 3 shots right now, and yet some of these touches are the more dangerous ones.
No way!
Fiber!
No way they've done it. What?
Oh my goodness. Fiber, all he needs is one opportunity to score. There were so many shots at the other end, but it doesn't matter if you can hold on for all that time. You can frustrate your opponents. And how are the nerves for the Chiefs? It is so difficult on defense, as we said, to hold your nerve and not overcommit.
TSM call the timeout off the most dominant game I've ever seen without winning. That was 14 shots to 4. An array of chances. They just had them pinned for 5 minutes plus most of the overtime there, boys. But, Yummy, they just do not find the back of the net. Credit to Chiefs. That defense is crazy.
It really just shows how important it is to just have solid nerves. Healthy Chiefs defend for 5 minutes. As soon as TSM are on defense for once, they just crumble that little bit, and that's all the difference. Although I would say TSM got to be kicking themselves because they certainly could have made better chances too on the offensive side.
I have to agree with you a bit on that, but at the same token, though, credit to Raziers had a couple crazy clutch saves. I mean, all the Chiefs did. Raziers in particular, there was some of those amazing things. And yeah, TSM, there's a reason why they're calling that timeout right now, because how do you walk away from that game with a loss and not think, what more can we do? Like, what more can we actually do right now? So pressure's on TSM to bounce back. CJ, you said it before, though. This series has to have everything, right? So we've gone from the 8-1 to the 0-0 overtime where the team with only 4 shots wins. What happens with this next one?
I have no idea, but I think it just sums up. Maybe, I don't know if it's Rocket League or OCE Rocket League. The fact that we're praising Chiefs' incredible defense after we just watched them concede 8 goals in a game, the very game before that, where it was so easy for TSM to score. It just looked like it was automatic, and then the very next game, they cannot find the back of the net if their life depends on it. But right now, their season certainly depends on it, and off the timeout, they're looking to tie this one up. I cannot believe I'm saying that Chiefs are currently 2-1 up in the series after what we've seen.
We're still missing some own goals. We're still missing, some of the weird plays that do come out, the sort of crossbar double taps that just don't seem to go in from OCE, so we might get that in this game. Either way, I said the last one was going to be an important tell for how the series goes. And it seems that we are still going to have a close one.
Yeah, I mean, right now, pressure on TSM and then some. They have the timeout buff. They're the team trying to avoid a sort of 3-match point against them. It is must win for the team in orange. Healthy Chiefs, though, I mean, they should be feeling the confidence after that defensive effort that these guys can't score on us anymore. We'll see how that pays out. Kaka has been the playmaker for TSM. I wonder if he's still got some more magic in him.
There's been that man to really break their deadlock in most series for TSM, and here he is once again if he finds the extra touch or the bump. Raziers does well. TSM, oh, there's a first missed touch. Evans goes backwards. Super lucky, he has to help him out. He's missed the psycho, drop down touch. Anybody there? It's going to be Raziers again. Triple commit. This is awkward for TSM. They found a way out, but not for long. Raziers, reset. Oh, he's got it in the best possible spot. Kaka, what a save.
I've noticed that a few times with TSM is that they sort of are always facing forwards, and there's been a few times when Chiefs have got onto the counter-attack and that the ball goes over their head and they get awkward touches. That could be the opening we see for the Chiefs. Didn't quite get the amount of power on that flick that he was hoping for.
Yeah, still very, very
It's nice though for me. It's nice. I like it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, those are the fiber plays that we want to see, right? Like, these are the moments that we're kind of trying to find from them. And something that has me, again, a little bit worried for TSM, too, and kind of playing off what Yummy was saying before, we saw that similar adaptability from the Chiefs against power, against these aggressive teams, where it took them a game or two to start finding ways around it, and then it kind of felt like they started to take the series over. I think the Chiefs are a team that need a couple games to learn their opponents, and they just get greater and greater as things go on.
Sometimes adaptability is the greatest strength. If you can adapt to your opponents mid-series, it's one of the most important skills. Very hard to sort of pre-prepare for a series, especially because even your rotations, your own rotations, can feel different day to day. You got to give some credit to the coaches, to LBP, and see how that changes as the series goes on.
Yeah, this ball is absolutely slinging around on here. I want to see someone just control it, take a bit of pace off, look for a dribble, because it is just go, go, go right now. And speaking of go, 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 that was open. Fiber misses, doesn't matter. Hunter cleans up. Chiefs 1-0.
I thought we saw a Herculean save right there from Super Lucky, stopping the pass to Raziers, but unfortunately for TSM, Hunter a few milliseconds faster than Kaka to get to that ball. Chiefs now with the lead, looking to go 3-1 games up in this series. They're already halfway there in game 4.
That's where a little bit of luck going Super Lucky's way would have been helpful if he ended up sort of pinching it further away from the net, and maybe a sign for them that luck is no longer on their side. So TSM are really going to have to dig deep here to win this series, especially with a 1-goal lead for the Chiefs. They've been able to hold on to a 0-goal lead. And here's a shot. Crossbar like we called for.
That is heartbreaking for TSM. You mentioned them not getting luck. They're getting nothing right now. The clear comes through. Fiber's out. Chiefs are out of trouble. They can dust themselves off and start attacking now.
They're definitely feeling a bit more confident after that. Fiber with space to cook. Amphis does get there at the last possible moment, but the threat is still on. Razier's second touch, third touch, but it's not in.
That was almost something brilliant right there from Raziers. He's going to still go for it. How has he still got control of the ball? It's a miracle and a major league to go. No, they've somehow saved it out.
Fiber came through, the fake was on by Hunter, and he just missed. He put it too far around the net, outside, and now still, Chiefs could be 2-0 up. Raziers perhaps could have scored off a faster doink, doesn't get it to go. Amphis is faking the touch. TSM are hitting it around each other. They're in pieces. It's on the backboard. Kaka, big touch.
No one's recovered yet from that attack. Somebody's got to slow it down. It's another whiff. Hunter, dangerous backboard touch. It is the Chiefs who get there first. 40 seconds to go. TSM, they're on the attacking half. They're going to be creating opportunities. It could come from Amphis here. Looking for the double, but gets bumped off the play.
Hunter's going to have to do a lot there, and he does. Gets the flip reset. Now Kaka gets a turn. As Super Lucky missed the boost in the corner, he's going to go back for it, but that slowed him down on his chance of this attack. It's really created some awkwardness for TSM. That's a wild pinch across.
They look good when they slow the ball down, but it just feels like someone's going, no, we need to play faster, faster, faster. There's the pass, there's the shot. The late magic, it's Kaka again.
Amphis just allowed a free pass right here. Fiber sitting back with boost. Hunter in an awkward position. Kaka puts it through. TSM may have just saved this series with that goal. They still need another regulation or overtime. Kickoffs have been crazy. Do we see another one? Hunter, lob shot straight to Amphis.
He called for the slowdown play, and that's what worked out in the end. We look like another overtime. Chiefs took the last one. They were the best under pressure. TSM can't afford to lose this one.
We've got to tie it up right now. Timeout buff is on. Will they secure the equalising game? Fiber's going to look to catch. I want to see who's looking to slow the ball down. Both teams trying to play absolutely ballistic pace. It's not sustainable for either side. Here is Kaka. Can he be the hero once again? He brought them to overtime. He needs to try and tie this match up. The 50 comes through. TSM with early pressure. But Formula, I feel like Chiefs like this position. They want to be in defense.
Yeah, exactly. If we remember how the last overtime in game went, you need to find something special to break these guys apart. Hunter straight to Lockie should actually create something interesting right here. Lockie's touch wasn't quite what he wanted, so Raziers will get a freebie. Fiber cutting off Kaka. Trying to get the defense off balance right now, but I'm not sure anyone's there to finish the play.
It's a little worrying position right now, but Super Lucky, he's not worried at all. He's got 3 touches now. Kaka, what can he do with time on the ball? He's going to get... Well, he just lets the ball go away from him.
What on earth was he thinking there? He had 100 boost. He perhaps thought he was going to get the fake, but that's the only thing that the Chiefs defense could cover it in that instance. Here is Super Lucky looking to control. Fiber has to go back corner. Boost is there for him. He finds the 50 that lands in Razier's lap. He looks to flick it forward. This is where you've got to do the little thing. Secure the boost. Find a bump. Keep a cool head in this situation. The clear downfield. Kaka's up. He doesn't get the touch.
Yeah, Fiber went up as well. Now cheated forward. Wants the redirect. May have found it. Lockie diving save. Keeps this overtime alive. Now with a bit of space to work with, though. Fiber straight up to Kaka. It's a pass. Denied this time by Raziers. TSM, they're trying to increase the pace again. And I feel like every time the ball gets fast, it favors the Chiefs that little bit more.
As soon as they speed up, it just feels like they're just putting on random shots. They're just trying to outpace, and it does allow them to keep Chiefs in the defensive end, but it's not really leading to scoring opportunities. You need somebody like Amphis to get a slow play, or Super Lucky, who we've seen have some miracle players today, and they're not finding that time.
You've just got to be so cautious and measured in this situation that you're losing 50s to your teammates, that you make sure of every opportunity. Can Fiber create magic off the crossbar? Fiber with the solo play. Chiefs are one away.
What happened to Kaka's defense here? Just starts launching himself to the middle of the field. Fiber says, thank you. I'll go straight down the middle. Healthy Chiefs. 1 game away from NA. 1 game away from Worlds.
Fiber, the one who says when his back's against the wall, that's when he plays the best. And boy, did he get a good flick at the end there. Healthy Chiefs on match point. Major on the line. Raziers moves all the way to OCE, all the way to Queensland, gives up his life in Europe. There's so much pressure on him, and he just doesn't care.
They're in a fantastic spot now. Not only 3-1 up, 3 match points, but they've got a timeout up their sleeve, should I say, as well, just in case things don't go their way in the next couple of games. But wow, that was a strong overtime win. These games right here, when it's 2-1, when you can go through, 2 games up on match point versus a tie series, and you're all back to level pegging, is just enormous. So, a huge performance from your boy Fiber Formal. He was the playmaker for you, the man that could be the difference, and he was in that game.
Yeah, but the question is, can he do it one more time? I mean, we've said it every single regional. When a major is on the line or when Worlds is on the line, the last hurdle is always the toughest. And we have seen teams get to this point before and come up that little bit short. Now, we haven't seen that from Fiber Hunter and Raziers just yet. Maybe they'll be able to overcome, but I am not counting TSM out yet. Those were 2 tight overtimes. Maybe they can do it 1 more time, 2 more times, 3 more times. I still believe in Champs Field.
I think that's where being a defensive team is a bit of an advantage, because often what happens is teams just become less aggressive when they are 1 game away. You don't expect the same from the Chiefs here, but you just never know, especially with the pressure that TSM have been put on. Here's the double, and it's in! Super Lucky steps up.
He was a difference against Wildcard in the semi-final. Can he be the difference? The momentum swinger here for TSM. They need to go on an almighty run. And that's a great start.
And if you're wondering why Fiber was on the backboard with no boost, blame Kaka. Got a big-time demo on, I believe it was Hunter, to set that goal up. TSM, they needed that first goal. They need stuff in place to start going their way earlier in these games because, obvious, they can ill afford to lose. Good save by Amphis.
It also forces Chiefs to come out of their shell. They can't defend their way to victory if they are behind. Oh my goodness, Amphis was faked out. He actually had an open net, but didn't expect it to come. Raziers manages to save the day because Fiber missed an easy one.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of panic. What did we mention in the pre-game? The hardest match to win, boys. The hardest game to win is the final one, and we're seeing it here with the Chiefs. A few mistakes that we haven't witnessed earlier on in the series. Amphis looking to make it 2-0. Not to be for now, but TSM, we need to see that offense from earlier on.
They got to force it, though, and like they just haven't been able to crack that midfield line. It's been a very oppressive approach from TSM in this one. Midfield challenges, midfield, like even further, forward, third, 50s as well, all going their way. This is very similar to that sort of constant TSM attack that we saw earlier in the series, but this time they have the lead already. Raziers through the corner, nearly found something there.
It's an important demo as well that came out from Kaka. Kind of helped the defense along. Super Lucky keeps that away. It's a big commit here for the Chiefs. Hunter is now left a little bit alone. Super Lucky gets that pushed in. Hunter will collect around the corner. Good pass in, but nobody ready.
Fiber downfield, redirect corner, double red this time by Super Lucky. Hunter doesn't go for mid boost. He's going to try and get back to help the team out. So Raziers has to be worried about the dunk. They've lost their corner boost. TSM looking to build pressure. Didn't really work though in the game where they had all the pressure, but they've left the net open here, the Chiefs. The fake comes through. Super Lucky with the shot, Fiber near post.
Well, some of their shooting has kind of been straight towards the defenders a lot of the time for TSM. It's something that they could work on if they want to stop having low-scoring games.
Yeah, it is something where we could see, especially because the low-scoring games tend to go healthy Chiefs' way so far. That said, even though they're not running up the scoreboard, I still am feeling pretty confident about TSM right now in this one, just because of how few opportunities Chiefs have been able to find themselves. They made it work before when the game was 0-0. But again, when they're behind, the entire feel is different. And I imagine as that clock gets lower and lower and the score gets higher and higher, the panic may settle in.
Here we go. It's Kaka again. What a set play there. How awkward is this for Hunter? He's made it impossible for him. Put the pass onto the crossbar, over the top of Hunter. Second goal for TSM. They're able to breathe a little bit here, Yummy.
I love those plays so much because it's so hard to sort of pancake that against the backboard and not have it pinch all the way to the other side. Deft touch from Kaka gives them a 2-goal lead, but as we've seen before, Chiefs aren't going to be ruling themselves out. They've got 2 minutes to make the comeback.
Yeah, it's going to be a long 2 minutes, I feel like, for both of these teams. As Super Lucky puts another on. Hunter with the save. Kaka underneath won't get the chance. Fiber with boost. Middle of the field gets the reset, but there's no one to pass it to. Hunter was far corner. Raziers is back, and a missed opportunity perhaps for the Chiefs.
Reset, ceiling, Amphis double. Raziers 0 boost, just has to wait for the touch as well, but it's down the wrong end, and as you mentioned, Formal, they're just not getting the opportunities. It feels like 2 goals is a long way away for the Chiefs, a defensive team that weren't able to put 1 goal on the board. But with a minute 10 left, it'd take a TSM overcommit, maybe like this. But unfortunately enough, the rotations are back in time.
You thought they had the moment, you thought they had the gap, but it just didn't come through. Oh no! The own goal! Here it comes! Hunter makes the save, but Kaka puts it through.
A little bit of a ruiner there. I think that doesn't technically count as an own goal as much as Fiber tried, because Hunter did pull it out. Kaka finishes it off, but it's still a bit of an OCE moment.
You just see the thought process of Fiber there. He thought, this is awkward, this is really awkward. Oh, I've got to clear it, and I don't want to go across net. Last second, he just fluffs the hit. He pretty much own goaled that one. I'm putting it in the books. That's a Fiber own goal for mine. Off the backboard, though, this is a great response from TSM. Facing triple match point, they deny one.
Yeah, they deny a very, very big one as well, shutting out the Chiefs. If they can hold on for 30 seconds, Ravier's shot a little bit high. So big time shutout, big momentum swing back in their favor. And I'm looking right now at that timeout that the healthy Chiefs still have. Do you use it here, or do you save it before a potential Game 7 pressure in front of the net's not found?
Well, I don't know. You should use it now, realistically, as you don't want to wait for that Game 7. But I'm honestly quite surprised by this. Chiefs have been so good under pressure in the past. I didn't think they would crumble, but this was, especially at the beginning of this game, a lot of odd mistakes coming out from the defense of Chiefs.
Yeah, they went away from their system that we had seen all Champ Sunday so far, and just looking at a poorer performance here. It's confirmed with a timeout. LBP wants to take the extra 90 seconds just to talk things through here, Formal, and yeah, I think they did lose their way, so I like the call now because I don't fancy their chances of responding in Game 6 without discussing a few things.
They need that goal. I think they just need the confidence of that one goal. Getting shut out is a little bit of a shocker for sure, but once you get that goal, once you regain that confidence, all right, it's still just another game. Perhaps they can start to rally back around that, but let's look at the other side now, Yummy. TSM, they don't succeed off the timeout buff. They're 3 match points down. Chiefs look to be completely rocking them, and then all of a sudden, snap, it's back to the form that we saw in those earlier games where they came up just short, but they still controlled everything. You have to be riding high after that win, despite the situation.
Well, I think as well, the first goal is so crucial for TSM, not necessarily for their game, but to throw Chiefs off kilter, to force them into action. Because once Chiefs now have the onus on them, they can't play the play style, the game plan that they want.
This is massive now, this Neo Tokyo game. Not only for TSM obviously facing elimination point and Chiefs on match point, but for momentum going into Game 7 as well. Our biggest series in OCE history. We knew it was going to go 7, and now TSM just have to just join the party. They have to live up to their end of the bargain here, formally, and get us there.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Look, I already purchased my timeshares at Champions Field. All right. Friends are there. We've made our RSVPs. Just waiting on that confirmation from TSM. And maybe they can put it together. Maybe they can put it through. Either that, or we're crowning our number 2 team. We're crowning our second squad to Worlds. Of course, that being, the historic name of the Healthy Chiefs in this one. Very critical game, Yummy. 5 minutes. Here we go.
We talked about this before. The reigning champions, or the reigning major players in the Chiefs, want another crack at it because of how rough the first one that they got to attend went. They want to improve from there. But TSM, they would have been watching that and saying, we can do better as well. This is your chance to prove it right now.
And Raziers has pitched almost the perfect start for the Chiefs. That is ridiculous. Amphis with an even better save. what a momentum shifter that could have been. Chiefs, well, they're going to have to try harder than that, says Amphis.
I like the fact that they're even getting those shots, though, because it feels like those were missing in the last game, just those opportunities. If the Chiefs can continue to find it, that's good. A Rule 1, and it's going to be broken by Raziers. Need I remind people what happened last time Raziers broke a Rule 1?
You do need to remind us, but for those who don't know, it was very, very costly in the end, but that one wasn't a set Rule 1 by the time that it was broken. I think you can forgive him for what is the most important match in OCE history.
I don't know. It's the bad juju. It's the curse.
We'll see. We'll see if that comes back to bite the Chiefs. Here is Raziers. 0 boost. The fake comes through from Amphis. 5 with a clear downfield. Super Lucky looking just to catch this one. This is the last couple of games. It's all about who's going to hold their nerve. You can see with the car body language who's feeling it, who's got the confidence. Every touch vital, but you've still got to do the little things here, Yummy. It's the boost stills. It's the bumps and demos.
It's always... speaking of bumps and demos, that's as good as they get.
Amphis full speed. Goodbye, Raziers. Bang! Goal goes through TSM. Who cares about timeout buffs? They want to go to Champs Field.
This is what I've been calling for as well. Someone to slow the game down. Super Lucky just with a slow floater on net buys enough time for Amphis to get the bump. These teams are playing both sides so fast. It's impossible to set up a bump, and it makes it easy for the defense. I love it. Slow the play down. Let your teammates get to work.
And to do it on Raziers too, probably the most vital player to take out of the game. Speaking of, Raziers gets a really good 50 there and maybe even carry it the other end. Demoed out by Kaka this time. Fiber looking to pass that down to the newly respawned Raziers. Gets a long breakdown, maybe a chance here for the Chiefs. Pass into center, doesn't get the power.
A little too weak. Hunter couldn't get there in time, but still Chiefs maintain possession. At least till Kaka finds the gap. A lot of power off that touch. They want to go all the way. Raziers has to make a save on the goal line. But once again, now TSM get themselves settled, and we've seen the Chiefs struggle from this position. Raziers cheated forward. Doesn't matter. Hunter goes solo.
What I was really impressed with by the Chiefs earlier on today was their ability to just hit the ball around the opponents, put it in awkward places, put it in places where they're not able to counterattack. Right now, Yummy, I think the Chiefs are playing a bit one-dimensional. They're doing the obvious play, and the demos are opening up down the other end for TSM.
Great timing on the rotation for the demo there from Amphis. It was just Hunter was too good to be able to avoid that demo. Even still, the pressure's on. Chiefs are 1 goal behind. There may be another one. Amphis finds the angle.
Amphis again, the player you called out for this one, Yummy, who needs to step up for TSM. That didn't hit any post. That didn't hit the crown. That was just pure class, pure strike. 2-0 lead, under 2 minutes to go. Champions Field looking more and more likely, CJ.
What's the point of these final 2 minutes? We know where we're heading, ladies and gentlemen. This wouldn't be OCE for nothing. We're going the distance. Here is Super Lucky. There's the bump. Make it 3. TSM say, stuff your time out. We're going to Champ Field.
That's just another play where Super Lucky slowed it down and allowed the demo to happen. Hunter can't get back to cover. TSM, we know they're going to Game 7. They've been out shooting Chiefs almost the entire series. Eventually, they had to figure a way through the defense.
Yeah, and it's just to see how immediately impactful the bump and demo game has been. The shining, saving grace, I should say, for the Chiefs is, okay, they've seen it in this game at least. Maybe going into that next game, they'll be better prepared, have some strategies around it. Another goal for Kaka as TSM starts to run up the score.
I think no matter how this goes,
offense versus defense.
It's going to be the highest scoring grand final we ever had, even if TSM lose at this rate.
Just for TSM, it will be the highest scoring losing team in a grand final we've ever seen for sure, but this is it. This is offense versus defense form. Well, this is an unstoppable force versus an immovable object. And right now, we can't split them. We have to go to 7.
Yeah, we really, really do. I'm with you. Let's just fast forward this final minute, right? What are we doing here? Victory laps? Nah, it's time to get to Champions Field. Everybody watching at home, you got 1 minute to get yourself ready for what is going to be arguably the most important 5 minutes of domestic OCE Rocket League we have ever seen.
Yeah, I feel like I need to, have a bit of a break, get a drink in me or whatever. I don't have that luxury, but you guys have 40 seconds right now to get yourselves set up for a best of one, as we'd like to say, to make it to the major and worlds.
Best of one, and the most important one we've ever seen. Super lucky. Going to get the 50, but right now this is timeout time. This is a double timeout for the Chiefs. What do they do now? They've conceded 8 goals in a game. They then win a 1-0. I don't know. They're holding on, but how far? How long can you hold on against this offense? This is ridiculous from TSM, but they have to do it on champ field as well. There's a lot of pressure to play this kind of offense when you are on championship point. They've won 2 in a row. They've denied 2 match points, but now both of them are 1 step away from glory.
Look, the wall just wasn't close enough for Fiber, CJ. The wall has to be Champs Field, Game 7 in a final for the Chiefs to start to feel that pressure to mix it up. And we talk about that final hurdle being the hardest. It's proven itself again here today. Now TSM is facing that hurdle as well. But last time they faced it again, I could argue that was against Wildcard. They came out on top. Start of the day, they looked a little bit shaky, but guess what? They still found ways to come out on top. TSM, they're the team with the momentum. They're the team putting the shots on. Yummy. They just got to do it one more time.
I don't know if they can. We saw as soon as Chiefs are 1 game away, that's when they started missing. That's when they started having a few issues. And I'm questioning, will we see the same for TSM now that they know that it's the very last game of the year?
Wow. Just to add a little bit more spice to this matchup, not only is the winner of this game heading to Raleigh, heading to Lyon at the World Championships, the winner of this game is also heading to the Esports World Cup. We've got 3 lands on the line. Top 2 ranked teams from OCE will be there as well. The next 3 lands, formal, are on the line in 5 minutes of Rocket League. This is enormous.
You want to tour the world and play your favorite game, the game you love? This is your chance to do it. Kickoff, super lucky, straight to the net. Fiber's there, but so too is Kaka. So too is Razier's. Big saves, big demos. The Chiefs responding to the physicality of Game 6.
Razier's only just got his fingers on that one too. You can see how close the margins are between these 2 teams.
The only thing we can ask for now as neutral fans is to give us overtime as well in Game 7. First shot, no, this one's wide from Fiber. Who will be that first guy? It's been Kaka so many times. Super Lucky's been the hero. Raziers has had a tournament of his life. Fiber as well. Who will break the first deadlock?
I mean, it is a pivotal first goal. It's been kind of determining the tempo of each and every game thus far. TSM again, right in their comfort zone. Blue side of the pitch. Fiber, no boost, can only go so far with it. Hunter's challenge misses. Razier's third man wins the necessary 50, but there's no boost on the Chiefs. They're actually in danger if it's a fast counter. Fiber may have just saved it there.
Yeah, we're all just trying to push it up the line and hope to get it to the other end. They didn't think about the final step of scoring a goal there, and I don't think you're going to see the same from the TSM roster. You saw the passing opportunity just blocked out, and Fiber tries to get it away.
Memphis just couldn't quite get that shot on target. That's a nice touch from Hunter. He's been bumped off the ball. Amphis with space. The hero of Game 6 has to do it here, though. Forget about Game 6. Wipe that from your record. It's all about champ field now. There's the pass. It's blocked out. Raziers. Can he create the solo? Gets it at round 1. It's too wide for the shot. Kaka 0 boost. Gets the dunk.
Locky's the only one with boost right now. Has to kind of slow it down here. Buy time for the team. Fiber plays keep away, but it looks like Kaka's been able to recover. What can he do, though? Keeping it low. Challenge from Raziers. Raziers gets the better of it. Amphis there, no boost. Actually puts it backwards as well. Chiefs, they're a little hesitant to pull the trigger.
Oh, no!
That's a terrible touch here, Super Locky!
What have you done? It's Game 7. It's the most important game in OCE history, and Hunter's taken it past his teammate. He's choked at the worst moment.
That could be the biggest miss, the biggest mistake in OCE history, but there's still 3 minutes to rectify it, to be the hero for the Chiefs. He has to do it. There's the fake shot on red. by TSM, and now it's just Raziz. He's the last one back. Super Lucky goes Kaka there. The support arrives for Chainsaw, doesn't. Super Lucky stays around. 2-0 TSM.
It's the physicality coming once again in front of the net. Kaka with Super Lucky. And they somehow pinch it off each other with Super Lucky's bump that opened it up. 2 quick goals, Yummy. TSM, this is prime position.
It was Hunter again. He accidentally pinched that one in front of his own net. He's having the worst game of his life in the most important one. Now he's got to figure it out. He's got to get them 2 goals back now, and it doesn't look like that's going to come anytime soon.
We've seen it before, but Chiefs, a defensive team, haven't found scoring easy against TSM, whereas these guys are putting on 8 goals, 5 goals, 6 goals in a game. Can they hold on, though? Half the game remains. Still a long time in Game 7. There's a big mistake, but the shot is weak. Raziz had an open net, and he couldn't find the power.
Oh, you're not going to get many more chances like that, unfortunately. TSM survive a big one. 2 minutes to go already. This game absolutely screaming by. TSM on the defensive side. There's a chance for Hunter redemption. He gets one on the board.
Positioned beautifully for it, and you know, in a game like this where your hands are shaking, it's really difficult to get your mechanics on point, so you got to get your positioning right, and Hunter does it there.
He can ride his own path now, ride his own destiny. Couple of mistakes, but he's found a goal. It's a huge step up. Now they have 2 minutes to create the equaliser. What everyone wants is Game 7 overtime. What Hunter wants is to rectify those mistakes. Can they do it?
Ooh, good dribble. Gets it to the back corner. Fiber's there. Keeps it slow. Difficult for TSM to play out of this position. Fiber again finding the touches, but Razier's that far forward. Can't get too much. It has to be Hunter who clears it back out. Chiefs doing a good job of keeping the ball on the orange side of the field till Kaka finds a nice flick.
Touch here from Hunter. Right down for Raziz. It was dicey. Amphis just manages to get his car on that one. Kaka has the flick, gets the bump instead. It's all wide open. Super Lucky goes for the double, and it works.
He's just clutch. It doesn't matter what game, what situation, what scenario, whether it's the biggest game of his life. He hits the double over Hunter, gets the 3rd goal for TSM, and gives them a massive buffer with 72 on the clock.
Is that the double that gets you 3 lands in a row? 2-goal lead with only a minute remaining.
Well, here comes Fiber, but he can't get it past Lucky. The biggest double we have seen. 1 minute, 2 goals, healthy Chiefs. They had the 3-game lead, and now it is slipping through their fingers again on the back half. The bumps from Kaka, not giving anything away for free.
Wow, this is everything. 40 seconds. They have to go, Chiefs. You can see the demos coming out. The bumps. Fiber, what do you got for us? Doesn't find the shot. Amphis with the save. He's been incredible so far. He even finds the pitch downfield. That relieves every kind of pressure right now. Kaka just has to play safe. There's only 25 seconds.
25 seconds for a chance at land. 25 seconds for EU to have every region, but it looks like TSM are going to be holding out, and CJ, you called it. It's all Super Lucky. He's got the hat-trick, and Amphis joins here in Game 7.
Oh, what a way to do it as well. A major, other event, and a world securing reset. It is going to be TSM, CJ. They are going to go through 3-game comeback. Fantastic stuff.
Wow, what a time to step up. They snowballed and created the momentum. They're 3-1 down. You can't say they don't deserve it. They've dominated every single game they've won. They've made 3 lands. See you in Raleigh. See you at the World Championships in Leon. TSM, congratulations.
TSM, we ruled them out somewhat. They've struggled all season long to get the results that they would have wanted, the results that they knew that they were capable of. But when it gets to the toughest point, you need to be the toughest team, and TSM showed that they put the T in tough.
Look, I saw the chat, CJ. Johnny Boy commented, EU is finished. OCE held its borders strong.
I'm leaving. I'm getting out. I'm getting on the next flight out of here. There's no point being over here. They can't even come down to OCE. I'm getting back to my region, baby. OCE on top. Forget about Europe.
Oh, what a regional though, and what a way to finish this season within OCE. Of course, TSM now joining the ranks of Wildcard, off to the major, off to Worlds. Obviously a victory well deserved, and if we can see this attack on that international stage, Yummy, do we finally get, you know, a couple teams into that top 8?
Well, let's hope so. I think we've got to see exactly how we've got to see them do better. I think the consistency has been improving. Just hopefully not a game 7, because I still think that was a little bit of a roughie.
I want to give a little shout out as well to Amphis. I think he's known as one of the best players a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago now in OCE, and I think he's been a little bit quiet, but he is back. Super Lucky, former #1 player in the region, he is absolutely back. And Kaka, if he didn't score those vital goals early in the semi-final against Wildcard, and even here in the final, they would not have got to where they are today. So all 3 of them stepping up, which is crucial for a LAN performing. A team that needs to perform on LAN, we want to see perform on LAN.
And a player like Super Lucky too, who, you know, he was the MVP in the past as well. He wasn't quite able to get the performance on. He's done that now. Kaka, he was so crucial in a lot of those games to get goals in the board. And here's our final standings. TSM move ahead. That gets them to Raleigh. They'll earn minimum 4 points there, which gets them to Worlds. And of course, they are also heading over to the Esports World Cup.
It's a crazy journey. And again, you can't take anything away from, you know, the performance that they put on today. They still had to go through Wildcard to even get into that Game 7 finals for the healthy Chiefs. I mean, it was a season for them, and I think it still was a good season. Obviously, they're going to be coming short of their goals. They did get one major appearance, but at that same token, I mean, where do players like Raziris go from here? Maybe it's too early to discuss it, but it's a bitter loss to swallow.
Yeah, the season's over for him, and he traveled a long way to get here, didn't quite get it, but this is something hard to say, a little deserved. After he's broken the rule 1 twice now, and he has not won a single game both times that he broke the rule 1.
Yeah, he might think twice again about that, but he's got a long time to think about it, because that is the season over for Chiefs. TSM, you mentioned it before, Form. Well, I think it's fitting that the team that took down Wildcard is the team to make it. If TSM had beaten Wildcard and then not qualified, there'd still be that little, you know, OCE triangle of, oh, but the team that actually beat our best team isn't here. Not to be. TSM had to really run the gauntlet. They were in the tough side of the bracket, and they thoroughly deserve it. You can't take it away from them.
Oh, no, you can't. But I also feel like all of our top teams this split, I don't want to take anything from them. This split in particular, I know it's only 3 events, but this has been one of the toughest, tightest top 5 teams we have seen for a split, I feel like. And I love seeing this region be as competitive as it was. We finally have gotten that growth, I think, that we've been calling for, Yummy, for a couple of years.
Yeah, it's really lovely to see. It's been such a fantastic season overall. 5 teams, as you said, competing. We may not have had the international results yet, but sometimes I don't care too much if we're having fun, if we've got these close matches, if we've got a Game 7 to qualify for multiple LANs. It doesn't get better than this. It's probably been my favorite season, at least of the modern era, and you know what, I hope it continues on year after year. OCE is the best.
Yeah, I mean, even though if I'm on the pitch or not on the pitch, the heart still gets pumping when you see some OCE gameplay. And, you know, you mentioned it before, Formal, the fact that we have 2 spots, it's just so cutthroat. It's always been so cutthroat, and seeing LAN qualification, and for the first time seeing 3 LANs be made in one single game of Rocket League is tough. But there's always got to be a winner, always got to be a loser. But another fantastic season. It's awesome to come hang out with the boys every couple of weeks and do our thing. And we don't know what we're going to get every weekend, which is why we keep coming back and watching OCE.
Yeah, and on this note too, I want to thank you all for tuning along and watching along with us. I mean, this was back on the main channel, you know, big crowds, big eyes on it. Thank you though to Fortress Productions as well for putting this one on. They do it largely for a love of the game. Chris, the producer, a fantastic job behind the sticks. Dover, I'm pretty sure, was doing the spectating for you. All of the admins, they did a phenomenal job, despite the hard time we give Jaden. Scene would not be the same without him. Queen Morgie as well. Couldn't get her on broadcast right here, but she did a phenomenal job stepping in often on short notice to come through. Singer Girl as a commentator has been fantastic. And of course, Yummy, CJ. This has been the best season. I feel like this has been the most fun we've had, and I'm honored to share it with both of you.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate to everyone that this wouldn't happen. These broadcasts wouldn't happen. You wouldn't get to really even watch OCE Rocket League if it wasn't for Fortress. Don't even think about, you know, Rocket League OCE. Don't even think about anything else. They have been the absolute goats of the OCE region. So make sure you give them your support. Anytime you talk to Epic Games or Blast, make sure you let them know the good work that's happening down here. But as Formal said, I love this team. I love the region. It's been probably, as I said, my favorite split. And I just hope everyone has a really good rest of the year, because we don't get to see much Rocket League after this.
Yeah, let's see what we can cook up, I guess, in the longer off season now. We're used to having 6 months on, 6 months off. Let's try and cook something up, because it's awesome when the whole region comes together. So yeah, another shout out to you guys watching at home, you guys supporting us. It's in the Twitch chat and stuff, but it feels like the whole family comes together year in, year out, and we've been doing this for 8 years now. So it's pretty cool to see the same people coming back week in, week out, and through thick and thin, we'll keep doing it. Shout out to Fortress, and yeah, shout out to the boys. It's fun hanging out and just having a laugh on the weekend.
Also, do somebody check in on Monty that he didn't completely blow himself up with that win right there. Just
internally
combust TSM getting through. He would have been popping off. On that note, again, same sentiments. Wonderful season. You have all been fantastic, and I look forward to seeing you in those Twitch chats, cheering both TSM and Wildcard, along CJ, along as well, who I'm sure we'll be seeing at those majors. Have a fun time, and we'll catch you out there, out on the pitch.
See you.
Bye.